Hey, Fromaholics. My YouTube tab started playing and confused me, and I thought the intro was still playing. Hey, hey, Fromaholics. I love it when my YouTube tab just starts playing by itself out of nowhere, and then I get confused and I hear myself. Um,
That's the way you feel.
yeah,
I understand.
that was me. Yeah, that was me. Uh, thank you for the empathy, goat. That's
Really go. I do one for myself.
yeah, that goat is my spirit animal.
Yeah,
Um,
it's been a pretty crazy day today, so.
yeah, I almost had to cancel this stream tonight. Um, yeah, I was
Don't
thinking it
say.
was, yeah, it was looking like a done deal that I was gonna have to cancel it.
Uh,
But this is how determined I am to live stream. I made it happen. My mom came home from work and woke me up. Yeah, I was asleep when she came home from work. She woke me up and said, "There's no internet. I tried resetting the
mm,
router and the router doesn't work anymore at all." Like they cut off the internet to the old router. So it forced me to finally install the new one. I had no
ew.
other choice but to do it immediately. And I couldn't it wasn't that it was like difficult to do or anything. What was difficult was the goddamn auxiliary cable was
Mhm.
like cemented to the back of the old router and I couldn't get it off.
God.
It,
Jeez.
it was like it was like the Hulk screwed that thing in. Like
Huh.
the friggin' Hulk tightened the thing and I could not with my poor weak hands and my mom's weak hands get this
Yeah.
thing off. That this is what happens when, you're two women here fending for yourselves and,
Mhm.
like, my mom is older, I have a pain condition, my
Yeah.
mom's like "I don't have enough strength in my hands to do it," and I'm like, "Well, neither do I, so I guess we're screwed," and, we were gonna literally have to have a technician come to the house just to fucking do that. How
Mhm.
ridiculous. Like, imagine having to have a technician come to the house because you can't unscrew a cable because you're too weak to unscrew a cable from the back of a router. That's that sucks. Um, so I was gonna be without Wi-Fi all night, and I was not
Yeah.
going live on my phone when I can't show pictures. That would not have done.
Mhm.
I have to have my hundreds and hundreds of pictures. So I was gonna have to cancel, but um I am this is how determined I am to do a live stream. I will make things happen. I will find a way. I was like, "Okay, how do I fix this problem? All right. I need a jar opener. I need one of those. I need like something with
Uh-huh.
traction. Something with like
Yeah.
something I can really that's grippy that I can grab this thing and it won't like wreck my poor aching hand which was hurting so much and turning red from trying to twist this thing off." And so I'm looking for something. I found a blanket. It was too soft. I was looking for one of those grippy jar opener things, and I dug
Mhm.
through my mom has like the most disorganized utensil drawer on earth. It's like
Mm.
the size of a dresser drawer, and the entire thing is jam packed with kitchen utensils of all different shapes and sizes, and no rhyme or reason to it at all. She was of no help. She had no idea where to find this jar opener, and I dug and dug until I found the thing. It still didn't work. I mean, it's not so easy using it on a little tiny auxiliary cable
Yeah.
washer thing that you're trying to loosen. So I sat there for like it took me about an hour and a half of talking to a technician on the phone, working on this, an hour and a half, and finally I worked the thing loose by just messing with it, worked it loose, got the jar opener, got the thing off. I couldn't believe it. It actually worked. And I installed the new router. So I now have a new
I thought
router that will hopefully not kick me off the internet anymore.
I thought you were gonna say you went into a dresser drawer and you MacGyvered a whole new router by part those bits and pieces. And you
No.
just built one.
Yeah, well, not that
That's
resourceful,
your
but
level of commitment.
I'm resourceful, but I'm not that
It's
resourceful.
like a coconut shell. It's like some Gilligan's Island
No.
stuff going on. But
wasn't any.
mine went out one day and I was gone, and then it went out today. Apparently, my boyfriend thought he was going to have to go into work because it went out again, and he needs
Oh,
it to work at home.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hasn't
It's
been a good time for anybody.
no, no. So, hopefully yours will be okay.
Yeah.
For the stream. My one thing I'm not so happy about though, it was supposed to be faster.
Mhm.
They said that the internet was going to be faster. This is a router that's like higher quality. I think they sped up the speed of the internet. The old
Mhm.
router, looking at them side by side, the old one looks like a dinosaur. No wonder this thing wasn't working right. It's huge. It's like 3 times the size, and routers don't look anything like that anymore. She's probably had this for like a decade.
Yeah. No, I thought
So
this.
yeah, it looks like 2 completely different things. Like you wouldn't even recognize it as the same device.
So it is
And
made out of a coconut shell and some duct tape and some gum.
the old one might as well be. No wonder it was constantly kicking me off the internet. The only thing that sucks is my signal is still not that strong, and I thought it would be stronger than this. So that's kind of a bummer. It's medium strength. What the hell? It was supposed to be faster, not the same, but at least it should be consistent. So anyway, sorry for boring everyone with my long story, but we're going to dive into episode 4 of season 2 of From. Didn't have to cancel, so that would have sucked because for once I was actually prepared. I had everything done before I went to sleep, and that would have been my luck. I'm all prepared, and the Wi-Fi is shot. Hey, Dabby, Abby, Bobabby, nice to see you. Hey, Nightman, LOL. Let us in with the let us in as usual. It's always the let us in. I feel like you're one of the Frombies, the slow walkers banging on the door, not letting you in. No, it's not. We don't care how nice you say it is out there. We're not interested in your help. Go away with your tricks. We're not letting you in. Hey, Amy. Nice to see you. Um, Goes to open the door. Yes, yes, exactly. Yes, we're not letting you in. Goes to open the door. Hey, wait a minute. I've seen how this movie ends. Yeah, no, I'm securing my talisman. I'm not opening that door for anything. I don't care if Alma the goat goes walking by my window. I'm not opening the door. Sorry, Alma the goat. Alma the goat can stay out there, as far as I'm concerned. I'm staying alive. Um, Martin, nice to see you. Um, hey, Miss J's Reviews. Thank you for the well wishes, and hello on the replay when you listen later. Hey, Bell Chill. Greetings from Amelia. Nice to see you. Um, what happened to Amy? Amy said something about the your cat snuck in for being put outside at night and hate her waking me up before my alarm, meowing for food. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that's annoying. Hey, Mackie Vals. Yeah, we miss From too. Somebody posted a picture in my Discord today of someone who snuck near the set which people are not supposed to do. It wasn't someone in my Discord who took the picture, but it's been circulating online. Somebody took a picture of the set of From, which the outdoor set with Colony House. You can see Colony House in the distance. People can actually go up and get close enough to actually see that stuff, but they're not supposed to. They do it anyway. And there's still unfortunately there's nothing exciting to report. It's still closed. They're not filming on it, but I've been hearing rumors that they're getting it ready, that there have been people out there getting it ready, like starting to do stuff on it. There's been some activity on the set in Nova Scotia. That's just the rumor. It's not confirmed, but at least that's a little something. And um there was something not so nice that I saw someone post last what was it? It was April 1st. So it could have been an April Fool's joke, but I saw somebody post something saying that they are having script problems and production problems, and it could delay the next season of From by a lot. Take that with a gigantic grain of salt, because this could be some clout chaser just looking for attention. We know the internet is teeming with those, so I wouldn't panic over it. This was April Fool's Day. MGM on the From Instagram page, MGM shared an April Fool's joke, mentioned some silly plot points that are not actually going to happen. Someone left a comment saying that they're having script and production problems. This person says they know someone who works on From, and they didn't reveal the source, but they said that it could delay the start of season 4 by a lot. I don't know about that. And I responded to them at the time and said, wait, are you serious, or is this an April Fool's joke? And they responded back to me, no, I'm serious. I went back and looked today, and it is gone. The comment is gone, including my reply to the comment. So then I went to the profile of the person who made the post, who wrote that, and they have 4,200 something followers. So number one, that makes me take them more seriously if they have over 4,000 followers. And number two, the comment was taken down. That also makes me take it more seriously, because MGM frequently tells people to take people associated with the show have multiple times been asked to take things down off of social media that they're not supposed to share. So this could have been legit. It could have been legit, or it could have been an April Fool's joke, but either way, we have to take it with a grain of salt. I wouldn't panic and think we're not getting the show for a lot longer. We'll wait and see. There's still there are no definitive updates yet, but we'll keep you posted when we hear anything at all. Doug still hasn't heard anything either. I've been in touch with Doug. He's coming back from his trip by the end of the week. He's coming back home Friday. And so as soon as he knows, maybe he'll let us know if he hears anything about when they film. So as of now, we don't know anything. Nothing that's been verified anyway. Hey, Martin. Nice to see you. Let's see. Michael. Yeah. Gotta love those coax cables. Yeah. Gotta love them. Hey, Trace. Nice to see you. Hey, Doc, our friend Doc. Nice to see you as well. Hope you're having a good night. Hope everybody's having a good night. What else? Bell Chill with the wrenches. Yeah, that's what I needed. I needed some kind of wrench. I needed some kind of wrench to save my poor hands, but the jar opener had to do. Hey, my friend Robert, nice to see you. So, we are going to be diving into season 2, episode 4. Oh, hey, Just Me. Don't want to miss you. Just Me is here. And also, let's see. Amy said, I'll volunteer. Just fly me out. Let's go out there and do the set. Yeah, that would be great. MGM needs to suck it. MGM needs to suck it. Well, no, we love MGM here. MGM, yes, no. MGM, please, approve interviews for us. Send us more actors. We love MGM. Rah, rah, MGM.
Mm-hmm. Rah, rah. Rah, rah, Paramount. Rah, rah, MGM. Please don't cancel my favorite shows.
Yeah, please don't. Take as much time as you need on this show. Please take as much time as you need. Just maybe let us know what's going on. Give us an update. Throw us a bone. That's all we ask. Mm-hmm. Doc said script problems for a show that is mostly already written. I have doubts. They could have taken it down out of embarrassment. Yeah, they could have. It is a little weird that, you see, this was April 1st. Maybe they were getting a lot of replies and they were getting annoyed with it and they took it down. That could be, because they may have still been getting replies to that comment.
Mm-hmm.
So they might have deleted it. Like, all right, this is getting annoying now. And then they don't feel like talking about it anymore. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. And I mean, I'm sure I wasn't the only one who responded to this person. So we'll see. We'll see. I've heard that they're not 100% finished writing it yet. They're still finishing writing season 4. And I mean, they could have script problems. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. They're tackling time travel. That's not easy to do. So it's possible, but I wouldn't panic over some rando, even though this rando does have 4,200 Instagram followers. I mean, hey, lots of randos, you could still be a troll and have over 4,000 followers. You can still want to troll people or play an April Fool's joke. The thing that's really not cool is if it's an April Fool's joke, then you should admit that at some point. But they didn't. They still said even after April 1st that they were serious. So it's like, no, that's not cool. Like if you're playing it, first of all, that's annoying. Don't prank us like that. And second of all, if it's a prank, then say it's a prank. Anyway, no, we know you're kidding, Amy. We were kidding too. Yeah. Yeah, I sometimes I
Kidding.
yeah.
It'd be the kids. I'm sorry, I hit the wrong one. That was my intention for kidding. I hit the wrong one. Sorry, it's been a long time.
Okay.
Kidding.
Got it. Yeah, the kids.
Go fighting kids.
Yeah. So yeah, I delete comments sometimes. Yes, please hit the like button. Thank you. I didn't even think to say that myself. Thanks, Panda Kalima. Please hit the like button. Yes. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you. And you're such a sweetheart. Truly appreciate you. So anyway, so we're here to break down season 2, episode 4 of From This Way Gone. I haven't been paying enough attention to the titles of these episodes. When we break down new episodes of a season or a show rather, I mean, we always pay close attention to episode titles, but for some reason I don't do that with rewatches. I don't know what This Way Gone is a reference to. I don't know. Is that a reference to something? Like it must be, but I have no idea what it is. I'm gonna Google it. I don't know if it's like a song lyric or like uh yeah, I don't it's something we should be paying attention to, but I just have never really think of it. Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, we do sometimes talk about the titles, but not always. Yeah, I have no idea. I Googled it and all I got was from, episode 4. That's all I got. So that's odd. That's a strange phrase to just make up if it's not a reference to something else. What? Oh, Scarlet dropped off and back on because she looked something up.
Yeah, because I ventured into the internet. There's a Brooks and Dunn song called Way Gone, but not This Way Gone.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so I have no idea. It could be a play on a reference to something else. Like they changed one word of it and it's a quote from something, but they changed one word. Who knows?
Yeah.
But I'm not going to get stuck on that.
Did you find anything?
No, I didn't find anything. All I found was the episode 4 of From when I Googled This Way Gone. That's it. Anyway, this is, I'm not gonna lie, this is not one of my favorite episodes. It's not that there's anything wrong with it. It's a great episode of television. It's not one of my personal favorites because it's personally a bit triggering to me for my own reasons, and also because of the subject matter of putting a family member with dementia, into a facility. It's very sad, and so it's just not one of my favorites, but it's a great episode. Don't get me wrong. It's great. There's nothing wrong with it. there's an extremely memorable scene in it. The most important, one of the most memorable scenes in the entirety of season 2. I had no idea it was coming in this one. I never remember which episode certain things like this pop up in. And it was the first ever appearance of our lovable Ghost Khatri. So,
oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, we love our Ghost
I
Khatri.
thought you were gonna say when Donna threw Randall on the bus. What's my?
Well, I love that too. That's runner up for me. That's runner up for best scene, but I gotta give it to Ghost Khatri as number 1. You can't be, and it's for by far this is my favorite of Ghost Khatri's appearances on the show, and it's the very first one because it's just, I mean, there's nothing like the very first time when we watched this. I'll never forget the first watch, and I'm just like, what the fuck is happening? We had never seen any ghost entities on the show before. So we were right there with Boyd, like, what is happening now? I mean, this is a horror series, but it's not that kind of horror series. It's not about ghosts. We've never seen anything like this on the show up until this point.
I guess you kind of saw Abby in the spider web, right?
We did. At least she wasn't talking, though. She wasn't acting like normal Abby, just standing there talking to him. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah.
That didn't come till later. But you know, it was a brief hallucination like thing where she was in the spider webs in season 1 and she lunged at Boyd and like growled at him or whatever she did.
Yeah.
This was just Khatri standing there talking to him like everything's normal. And so it was a game changer. It was a whole new kind of entity that we hadn't encountered before. And a lot of people would argue that the Ghost Abby entity is different than the Ghost Khatri and Ghost Tom entities. That the latter two are not entities at all. That they are just, I know the most popular opinion seems to be that they are, and I'm going to do a poll tonight on this. The most popular opinion seems to be that they are just projections of Boyd's conscience. That, you know, Khatri is. Tom is a projection of Jade's conscience, internal voice, trying to work things out in his head. And Khatri is Boyd's moral compass in life, and now he's serving as his conscience, and he's not really there at all. It's just in Boyd's head. Same with Tom and Jade. That I know that seems to be the most popular opinion. And Abby, the thing of it is, though, I mean, Abby just seems undeniably evil. So Abby seems like she is part of the big bad, part of, you know, the entity.
Of course, we also think Tom's sus, though, because that one scene where he was under the tree polishing glasses.
Yeah, with his creepy ass smile when Jade's back was turned.
Yeah.
Jade had his back turning. Tom had a creepy smile. I'm telling you, I am not so sure about Ghost Tom and Ghost Khatri. And I would argue to those of you who say, oh, Ghost Abby, I mean, Abby is part of the entity, but Tom and Khatri are not. I would argue to those of you who say that, well, if you think Abby is part of the entity, then can you at least admit the possibility that the other two are as well? Because if Abby can be part of the entity, then so can these other two deceased visions. It's possible. You've got to at least admit that it's possible, is all I ask. And I admit that it's possible that they're not part of the entity. I look at the evidence for both sides. Every time I see a scene with either entity, I watch very closely, and I gotta admit, I'm questioning it by the end of season 3. The last appearance of Ghost Khatri, it really did seem like maybe it was Boyd's conscience trying to urge Boyd not to go down this path because he was about to torture Elgin. And it did seem like something Khatri would do, because you start to do this, you know, you're going to start, this is how you basically let this place break you. You're letting it break who you are. You're letting it break your principles, and your role as a leader here. And there's no turning back. If if he tortures Elgin and then people find out about it, that's starting to let the place break him. And thankfully he didn't go as far as Sara did, but I mean, she spared him from that. But there will be consequences, that he will be facing repercussions. And so honestly, that scene made me wonder. I always keep an open mind. If I see new evidence that makes me question my theories, then I reevaluate, but I am not convinced. I am still not convinced that it's his conscience. I'm keeping an open mind. So we'll go through that scene when we break down the episode, but just wanted to bring that up just to start things off, because I'm going to put up a poll, and I'll leave the poll up for people who can't stay up too late and need to go to bed. Then you can at least vote in it before you go to bed, and we can get your opinion. I think I saw Robert, so if Robert is still here, Robert can weigh in. I know Robert goes to bed earlier, like a normal person. So okay, I'm gonna put in the poll. Let's see. What is the nature of Ghost Khatri? Okay. Now the trick is going to be fitting this into 35 characters. I can't write more than 35 characters in this stupid thing. So I'm going to have to simplify this more than I would like to. I am a wordy person, and this is a complicated question. But
you're the scribe.
What?
You're the scribe.
Yeah, I'm the scribe. I'm the scribe for a reason, for you Severance fans who have read the UUR or listened to the audiobook. Yes, there are four, is it five? Five
We don't
U
talk
types.
about the fifth one.
We don't talk about the fifth U type, but there are five U types. And I am the scribe for a reason. Oh, the nature of Ghost Khatri. Okay, Robert gave me an idea, because Robert gave me an idea for a third option. Okay, that maybe he's an actual spirit. That I'll highlight his comment. Hold on. Jade tells Tabi and Jim that energy can't be destroyed, and he believes that souls are energy, and maybe they linger in a place like this. Perhaps he is right, and they are their souls lingering. So maybe they really are exactly what they seem, and we've been calling them ghosts, just not literally thinking of them as ghosts. We've just been calling them as a nickname, but maybe they really are ghosts. That's a possibility too. Okay, I'm going to add that one too. So
it's from kind of like a purgatory, or is it just some other kind of holding place?
Well, I wouldn't say it's purgatory for everyone, but I would say it's where if you die there, your soul is trapped there. But I don't think everyone's already dead.
Yeah.
Well, they said it's not purgatory, so thank God for that. The showrunners said it's not purgatory and it's not a dream. But
well, I mean,
that doesn't
not purgatory in a bigger sense, but just for that particular soul that they can't live on.
Yes, just for those that die there. I think that's true. Okay, so the first option I'm going to put is just Boyd's conscience / inner voice. Second one, part of Big Bad, the entity. Option 3, let's see, lingering energy ghost. Lingering energy / trapped ghost. We'll call it that. Is there any other, what else could I put for the fourth one? Maybe like, huh?
was gonna say everybody's favorite other. Explain in the chat.
Okay. Okay. So there are start at the poll. So those are the options. Boyd's conscience / inner voice, part of the big bad or the entity, lingering energy or trapped ghost, or other. And explain if you don't think it's any of those things. Explain in the chat what you think it is. So we will leave that up for the whole stream and see what people say and check in on it every now and then. And this way, I got to remember to do this stuff more often because this way we can get the people who go to bed early and then you can still weigh in, and polls are fun. I like doing polls. I like to hear what everybody has to say and what your theories and opinions are. And sometimes it surprises me what ends up winning. I only wish we had more flexibility. You can only do 4 options per poll, and there are 35 characters, so I have to keep it very simple. Anyway, so it's just it's something that's always bugged me, and it's one of the things I find most interesting to theorize about these ghost entities. And I will say this again: if Abby is part of the big bad or the entity, if Abby is supposedly some evil entity, then I would have to say it's possible that, at the very least, it's possible that Khatri and Tom could be as well. That's the very minimum. It's possible. Anyway, so let me get back to the chat before we start going through each scene here. Where did I leave off? I lost my place here. By the way, shout out to KoalaTea. KoalaTea. Shout out to, I'm thinking of like koalas, pandas. Like my brain is shot.
Yes.
KoalaTea shouted me out again last night.
Nice.
So if you like rap music, if you like Kendrick Lamar's music, if you like either of those or both, check out KoalaTea's channel. It's awesome. He is goddamn hilarious. It takes a lot to make me laugh. And I promise I won't ramble on about this. I just wanted to do a quick shout out. That makes me laugh. It does.
Yeah.
It takes a lot. It takes a lot. And this dude is hilarious. He shouted me out again. He had an amazing live stream last night. And I wasn't even there. I was asleep. My depressed ass was asleep. And he was live at it was like late afternoon, early evening. And I was asleep and I missed it. Damn it. But while I was missing his live, he pulled my channel up again with like 300 people watching on YouTube and probably hundreds more watching on Twitch. I mean, he simulcasts on some other platform, and so it's probably even more who watched it. And right now, I'm looking at the replay. It is it's at 4.6K. 4.6K views on this, and he had my channel up there for like 8 minutes, just chilling up there, and I wasn't even there. I just happened to be, he happened to think of me because he wanted to help me. He's been responding to, I've been commenting on all of his stuff, thanking him. He offered me advice during the middle of his live stream last Friday. I was in his chat, and hold on, I want to just show his channel really quick. I want to just show his channel really quick because he did it for me, so I just want to show it. He did it again. He did it again, and I wasn't even there. I was so mad I missed it. He pulled up my channel. Where is it? I'm trying to find the spot where he did it. He is so damn cool. He just wants to help other content creators, and he said he's going to start doing more advice and support for content creators on a regular basis in his live streams. And because I was feeling kind of discouraged on one of my latest videos, like not it was struggling last Friday. Yeah, there it is. He pulled it up right in the middle of his live stream, and he just left it up there for a while. And multiple people said they subscribed to my channel in the live chat, and I wasn't even there. He just happened to think of me, and he did this with other people who had channels in the live chat. He put their channels up, and I mean, but those people were there. I wasn't even there, and he did it. And then earlier tonight, he went to a couple of my videos. He checked out my videos and basically like did an analysis on like where I could try to grow my channel, like what things that I could do to make my life easier, to get more views, like. And he wrote me 2 really long comments explaining, this is where you're doing really well. This is great, giving me really kind feedback. And then here are ways that you can make your life easier and grow your channel and improve, your views and stuff, so that you're less discouraged. I mean, the fact that he took the time to do that on top of all of this dude is the real deal. So shout out to him. I was glad I got to at least return the favor and kick over a new supporter. I saw Big Heck over there in his chat, and when he put my channel up on the screen, Big Heck wrote in the chat that I was the one who put him onto that channel. So now at least he knows I got somebody onto his channel. I got him a new subscriber, and Big Heck was really enjoying the live. So I'm glad. Thanks, Big Heck, for supporting KoalaTea, and anyone else who loves rap music and Kendrick Lamar. Check out this guy's channel. This is a good dude. I mean, seriously, like, there are a lot of content creators who just all they care about is themselves, and they're cutthroat, and they look at everybody else as competition. And he just regularly pulls up people's channels who pop into his chat and just shows them, gives them whatever exposure he can, gives them advice, support, tutorials. Like, it's just commendable. And he has a huge heart, so thank you for that, KoalaTea. Shout out to him. I have nothing but respect for a guy like this.
Shout out to him.
Shout out for the goats too. He's got 26. If he turned this on, he'd have to be listening like, what the fuck is that? He's got 26.9K subscribers. So he's got a really nice channel going for himself, and he deserves it. He deserves that and 10 times that. Yeah, I just hope nothing but the best for him. I'm sure he'll keep growing and exploding his channel. He's doing amazing now. Anyway. Sorry, did I cut you off?
Oh, no. You cut the goat off.
Oh, okay. Anyway, the dude is freaking hilarious. So if you enjoy rap and you enjoy laughing, you will love this channel. Seriously.
Enjoy laughing.
Who doesn't enjoy laughing? Like, laughter is medicine. This dude is straight up therapy for me.
Laughing sucks.
Anyway.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah. Everybody loves to laugh, and this dude can hook you up. I promise you that. If you don't like rap music, then you might just be confused and not really get the humor. So, but if you're into rap, then you're gonna love it. Hey Ryan, nice to see Ryan here. Thank you for coming. Let me get back to the chat here. Thank you for indulging me. I had to shout out my new friend there, KoalaTea. I had a dream with a screaming goat in it last week, and I blamed Scarlet.
My evil plan is working. World domination soon.
It's working. Yeah. Yeah. You're making people dream about goats now. Look at that. They're goats in people's dreams. Is it a clown in that picture frame on the bedside table in the From intro? Ugh. If it's a clown, Martin, I've never noticed it. Yikes. Jeez. Panda Kalima says, way gone is an informal idiom, especially in Australia, that means very drunk.
Oh.
It means a state of extreme intoxication. Huh. Well, maybe that's because Boyd feels so off his game and like not connected to reality now, and he feels like, you know, like he's losing his mind. So maybe that's why. Maybe that's what the reference is about. Robert said, I always thought the title was a reference to Ray Bradbury's very famous horror novel, Something Wicked This Way Comes, which is a fantasy horror about good versus evil. Oh.
You need to put that on your film list. The Something Wicked This Way Comes film from the 80s.
Oh. Yeah, I've never seen that. And also, this actually gives me more fuel for my argument that Ghost Khatri is part of the entity, if that's what it's a reference. Because this way gone, something wicked this way comes. Change that to something wicked this way gone. Khatri is someone who is gone. He has died, and he is wicked. Maybe this is his first. Think about it. This is Ghost Khatri's very first appearance on the show. Something wicked this way comes. Maybe he is the something wicked that has just come, except he's gone. He's dead. That gives me more fuel for my theory. I'm still team entity. I'm not convinced that season 3 made me question it, and I will still keep an open mind because I always do. But I'm still team entity for Ghost Khatri. David says, this way gone, Boyd lied to Kenny, then Sara told the truth, and in the end, Kenny and his badge choices. Yeah, that was another thing I hated about this episode. It's depressing as hell. I loved Kenny and Boyd's relationship, father-son like relationship, and that really broke my heart. I hated to see it. Are we sure Boyd isn't schizophrenic? Ooh. I don't think so. I think it's this place screwing with his head. Hey, Muncher Luncher. I notice you. I notice you. I always notice you. How can we not notice Muncher Luncher? Boyd said he knew what father is. Most likely, he knows he is a part of his consciousness, but said he doesn't know what Abby is. That's true. But yeah, no. But no, that's not exactly what he said in season 3. See, this particular scene that you're talking about, I think if you're talking about what I think you're talking about, this particular scene actually gave me more fuel for my argument that Khatri is part of the entity. I should have put up the poll after I did my rambling on why I
your
think
dissertation.
Yeah. I should have stated my case first and then put up the poll, but I know people go to bed really early. There's a scene in season 3. Our first Ghost Khatri appearance of season 3. He appears to him in the sheriff's station and acts super sus, makes all kinds of sus faces at him as usual, smirking at Boyd and all that stuff. But the thing that made me go, was Boyd feels like, it seems like Boyd was starting to get wise to what Khatri really is. He said, that thing out there in the forest that was telling me to give up, that thing was not my wife. So what are you? What are you? He doesn't. And then Ghost Khatri says, I'm afraid I can't answer that for you, Boyd. While smirking at him. Now tell me it's not at least sus. Come on. Come on. I mean, it could be a red herring. They could be trying to mess with us. But come on. I mean, really? Like, why couldn't he just say, I think you know the answer to that, Boyd, or something, that instead of saying, I think you know the answer or whatever, he could have still been cryptic and said, like, I think you and I both know the answer or whatever. He says, I can't answer that. I'm afraid I can't answer that for you, Boyd. Why? Why would you phrase it that way? It's sinister, it's creepy, and if he's part of the entity, of course he can't answer that for him. He's not going to be able to tell him. And Boyd was implying that Khatri is the same as the Abby entity, that he's starting to think that Khatri is the same. That thing, he was referring to Abby as that thing, and then he said, what are you? So at the very least, we know Boyd is questioning it, and he thinks maybe Khatri is some kind of entity. And that's undeniable. You have to at least admit that Boyd is wondering. And you can still say he's part of Boyd's conscience, and I completely understand the argument for that. I get it. He was his moral compass in life, and it could just be him kind of working through things and talking to himself. But the fact that Boyd looks at him and questions that maybe he's an entity, that it makes me wonder. It makes me think it's more likely that he's part of the entity. In this episode, he appears with a chessboard. Chess is a predominant theme of the series, and he's sitting there with a chessboard. Sitting there with a chessboard and trying to get Boyd to take his advice, and I don't think it's very good advice either. Lying to Kenny is not good advice. We saw what happened because Boyd didn't tell Kenny the truth, and he had to hear it from Sara. I mean, there was no way you're going to keep Sarah's mouth shut. Sara is a big mouth. It was bad advice. If he was going to hear the truth,
she doesn't quite protect herself. She just kind of blurts everything out. She's honest.
Yeah.
I mean, give her that. She's honest.
Khatri did not take into account the fact that Sara could, Sara is not trustworthy, and Sara wasn't going to keep her mouth shut. So keeping a lid on this secret was not a viable option, and it would have been better if Boyd had heard it from, if Kenny had heard it from Boyd and not Sara. So this was even more of a betrayal, because it's like, okay, when were you going to tell me this? Boyd says, I was going to tell you. Kenny says, when were you going to tell me? So that's the cover up. It makes it even worse. The fact that Boyd didn't tell him. That was terrible advice. I think Khatri would have given him better advice if that were really him. Or if this were really Boyd's internal Khatri voice giving him the kind of advice that Khatri would have given him. And it's just not good advice. So I just, I don't trust that. And when Boyd wasn't listening to Khatri, he gets up, follows Boyd across the room, and points a chess piece at him. To me, it's always felt like that is the entity openly mocking Boyd in his face by pointing a chess.
Right? It was a rook.
It's a rook. It's a bloody rook. He picks up the bloody rook and he points it at Boyd. Boyd wasn't listening, and Boyd starts walking away. And I believe this also ties into my theory on how this whole show works. I think that there are two forces at work here, and it's operating like a game of chess. One side is bringing people into this place to help in some way, to try to break the endless cycle. And the other side is bringing people in to hurt others, to manipulate them. And so again, it's like a game of chess. And if he's part of the entity, well, it would sure make sense for him to appear with a chessboard. And as Boyd is not listening to him, he picks up a chess piece, follows him across the room, points it at him. Boyd then stares at the chess piece, and this chess piece is covered in Kenny's father's blood. And it seems like that's what finally convinces him. He looks at the chess piece, picks it up, follows him across the room. This just is super sus to me. See that he's pointing it at him, and Boyd is looking at it. They use things like this as symbolism in the show. Why is he here with the chessboard? If he's just part of Boyd's conscience, why is he there with the chessboard? Boyd didn't have the whole chessboard in there. That chessboard wasn't there. All he had was that one rook. At the end of season 1, episode 2, after Kenny's father died, Kenny handed him this bloody rook. Boyd took it back to the sheriff's office and put it on his desk. That chessboard wasn't there. Now, as we do the rewatch, I'm going to be looking and watching. But correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think that chessboard is in his office. Just the rook. So, what's the chessboard doing there? And if this place is operating like a game of chess, why is it there? You could say maybe he's a good entity, though. Maybe he's representative of a good entity, and that's why he's there with the. I think there's a good side, or not necessarily good versus evil, but one side wanting to help end the cycle and help the people as much as possible. The other side wanting to end it. I mean, wanting to continue it, to continue the suffering. Yeah, the chess is highly symbolic. And this is the moment he convinces Boyd to keep his mouth shut, or keep his effing mouth shut, as he puts it, by doing this. It's like manipulating him. Now, maybe it's a red herring. Maybe they just decided to use chess in this scene because chess is a predominant theme of the show, and it's nothing more than that. And it could be, but that's how I've always read the scene. But I keep my eyes open for new clues every time he appears. There was one scene in season 3 that bolstered my argument, like I said, the one we were just talking about. I'm afraid I can't answer that for you, Boyd. That scene. But then there's the scene where he tries to convince Boyd not to torture Elgin, which I think was good advice. And that scene made me question my existing theory. So I'm going to continue to keep my eyes on this entity. And I don't have confirmation bias. So when I have doubts, I'll admit I have doubts. And eventually, if we get more evidence, then maybe I'll change my theory. But for now, I'm team entity. What are you, Scarlet? What do you think he is?
I don't know. In a roundabout way, I could see him being a ghost because he does have that rook, and the rook is a sign of the guardian.
Okay.
Which if Boyd thinks he's a guardian, it could be his subconscious saying he has to guard and protect everyone.
Okay.
But he could also be, part of the entity as well. I mean, I don't know.
Huh?
I always see it. I see one way, then I see the other. Almost episode to episode.
Well, I know, right? And it's difficult because I do keep an open mind. And like I said, I did see that final scene with Ghost Khatri in season 3, and it made me question my existing theory. So, like we're fed information that's meant to be confusing. It's not meant to be clear. It's ambiguous for a reason. It's a mystery. So I'm glad it's not obvious. I continue to keep an open mind. And what you just said, that makes sense too. Maybe he's some kind of lingering energy or spirit. And that rook, we've both agreed that this rook may represent Boyd himself. Like maybe he's representative of the rook chess piece on the board. So, and it's bloodstained, and there's a lot of symbolism here with this. So it could be that, it's kind of, like the lingering energy of Khatri reminding him of his role. Like, this is what you need to be for this place. So it could be that too. Or Boyd imagined the whole damn thing, including the chessboard being there. And it's, so not only did he project Khatri there, but he projected the chessboard into the scene. It could be all in Boyd's head.
I always thought originally it was the worms doing it.
The worms, yeah.
But then the worms went away and he still was doing it, so.
Oh, I was so glad that they brought him back for season 3. I love that they kept him around. I love this actor. He's amazing. He's so freaking good. And their dynamic is one of my favorite parts of the series. They're so good together. You know, all the, you know, you're still the worst fucking priest. It's just so great. So I'm so glad they kept him around and we can continue to. I love having these discussions on seeing what people think. In fact, let's see where people are at in the poll right now. Oh, we have to reload the page to do it, but yeah, I enjoy seeing what people think. So if everything were clear cut, then well, it would be boring and we wouldn't be here still dissecting it and talking about it all the time. So this is the mark of a great mystery box show, that it's still ambiguous 3 seasons in. They've answered a lot of questions, but there are still many lingering questions, and that's the fun of it for me. I'm not in a big hurry for everything to be answered. Honestly, I'm not. I don't want everything to be spelled out. I like to continue theorizing. Theory crafting is the best part for me. It's the most fun aspect of all of this. And it's almost loaded. Come on, come on, come on, come on. My Wi-Fi was supposed to be faster, damn it. Okay, here it is. So we have right now, I'm surprised here. It's quite a split actually. 30%. So the highest number here is 30%, and it is 30% for lingering energy / trapped ghost. I could see that. I could see that, you know. It makes sense, especially like what Robert said with what Jade said in season 3 about how energy can linger, you know. So maybe like that's what he was saying, like maybe Tabitha was feeling Miranda's lingering energy. This is before Tabitha realized that she actually was Miranda. But yes, so that's still, regardless of that, I still think that there could be spirits trapped. I believe there are spirits trapped in there, the spirits of people who died. Who's to say that they can't become visible like this? That they might be able to appear to people. It's possible. I do wonder about that though, because if they can appear to people, how come we're not seeing that a little bit more? Like what? Why? Like why did this is what makes me question it too. Why did Ghost Abby? Why did the Abby voice have to speak to Boyd through a voice in Sarah's head in the woods? A lot of us believe that was the real Abby speaking in Sarah's head to Boyd. If the real Abby could just appear and talk to him, then why doesn't she? Why is it just this evil one? I don't know.
Or where is Ghost Tilly? And where is Ghost Kenny's mom's ghost? Because I want to see that.
Yeah, me too. I want Ghost Tian Chen. I want Ghost Dale.
Yeah, Ghost Dale, exactly.
Oh yeah, we need that. So yeah, that's something that makes me question the ghost thing now that I think about it. If that's the case, then well, why was Ghost Abby evil as hell? If that's the real Abby, and if we are to believe, as a lot of us do believe, that the ghost Abby in Sarah's head saying, "Tell Mr. Fish and Loaves I was wrong. There are things out here worse than the monsters." I think that was really her voice, which would imply that she can't physically appear to him, like in visual form. So that makes me question it, but that's the winning answer at the moment with 30%, and 25% said Boyd's conscience / inner voice. 25% said other. Explain in the chat. I will look at the chat. And 20% said part of the big bad or the entity. So it's very close between the 4 things, actually. Very close. Let's see. Let me see what else you guys have said here. Hey, Shorty won't. I wish it was purgatory. I don't hear that very much. Most people say they don't want that. But hey, different strokes. Yeah, they did debunk it though. They debunked that one. Michael says you have the voices Abby hears, but it's unclear whether they're trapped souls who died there. Or I mean Sara? Yeah. Whether they're trapped there or died there, the monsters or yeah. It's unclear who or what the hell is talking to Sara. What are those voices in her head? That's a huge mystery of the show. Why are there multiple voices speaking to her, telling her to, to kill people? And yeah, like I have a hard time with that. I believe the spirits of the deceased can talk to her, but are some of them evil and telling her to kill people? Or maybe they're telling her to do this for the greater good, and this really did need to be done, and Ethan needed to go. It's possible. I'm serious. I'm not kidding. Like, if what if Ethan is destined to become something that needed to be taken out? It's possible. So anyway, yeah, who are those voices in her head? I don't know. Like, that's a huge mystery. Nathan had talked about when people die, their fears may become part of the place. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because he fears cicadas.
Yeah. David said Father Khatri is like Boyd's moral authority, and Abby is part of the entity / shadow. It's probably why he doesn't recognize the shadow entity. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully Jim Ghost coming. Pause. Pause on that. Yeah. I think Jim is coming. Pause. Boyd as Khatri, Jade as the barkeep. Hard to say if they're legit ghosts trying to help, manifestations of conscience, or the entity messing with them. Right. Yeah, it see, like the fourth option, I was thinking about putting as a fourth option just like some other, there could be like another entity, like some other, not the big bad, but some other entity talking to them. That's possible too, just like a shape-shifting entity. But I figured I'd just put down other so you could write in the chat if you have a different idea. Martin, that would be awesome. Robert, yeah. Oh man, if he got to talk to both his parents, that would be crazy. I think we have a good shot of Ghost Tan Shen, because think about it. Kenny's lost everything now.
Mm-hmm.
How can you torture him now unless you do this? There's nothing else you can do to the poor guy. So they're gonna bring up all the feels by bringing back Ghost Tan Shen, I think, and that's all that's left that you can really do in terms of hurting Kenny. And we know the show loves to screw with Kenny, so as we see in this episode.
Mm-hmm.
And the showrunners have said it's because Ricky, he is such an amazing actor.
Mm-hmm.
They kept throwing more at him because he did such a phenomenal job after his father's death on the show. So it's all his fault for being too damn good, Ricky.
It's more tragedy.
He gets more tragedy. All his fault that this place hates Kenny so much.
Poor lettuce. Like, he was so happy with the lettuce tragedy.
The lettuce. I know. That happiness was so short-lived. Kenny and his lettuce. Sweet Kenny. Sweet Kenny. Ryan thinks Abby is part of the big bad, but the ghosts of Tom and Khatri are some other benevolent force, perhaps influenced by the boy in white. Right, like that's like the fourth option I was going to put down. Like maybe some other force, a shape-shifting force. So that's possible. Nightman, hello again. He was here earlier too. Dieter should be awake for work right now unless he's still sick and has called it off. Dieter just can't shake this. He's still been sick, but I think he's going back to work. Robert says, I suspect more people are reincarnated besides Tabi and Jade, and my theory is too long to post, but the ghosts are souls lingering in From until they are reincarnated. Yep, that's Robert's newest theory. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, with the flickering lights indicating. That was the same one, right? Indicating
Yep.
reincarnation.
Yeah, flickering lights indicate people who are reincarnated. Yeah. Very cool. I come here for the double D's. Deep dives are great. Oh, jeez. Thank you. Dieter's real sick right now. Oh, no. Damn. That sucks. He just can't shake this thing. He's been on antibiotics for
What is that exactly?
He's had a sinus infection, and it's just not going away. It's just really bad, I think, sinus infection. Yeah, I haven't even heard from him since yesterday morning, which is very unusual. That's not good. I hope he's okay. Hopefully he's just getting some sleep right now that he needs. He's been on antibiotics for days. That should have gotten rid of this by now. Anyway, This Way Gone, Bill Chill says, a thematic title that indicates a shift or change in the storyline or direction of the characters. Okay. Michael says, seems like evil Abby in the dungeon dimension was pretty clearly an avatar of the entity, so maybe Khatri and Barkeep are too, unless they're not. Yeah, it could be. So it's hard to say. It seems like the Barkeep ghost was trying to help when he saw Jade, told Jade to sober up if he wants to figure this thing out. So it's hard to say if he's evil or legit helping. But if he was referring to Jade like completely sobering up and not smoking pot, I would say that's not helpful, because Jade calms down and can think more clearly after he's, chilled his manic brain with some pot. So I don't know. It could go either way with that, whether it was helpful advice or not. Doc said, I agree. I thought that was suspicious and creepy too. I think the ghosts are bad and probably aren't ghosts. So a bad entity. Okay. Khatri and Abby, two voices in his head. Or the entity is their consciousness. Could be. David. The rook represents a chariot reflecting its swift and powerful movement. Symbolically means stability, protection, and strong foundation. Well, that certainly fits Boyd. Bill Chill, thanks for that context, because that certainly fits. The rookery is where they keep crows. Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
really?
I was gonna say rook is another word for crow too. To put it
No
that
shit.
perspective. Yep.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah.
Maybe Kenny gave him the whole set to set him off. Maybe Kenny gave the whole set to him off screen. Sorry, I can't read. Maybe there could be, but we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to watch and see if that appears in any other normal scene. I'll be looking to see if that's still in the room. Hey, AA. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Lost had checkers from as chess. Yes, David. And some I've heard argue that if they do this, if I'm correct in how things operate, that it's too similar to Lost. I wouldn't know because I'm still on season 5.
Yeah.
So I'll let you know when I get there, when I finish Lost. But I have heard that that's how Lost works. Two sides bringing people there for opposing purposes, light versus dark kind of thing. The rook's design as a tower or castle, along with its ability to move across long distances along ranks and files, suggests its role as a strong defensive piece. That makes sense, Bill, for Boyd, for sure.
You can also castle the king, too. You can jump over the king and protect him.
Okay.
Yeah.
David says two sides, black versus white. I need to learn how to play chess.
You don't know
I started to learn many years ago, and I just never got around to finishing. Like, I didn't have enough people in my life who wanted to play games. Like, I love playing games. I love board games, and I would have loved to, play chess more and learn it, but I just didn't really have
Yeah, I
anybody to.
played against a computer because nobody in my family wanted to play chess. So I learned how through playing a computer.
Oh, maybe I could find a virtual one online and play it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to
Oh, and
play
now
board
I
games.
play against 10-year-olds, and I win.
Yeah, nice. There
Take
you
that,
go.
10-year-old.
Nice.
Nice opening gambit, 10-year-old.
Yeah.
They actually are, though. They're actually pretty smart at the Montessori school. I'm not gonna say it. They're not.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, no. Kids can be really good at that, like kids are sponges and they can be very good at difficult games like that. Amy said, I never thought about the rook like that as a chariot. It makes sense though, since it moves so powerfully and can cover a lot of ground. I had no idea it symbolized stability and protection too, like a kind of solid foundation on the board. It's interesting how much deeper meaning behind the pieces go. Do you think that changes how we should play with the rook? Yeah, probably. I would say so. Yeah. The rook's movement is limited to straight lines, reflecting the fixed nature of its role in defending and controlling specific areas of the board. Thank you for all this context, Bill, because I don't know about any of this stuff, so that's really interesting.
Yeah, the rook can move like all the way down the board, one way or the other, like horizontal and vertical.
Mm,
So it can cover a lot of space on the board.
yeah. Yes. And there are, I can't tell. I wish I had like higher definition images, but there are two other pieces laying there that were
Yeah,
right
I think
next
I
to them.
tried to do this too, and I couldn't figure out what they were.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna. Yeah, I'm not even gonna try because I know it'll be too blurry to see what these two are down here.
And
But there
plus, the
were two.
desk is about the same color too, so that doesn't help.
No, it doesn't help. So I can't see what they are. Um, yeah, Samuel. Yeah, let us know if you find anything there when you pay attention to the arrangement of the chess pieces. Um, Doc says, nah, everything in this show is super clear cut. The show is obviously a reimagining of the 1988 game of the Red Sox versus the Yankees. Okay.
He figured out from. Now all of us can go home now.
Yeah, it's
Cool.
enough to talk about, guys. We're all
Yeah,
done. We're done
he
here.
won. He fixed it.
Solved it. AA says, I think all the ghosts of the people that died are the big bad putting on a disguise. I even think the boy in white is the big bad in disguise. Oh wow. Okay. I think all of the ghost entities are the big bad in disguise. I think the boy in white is something separate, but we'll see. Father Khatri is the boy in white. He's sus AF. Okay. If you think the boy in white is evil, yes, but the thing of it is, the man in yellow is clearly evil. So how many evil entities are there then? If like I know that some people think there's more than one evil entity, and I've heard the theory that the man in yellow is the boy in white, but at a later stage. So, but now that we have time travel and all, so I don't know. I think we have our evil one, and it's the man in yellow. And I've just seen way too much evidence that the boy in white is a helpful entity in season 3, in my opinion. But that's a whole other debate. David says it makes more sense for the apparition to be in their consciousness. Like, oh yeah, yeah, but this is from. Do things have to make more sense here? Does anything make that much sense here? It's Fromville, so Martin says I voted ghosts, but I want to change my mind to entity. I thought this might happen because that people might want to change their vote if I put it up early. Because Tom isn't really helping Jade when it comes to the symbol. He's wasting his time, if anything, because it's just a symbol. Well, actually, Tom tells him that Tom tells him a bunch of bullshit too, because he says maybe the numbers in these bottles don't mean anything. Well, clearly they did. Okay, so here's another point for Team Entity. Remember, Tom said maybe these numbers are just something someone put up in these trees because they thought they meant something, but they don't mean anything at all. Maybe they don't mean anything. Well, guess what? The numbers were the key to unlocking Jade and Tabitha's long history of past lives. Those numbers in those bottles were the key to getting that revelation. And I think that revelation of their past lives, that is essential to breaking the cycle and solving all this. If they hadn't done that, I don't think they could have gotten any further in this. This was essential. That's why the kids keep saying Enkui, which means remember. They need them to remember, and now they've remembered their past lives. So why did Ghost Tom tell Jade that the numbers might not mean anything and he's wasting his time? Answer me that one, chat. I would say that to you. Answer me that. Why? Now, you could say that maybe this was just Jade doubting himself, and I could understand that. So it's not literally Tom, so maybe it was just Jade talking to himself and doubting himself. But Jade was legit arguing with Tom over it, though. He was yelling at him. So it's like, if that was just Jade doubting himself, well, I don't know. I don't buy it, because Jade was getting really worked up. He's convinced that the numbers mean something and that they matter. He just couldn't figure out what they were. So, yeah, I don't think Ghost Tom was there to help at all, and I don't think it's part of Jade's conscience. You guys are reminding me now of all the reasons I think they're part of the entity. The Rookery restaurant in Macon, Georgia. I don't know if I'm saying that right. During an era that saw Jimmy Carter ascend to the White House, and their own Capricorn Records release hit after hit, making music history. Oh, cool. David said the devil and angel on the shoulders, or so yeah, Abby and Ghost Khatri could represent like the devil and the angel on the shoulders. I can see that in a symbolic way. That totally makes sense. Yeah. Because he's the only one who sees two ghost entities, and one seems like it's trying to help, maybe. The other seems harmful. Amy says, I think these things are entities, aliens, or monsters like the boy in white and the man in yellow. I agree. Michael says, unless it meant kill the boy in white. I've heard that theory too. And honestly, I know that sounds impossible, but is it any stranger of a concept? Kill the boy in white. Is that any weirder than the idea of save the children when it comes to these Nkui kids who are already deceased? It's just the inverse of that. It's the boy in white and the Nkui kids are these ephemeral entities that are clearly not alive. They're not living children. So it's not such a strange idea. Kill the boy in white, save the Nkui kids. Both concepts are seemingly impossible. So it could mean kill the boy in white. That it could be. So it could have been an evil force putting that on her arm, if the boy in white is helpful. There are a lot of ifs in this show. Too many ifs. Anyway, let's see. Amy says there's a group of them, and the kimono lady, yeah, that's another entity. There are a lot of entities in the show. Ethan being in the diner sure made it seem like Ethan was the target, but the voices don't seem to always know which person to kill, like they had her kill Toby instead of Jade, and missed there too. Right, Michael, that could have been a mistake. It could have been. It's a theory that does make sense. And yeah, just because Ethan was in the diner doesn't mean that was the intended target. Yes, thank you, Panda Kalima. Please hit the like button, guys, if you haven't hit the like yet. Martin says it's going to be tough to figure out if Ghost Tian Shen is good or bad because she frowns at people she likes. That's a great point. Oh, no, this is going to muddy the waters even more. Oh, man, if we have more ghost entities, we're really going to be, oh my God, getting out the magnifying glass nonstop on these things. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Maybe they won't add more ghosts because it'll just get too confusing and just too much. we saw these apparitions in Lost as well with, yeah, that's right, David, with Jack's father. That's true. Jack's father, he kept popping up again. And I still don't know what that means either, by the way. I don't know what that means yet. I haven't finished Lost, but we'll see. Lingering or lurking like some of us. Panda Kalima started out as a lurker here and came out of the bushes. Shout out to all the lurkers listening right now. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for your support. I see you, even though I can't literally see you.
I sense you.
I sense you.
My goat
Hey,
sense it too.
Hey, Alexis. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. I'm sure you're really busy filling those orders and doing amazing work as always on your beautiful, beautiful dolls. She's not taking orders right now, but I'm sure she will be again when she has the time, maybe next month or something. So keep an eye on her Instagram page if you're interested in getting a crochet doll of one of the From characters from Alexis. And eventually she will be able to take orders again. Teeter may have cordyceps. Oh no, I hope not.
No.
Please, no. 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 AA says I want them to show us people in the real world looking for these missing people in Fromville. That's what you were saying, Scarlet, too.
Yeah. I would have liked more of that. That was kind of like a tease that never really happened.
And Annie
Like
says
with Tabi's mom, like Tabi called her mom, like there was nothing, no follow through with that.
right. AA says the same as you know, like AA wants to see a private investigator with all their pictures up on a board trying to connect the dots, especially since Acosta went missing with the paramedics. I know the police are on it. Yeah, and Tabitha's probably now a wanted woman. They probably think Tabitha like took out her whole family, and now Henry, Acosta, and the paramedics too.
Took the whole thing.
If Tabitha ever gets out again, she's gonna be arrested for a lot of
crime spree.
Yeah, they're gonna think she's a serial killer. Here's why I think they didn't do it though, and I kind of like that they didn't do it. I think they didn't do it because they want to preserve the theory crafting over whether or not Camden, Maine, whether or not it was even real. They want people to speculate. And if you show a third person view of that, not through the eyes of one of our characters, you just show that, then that will ruin that. That would ruin the theory crafting on that particular area. People would know, okay, that was real then. It wasn't in Tabitha's head. It wasn't a Fromville level 2.
Yeah, but then Acosta and Henry, they were real people, though.
True, but what if they were pulled in? I mean, I'm just playing devil's advocate. I don't believe this. I don't believe this, but suppose that was a Fromville level 2 that trapped them there, and they were living there and trapped it. Who knows? I personally don't think that theory holds water. It doesn't make sense at all because of Henry and Acosta. That's the main reason it doesn't make sense. If they were trapped, wouldn't they know it? They would know it.
Or the teenage girls that had a picture, like a alleged picture of Tabi, or Tabi made a call on their phone.
Yeah. I think it's kind of interesting. Huh?
Yeah. Oh, I just said etc.
I think it's kind of cool though that they're not showing us the world unless it's through the eyes of one of our characters. It makes it more mysterious. It keeps us in the world of the show and trapped with them and trying to figure things out with them. I like that we're not seeing an outside view of it personally, but that's me. David says the idea that a second voice or a voice other than one's own in one's head is a sign of the trouble began with Adam and Eve as a metaphorical interpretation. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Cool. Oh my god. Oh my god, KoalaTea is in the chat. Holy shit. I missed it. Oh my god. Oh my god, and I missed it. Damn. Oh, this was like how long ago? Shit. Oh wait, no, he's still here. Is he still here? Yeah, he's still here. KoalaTea, thank you so much. Oh my God, you are so kind. Thank you so much. This is my co-host Scarlet here. Um, we cover all kinds of shows together. We started doing this last September. I started the channel and she came on board as my co-host doing these live streams on From and Severance, and then now I'm covering The Last of Us, but we're doing a rewatch of From, and I was shouting you out earlier. I put your channel up on screen to show everybody, even though I have a small little platform here, but I just wanted to do what I can anyway. At least I put one person onto the channel. I got Big Heck over there. Oh, you are the sweetest. Thank you so much. Thank you for popping into the chat. This dude is the real deal. Seriously, like he is like just unbelievably kind and generous to support other content creators. It's rare. I've experienced, I haven't been in this for long, but I've dealt with cutthroat content creators who view other people as just threats or just don't give a shit. And he goes out of his way to lift up other content creators. He sees content creators in his chat. If it sounds like a channel name, he types it in and he puts it up on the screen.
Nice.
He's just a good-hearted dude, a beautiful soul, and goddamn hilarious too. Oh my God. And that's like therapy for me. I can't tell you how much I need humor in my life. He's got great takes on, I mean, rap, Kendrick. I'm obsessed with Kendrick, so now I'm binging all his old Kendrick stuff that I missed before I found his channel. And he's just the real deal. His live, just seeing what a good human being he is, it just melted my heart. And so I can't say enough kind words about this guy, and I can't thank him enough. And whatever I can do in return in my tiny little way, but with my small platform here, I just wanted to do so. So I was happy to see my friend Big Heck went over there and was enjoying his live. Because Big Heck, Big Heck is who put me on to Kendrick in the first place, and yeah, there are a lot of rap fans in this community. There's a lot of Kendrick fans and rap fans in my. I don't have a large community, but for some reason, the people who watch these shows, a lot of them happen to love Kendrick Lamar. I don't know what it is, but it has nothing to do with anything. We're covering TV shows, but yeah, I don't know. Well, Kendrick is just that good. He's got fans everywhere in every fan community, even for TV. So yeah, I was glad to see my friend Big Heck over there supporting KoalaTea. He deserves everything. He deserves the world. Like, I hope to see his channel explode and have 1 million subscribers. And he's doing amazing now. I want to see him I want to see him explode even more, because nobody deserves it more than him. I've dealt with so many unkind, nasty people in my day-to-day life. So when I see a kind soul and I experience kindness, I don't take that for granted. I have to give that all the respect. Seriously. Well, I believe me, I appreciate you. You have no idea the toxic content creators I've had to deal with when I started my channel. I've dealt with a lot of bullying and toxic people. So when I see somebody like you who's just kind and generous and trying to support each other, you went out of your way to check out my channel and my videos and leave me feedback to help me make my life easier and make me feel less discouraged, help me grow my channel. I can't thank you enough for that. Seriously, you just met me. So, I mean, we don't know each other. I came out of nowhere and he did this for me. So you're the real deal. And I appreciate you. So I'm gonna keep on shouting his channel out every chance I get. So maybe when From season 4 comes back and we get more people in the chat, I'll have a bigger platform. I'm gonna continue to shout this guy out. I'm gonna be like the way I am with Doug's stuff, promoting his stuff too. When From was on and we had new episodes every week, we had over 100 people in the chat watching our lives. So I'm hoping for the same when From season 4 comes back. Our max was 167 people watching, and so I'm hoping, maybe next season we can even crack 200. That would be awesome. That's my goal. I'm gonna hope and shoot for maybe getting over 200 in the chat next season for season 4. And when I do that, you can damn well be sure I'm going to be promoting awesome people like KoalaTea at the same time, because he deserves it. Thank you, KoalaTea. Man, I'm like, I've got stage fright now with you in the chat. I'm like completely thrown for a loop here. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, my face is getting hot. Oh, I'm getting tongue-tied. I'm tongue-tied. Yeah. We had a peak of 167, and we on average it was in the 140s. And that was the first show we ever covered. I was a brand new channel. I think I just got lucky. I don't know. I got lucky and I hit the algorithm right, and I had some strong support from my friend Tony Teflon, and Jeremy Eisenfire helped me get my first 100 subs, and so some content creators helped me and gave me some advice, so I had that advantage. But other than that, I think I got lucky. Not a lot of people cover From compared to other series. It was a hot show, but not as many people cover the show as say Severance and other shows. And it was blowing up, and I think I managed to hit the algorithm and got lucky. So that was our first show. It's nothing has been as big since then, but we're gonna keep on plugging away, and even with a smaller chat like this, it's awesome. We have amazing conversations, and this is my lifeline. I mean, I'd be lost without this community. So I can't thank all of you enough. Seriously. Everybody who shows up for these lives for a show that's not even airing new episodes right now. And we are going to get into the episode breakdown. Anyway, yeah. KP, hey KP, nice to see you. We're just breaking down the episode tonight, KP, rather than a call in. Maybe next time we do a call in. I promise you, I will put it in the chat. But if we do call in tonight, we'll never get this episode broken down, which we need to do. Anyway, oh man, I'm gonna try and get my thoughts back together. I think Robert was saying good night. Oh, I got KoalaTea in the shot. I was not expecting that.
You had to fan yourself a little bit.
Yeah, I'm like, oh my God, I'm totally thrown now. Holy shit. Oh man, in a good way. Good way. Oh man, I'm just like, because he's just like, he's such a pro. He's such a pro, and I'm just out here. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm just, I'm doing this because I love it. I'm doing my best, but he is a pro. I think I saw Robert saying goodnight to people, but I don't see Robert. I don't see Robert's goodnight message, but Robert said, I cannot say it enough. It warms my heart, my friend, to hear you say the boy in white is on team good. Robert spent the entire summer trying to convince me of this. We theory crafted every night in the Discord, and Robert was trying to, I mean, not in a pushy way, but we would just have really interesting discussions together. He's never pushy, but he would make his case for it. And I was dead set against it. I thought the boy in white was evil as hell. And season 3 changed my mind. So Robert, yes, I am completely in agreement with you on that now. I always keep an open mind. That's why I say, if this Ghost Khatri, if I see evidence that changes my mind, I'll change my theory. But with Boy in White, I watched season 3. I cannot say anything other than the Boy in White is on team good, ambiguous. Like Robert always said, it's ambiguous though, because is not purely good. I think the boy in white is bringing people there to town to try to help the other residents who are trapped and to try to break the cycle. But in doing so, he's causing damage to those people he's bringing to town to help. So it's helping the greater good, but it's harming those people that he has to bring to town. It's like, in my opinion, Boyd. I think Boyd is being brought to town to help, and people like Khatri. So that would make the boy in white ambiguously good, helpful, in my opinion. And what he did to Tabitha, I mean, shoving her out the lighthouse window. She got injured, that was a traumatic experience. She got sent away from her family, but it was ultimately to help her. That convinced me, watching season 3, that was a helpful thing. She got to meet the person she was married to in a past life, learn about her past, learn about her own past life from him, get insight from that, see all the painting she did as Miranda. And then it laid the groundwork for her to figure out who she is and get those memories back that had been buried for so long. So I think that was a helpful thing. And that's a big reason why I changed my mind. It was him trying to lead people gradually toward the truth, changing his tactics, rather than dumping the truth on them, like apparently he did to Christopher in the 1978 cycle in that flashback. It didn't go well. So he told Victor in a scene when he was chopping down the bottle tree, or trying to, he told Victor, I think it's better if you learn for yourselves, and walked away. And all he would say is, don't chop down that tree. More evidence that he's helpful, in my opinion. That tree represents the hope of the children who were sacrificed there. They were sacrificed. So, and the story was that they were told a story that gave them hope. They poured their hope into the roots. The roots became the tree. And that we're to assume that's the bottle tree. It represents the hope of the children. It also is a portal to the outside world. So at least it was for Tabitha. So that's a helpful thing, telling him don't chop down that tree. That's a helpful thing, saying, I think it's best that you learn for yourselves. Yes, in the moment it's frustrating, but he's using this as his strategy now, because he tried telling Christopher a lot of detail, and Christopher started snapping and saying, this place lies, everything lies. And something went bad. We don't know what Christopher did, but it was bad enough for Miranda to hide her kids from him. So, it had to be bad. He was losing his mind. Boy in White is just changing his tactics now. So I'm with Robert on that. I'm with Robert. This is a great example of how I let the evidence lead me. I don't cling to my confirmation bias. And it will be the same with Ghost Khatri if I see things in season 4 that change my mind. So we'll see. Hey, Adorned by Charisse. Nice to see you. And KoalaTea, if you're still listening, I cannot recommend this show enough. Highly recommend. It's amazing. It's one of the best shows I've ever seen. I think it's a freaking masterpiece. And a lot of Kendrick fans, for some reason, happen to watch this show. So who knows? Maybe there's some kind of weird connection there or appeal. It has nothing whatsoever to do with rap music in any way. But yeah, it's an amazing show. So, okay, what else did I miss in the chat before we dive back into the episode? Let's see. Anything else here? So Robert said both Abby and Tabi had dreams of From as little girls. I posit that only those souls that are reincarnated have dreams or connections to From. What is that? ITRW. What is that? What does ITRW mean? I don't know, but e.g. Elgin and Bakta. Okay, interesting stuff. Yes, I like that theory. Robert. Panda Kalima, yes. I had Koala's channel up on screen showing everybody. So I hope more people will check it out. Even I can't do much with my platform at the moment, with smaller chats at the moment, but hey, whatever I can do, even if I can just throw a few more people Koala's way, I'll do whatever I can. Hey, with Alice, nice to see you. Samuel says you can play online ranked chess and do puzzles to develop your skills in searching for the best moves. Cool. See, look at him in the chat, saying hi to people and being kind and empathetic. See, this is why I can't say enough about my appreciation for this guy, because I experienced so much nastiness and cruelty from just this life in general and from people. So when I see a good human being kind, I just want to support and express appreciation in every possible way. Michael says rooks move in straight lines any distance, either horizontally or vertically. Bishops move diagonally on either the black or white squares. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to learn how to do that. Martin says, I explained why Locke told Jack that they need to lie, but about the island in Discord too. It's because the man in the cabin told Locke to do that. Right. I'll have to look at that, Martin. Sorry, I missed that. I missed your response on that. Thank you for alerting me to that. I will check it out. Bill Chill says most likely that is a fallen bishop while Ghost Khatri is speaking. Ooh. Gotta be symbolic of something. So, David says he told him to sober up, which helped. Maybe. Unless he was talking about the pot, which would not help. Anyway, Michael says if Tom is just Jade's own conscience, he'd know what Jade knows, so he wouldn't necessarily know that the numbers mean anything. True. Jade could have been just kind of arguing with himself. Anyway, what else? Did I miss anything else I need to highlight here? AA says, I wonder if Thomas will be reincarnated. I know we talked about if other people would be reincarnated, except Jade and Tabitha, and I think there will be some more reincarnated people. I never thought of that, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. Could be. Maybe. Let's see. The boy in white is so sinister. I was even smiling after the massacre happened when he first met Victor. No, he wasn't smiling to be welcoming and friendly. He's evil. I know it looks like that. I know how it looks. Dude was smiling, grinning among a bunch of corpses, and it looked sinister as hell on a merry-go-round. I know. But I would have to argue that he was trying to distract young Victor from all the carnage around him and comfort him. That's what I have to say on that. Anyway. What else here? Ryan says there does seem to be a lot of misdirection coming from Khatri, which definitely is sus. I'm not sure if I can say the same for Ghost Tom though. Yeah, it's a little tricky. I know. It's not quite the same, but Muncher Luncher, yeah, the numbers did mean something, and Jimbo figured it out. He's OP. Yeah, Jim did. He did. Lurker, smash that like button. Yes, please. Please do. Yes. What else here? Tabitha is most likely on the FBI's most wanted list. Yes, AA. I think so. KoalaTea, I don't know if you're still here, but I am using StreamYard, and I can pop up everybody's comments. I can click on them, and StreamYard puts them up on screen. So I am streaming to YouTube through StreamYard. I think you might use OBS from what I've seen. So with OBS, you probably can't. But StreamYard makes it a whole hell of a lot easier. I can tell you that. StreamYard is easy as hell. I know there are advantages to OBS, but I love StreamYard. It's user friendly, and I am not tech savvy at all. I don't know how you use OBS. It's crazy. It's so hard. I mean, I use OBS to screen record stuff. It's great for that, but I don't know how to stream through it. AA says the priest was so creepy. Like, how did he know the baby Tabitha lost Thomas was a boy, right? Exactly. How the hell did he know? How the hell did he know that was a boy? The priest was super sauce. Super sauce. What else? Let's see. David said, by the way, Scarlet, thanks for being the only one to laugh at my Yellow Jackets joke. Lottie plus Shauna equals a reason why the separation of church and state is a good idea. The one reading my comment read it too seriously. Okay, I think Scarlet stepped away for a minute. So, let's see. Oh, good, Martin. Hell yeah, Martin. Awesome. Yes, please check out KoalaTea's channel. Please, you will not regret it. Seriously, he is now my favorite reactor. And not just because he was so nice to me. I am obsessed with his videos. I'm going back and binging all his videos now. Any chance I get when I have the time in between working on this channel, I'm watching all his videos because I love him. He's hilarious. I love his breakdowns of Kendrick's songs, like as he was releasing them, his reactions to stuff. It's priceless. His sense of humor is the best. You'll love it. Trust me. Trust me on this. You're a Kendrick fan. You're gonna love his channel. I was always curious, how did you and Scarlet meet? Was it on YouTube, or were you guys already friends? We met actually through Discord. Jeremy Ice and Fire's Discord. We were in watch party chats together, and I mentioned that I had lost my co-host, first co-host, Sophie L, through some drama, content creator drama, like what I was alluding to earlier. I had some issues going on, and Scarlet volunteered to be my co-pilot and just mod for me and make sure nobody comes on my stream and flashes me or something, because I was going to do call-in shows. And you can't have people coming on flashing you. Trust me. That you can get your channel banned that way. But she volunteered to do that, and she just kind of fell into the co-host role. I put her on stage one day not knowing who she was because she changed her name on YouTube, and I just asked her stuff and she started talking, and the rest is history. She became my co-host. I know it seems like we must have been friends for a while because we're in each other's heads all the time, and we're so similar in the way we analyze these shows and stuff, but no, we just met last fall just by chance. I'm sure he's great, but his profile picture scares the ish out of me. His profile picture is funny as hell, just like him. I love it. I love it. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing to KoalaTea, Panda Kalima. Thank you so much. I'm way behind you guys. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up. They reckon koalas love getting high eating eucalyptus leaves on gum trees. Oh, yeah, David? Cool. Very cool. Michael just made some fun rap tracks for From. Nice. On Suno. Nice. We'll check it out. Michael. Hell yeah. All right. Okay, that was Robert's goodbye message. I couldn't find it earlier. There was Robert saying good night. Belated good night to Robert. David, I love 90s rap a lot. I think 90s rap was peak, but Kendrick is like the best thing going now. Seriously, Kendrick Lamar is phenomenal. He is the GOAT right now. He's the best rapper out there, hands down, if you ask me. So, hey, Rose Jones, you will hit your goal, Julie. Setting goals is the first step in turning the invisible into the visible. Well, thank you so much, Rose. I appreciate you. KoalaTea says, you already starting off better than me when I was at 1K subs. It's not luck. You know what you're doing. Thank you so much. That means the world to me to hear that from you. Thank you so much. God damn. Wow. Thank you. I'm like stuttering. I'm so nervous. Thank you so much. You are an amazing human being, and the kind words mean a lot coming from you. Truly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Panda Kalima. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, you got it, Doc. KoalaTea sounds like quality. Hell yes, it does. That's it. I love the name. KP, don't be offended. We don't do call-ins every time. I mean, if you want to pop on and just say hi, you can say hi. But we gotta break down the episode though, and that's just something Scarlet and I usually do together. And if we don't, we'll be on here till dawn, which is really bad for me. Trust me. Anyway, Kaiju Doctor going crazy. Doc is a character. Yeah, he's awesome. He's awesome. He's one of our collaborators. He collaborates with us on Friday nights. He has a channel too. I need a doctor. I need a doctor too. I need a decent doctor. We got nothing but lousy ass doctors around here in Rhode Island. I hate it. All my doctors have been useless to me, and I have pain conditions that make life really difficult. Thank you so much, Doc. Thank you for dropping the link. Dieter would have done that himself, but Dieter is not feeling well. So thank you, Doc. Thank you for dropping the link to KoalaTea's channel. Please check out his channel if you are into rap. Promise you're going to love it. Check it out. Subscribe. Please and thank you. He is awesome and he deserves it, and you will love his content. I can vouch for it. Scarlet, you back?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I was just about caught up here. Hey, Mitchy Mitch 74. Hi, I just released a new song yesterday. German rap, homemade living room production. Cool. That's cool. Hey, let me see if I can I'll see if I can give you a wrench so you can drop the link in the chat for people. And then we'll get into the breakdown of this episode because we need to do that. But just give me a minute, Mitchy Mitch. That's super cool, man. Martin, when Boyd lets new residents drive round and round to see for themselves, is the same like the boy same street? The boy in white took himself about revealing info too early. Oh, strategy. Same strategy. I got you. Yes, I agree with you. 100%. Michael says, my theory is that Tabi has visions because she is a reincarnation and has fragmentary connection to past lives. But Abby isn't, so her memories are actual memories of having been in Fromville. Right. Okay. So Abby was actually there as a child, you're thinking. That's a cool theory. Abby was thus Eloise. Nice. Like it. I like it. If she escaped with PTSD, amnesia, dissociative identity disorder, became Abby, stayed in real world because the last cycle ended, new cycle wouldn't start until Tabi Jade reached whatever age to get pulled in, at which point Abby got pulled back in. Just my theory. I'll see you later, Ryan. Great theory, Michael. I love that theory. Makes a whole lot of sense to me. She'd be the right age to be Victor's sister as well. And see you later, Ryan. Hope you can come back in a bit. We're going to get into the breakdown. David says, I wonder if we get any new arrivals next season or if it's all going to be flashbacks. I think they're going to continue with the tradition of one new arrival per season. I hope. But they can't do much. Nothing crazy. I don't think we're ever going to get a whole busload again. That would be too much. Our cast is already too bloated to fit enough of our people as it is. Give them enough screen time. But I think we'll probably get one new person and people will get killed off. There may be a massacre, I'm thinking, next season. So, well, we could get maybe a few new people to make up for the massacre, or at least one. That's what I'm predicting. Good morning, Dieter. I hope you're feeling better. We were worried about you. Amy said you were really sick, so I didn't know if she heard something more from you that I didn't. So, Doc said, "Oh, I thought Julie and Scarlet met on Grindr. That's how I met my fiance." No. So they were asking. Someone was asking how we met Scarlet, and I explained that whole situation. Oh my god. Sounds like, well, that's like a love story. Yeah. No, we did not meet on Grindr. Mitchie.
We totally
Mitchie
met on Grindr.
Nothing wrong with that, but we did not. No. Mitchie Mitch says, what would be a good ending for the show? I don't want it to be supernatural, I think. Not sure, but I'm leaning more toward AI/company ending. Toby knew, maybe. I
Not
don't
a
think.
flood?
I think there's going to be a flood at the end, and I think the answer to it all is going to be supernatural. I think it will be. I think everything that's led up to this, finding out that these people were reincarnated, Tabi and Jade, reincarnated from the very beginning. Now, damn! Now, if KoalaTea hears this, he's not gonna watch the show because he's gonna know all the answers. But I mean, they revealed that Tabi and Jade were reincarnated. They revealed that the monsters used to be human and were turned immortal, and they were turned into these monsters because they sacrificed their children for immortality. To me, that seems supernatural. Unless all of this is bullshit. I mean, that's possible that it's all made up and the whole thing is a simulation, and related to Jade's software company. That's valid. That's 100% a valid thing. It could be. I hope not. I'd rather it be real than a simulation. But different strokes. Some people like simulations. I do too, just not for this show, personally. I'd rather it not be at this point. For me, it would just ruin the emotional weight of everything we've seen if we find out that none of these people, like, let's say the people who died, they're just all out there alive somewhere and everyone's plugged into headsets. I'd be kind of disappointed, personally. But that's me. Hey, Kristi and Jellybean. Thank you, Doc, for dropping the link again to KoalaTea's channel. Thank you so much. I want to support this dude as much as possible, and I know we have a lot of rap fans here, even in my really small way. Whatever I can do, because he deserves it. Anyway, well, man, Dieter, you have like the longest headache ever. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Feel better. I hope you feel better soon. Take care of yourself. Maybe warm compresses on your head or cool compresses, something. That sucks. The sickness from The Last of Us, Dieter. It's certainly not going away anytime soon. Oh no, Scarlet's gone. Scarlet must have been trying to look something up, and then her Wi-Fi, kicks her off, or device rather. Many orphans were attracted to the military, so that could check out Abby as Eloise. Yeah. Or attracted to the military. Yeah, I could see that. Do you think we'll get Donna's backstory next season? Background story. I don't know. Maybe she might at least share a bit more and more. We could get to see that. I think that the fact that she went into such minute detail about her and her sister's story, I don't think we'll see it because it would be redundant at this point since they told us what happened, unless she lied. Maybe if there's a reveal that she lied and something else happened, then they could show us a flashback and show us the truth. But I think she was telling the truth, in my opinion. Anyway. Doc says I'm open to it being AI or sci-fi, but all the evidence so far has been supernatural stuff. I don't think there's been enough foreshadowing for sci-fi over supernatural. I could be wrong. I agree. I think the references to Jade's tech company are red herrings. Michael says, my thinking is they'll pull back the Anuk-Suk as spiritual guides home and either defeat the big bad or convince it to let them go and break the original bargain or curse somehow. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to say how they're going to break this cycle. I do think they're going to break it in the end. I just don't know how. That's what I can't predict. Yeah, it's okay, Dieter. There's always the replay that you can check out when you can. Don't feel bad that you have to miss stuff. You have a lot going on right now and you're still sick. So, I mean, you're always here, but you do have, stuff you need to do, and we understand. And you got to take care of yourself. Michael says, and it'll be the Anooksooks that allow the ghost children to finally find their way home and or move on or reincarnate, etc. I could see that, yeah. David says it's most likely going to be left ambiguous. Ooh, I hope not. Damn, I hope not, because ambiguous, I don't like open endings. I want it to be explained. Mitchy Mitch says, I think we'll get an origin episode like in Lost, the Black Rock episode. Ooh, there's an origin episode of Lost? Ooh, I can't wait for that. I'm only on season 5, my first watch. Michael, at which point the monsters may finally lose their immortality and be able to properly die and move on themselves as well. Yeah, Scarlet was thinking that too. Like maybe the curse will be broken. Scarlet thinks that maybe the monsters could like turn back into human. I think the monsters will just be eradicated and won't exist anymore. I don't think there's any saving them. But
well, they could turn into humans and then they could kill them because they're humans.
Right. Because I mean, there's no saving them at this point. They don't deserve it.
I don't know.
Anyway,
I advertised my watch party tomorrow for Agatha Christie's Towards Zero. If anybody's interested in mysteries, big watch party. Everyone have fun.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Except the person being murdered.
Yeah, except the person being murdered in the show. Michael says, so not only would they save the children, but also save the original townsfolk and friends who got the raw end of the deal. Yeah, and except the ones who actually sacrificed the kids, they don't deserve it. Dieter, when you get a chance, listen to the go back earlier in the replay. You can hear me freaking out, losing my shit because KoalaTea came in the chat. You'll get a kick out of it. You can hear me losing my shit. Yeah, go back and listen earlier, like to the earlier part when you can, and feel better. Take care of yourself. Enjoy the time with your family. And yeah, here is Scarlett's post about the watch party on Sci-Fi Vision's Discord. So they're going to be doing a live to discuss that. I definitely want to check that out. I don't know if I can. I'm going to be too busy getting ready for our live stream for Friday night, where we're going to be covering The Residents episodes 5 and 6. I haven't had time to watch those yet. I have to watch them, take notes, take screenshots. So I love Agatha Christie, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to fit that in. Maybe I can try if I'm like on the treadmill at the same time or something. But I do love it.
Do it.
I don't know. I love Agatha Christie mysteries.
Oh yeah, it's pretty good so far. I've watched the first episode. It's pretty good.
Like that's something I would cover too if I had time. I'd cover it here on this channel. It's already over though, right? It's a mini series with 3 episodes that ended, correct?
No, it's not. No. It was shown in Britain, but it's being shown in the US episode by episode.
Okay, because I looked it up and it said that it was already done, but that must have been in Britain.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I was asking Jamie if she want to cover all of it, and she's like, "No, we're doing episode by episode because that's how BritBox is doing." BritBox? Yeah, BritBox.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Oh wow. Well, if I had known that, I would have wanted to cover that on this channel myself and not The Residents. But I mean, because The Residents
is pretty good though too. I mean, unfortunately, this released all 8 of them at once.
Yeah, that's the problem. I love The Residents. It's just that most people binged it, so they're not that interested in checking out lives for it. Anyway.
Yeah, thanks, Doc. He gave the Agatha Christie live a like. We need some love because I don't know who's going to show up. I mean, a couple of people could show up for the watch party. It'd be sweet. I'm not really asking much.
I would have wanted to cover it myself if I had known that this show was coming out. I never heard of it.
I didn't hear it. I haven't heard of it either. It was Jamie's thing.
Okay. Michael says they may not deserve it, but if Tabitha and Jade progress to the point of perfecting themselves, like in Buddhist tradition, perhaps they are able to forgive the monsters or their original friends. Yeah, I don't know. How do you forgive that? Like sacrificing their own kids and their child, Jade and Tabitha's child, was sacrificed as well. David says, I didn't believe Jim's experiment conclusion like it was an MK Ultra project until I read about the gateway process. That project fits with what we see in From, or it's all delusions from trauma. Oh, I mean, that's certainly not out of the realm of possibility.
Well, it was in this episode, so it's kind of interesting that it was talking that way about being an experiment.
Yeah. Anyway, so let's get into the actual breakdown of the episode. Yeah, this is the first one where Jim mentioned that maybe it's an experiment. The episode opened with a flashback to Kenny bringing his dad to live at the clinic, which is a heart-wrenching scene. He didn't want to go. He and his mom were bringing him there with his chessboard, and it's just so sad and it's just a bummer. He says, he immediately says, I don't like it here. It's too sunny. I want to go home. I don't know why exactly that's a problem, but he wants to be there with his family, in Tian Shen's house, um and and then Kenny shows him there's a perfect spot there for them to play chess together. Major theme of the show, of course. Gotta feature the chessboard, which is how I think all of this works, like a game of chess between two entities using these people. So again, I don't think it's an accident that they featured the chessboard again. Mr. Liu then asks, we stay here together, and Kenny says he and their mom will be right down the street and they'll come every day, but it's important for him to be where he can't open the door at night. And to that, I have to say, well, they could have stayed there with him, or at least Mrs. Liu could have stayed there with him. She didn't have to sleep in her house. She could have stayed there. She could have slept there at night with him. I would have. That's what I would have done.
Yeah, I was kind of confused by they couldn't spend some time there,
Yeah, like his mother could have slept there, but I think
Yeah.
I think though it's easy for people to judge, but I do think it comes down to this is a lot of times what happens when a family member gets Alzheimer's. It's so painful emotionally. It's difficult for the family to deal with because they're losing so many of their memories and they're confused all the time, and it's like they're not who they are anymore. It's like you feel like you're losing, and I've experienced this with my grandma, and it ripped my heart out. Which is why it's hard to watch this part. You feel like you're losing that person that you love, and like they're not. I know they're still in there, but they're not the same. And so a lot of times when this happens, family members put their loved one in a care facility, and many times that this is necessary for their safety, because they'll start wandering out of the house and doing dangerous things. So for their safety, they have to go into locked memory care units. That's what happened with my grandma. She wasn't doing anything risky. I think my relatives jumped the gun and it was not necessary yet, but they did it and it was out of our hands, out of my hands and out of my mom's hands. And but anyway, in this case, he was doing risky things. But what I was about to say was, I think maybe she doesn't sleep there for the same reason why when family members put their loved one in one of these facilities, a lot of times they don't visit like they should, because it's too painful emotionally to see them like this. So, and she's kind of in denial, I think. She tells him, you're sick, you'll get better soon, and then you'll come home. You just need to get better, and then you'll come home. Now, it sounds like she's just lying to him, but I also think she's kind of lying to herself in denial. Kenny once said denial is a major branch of our family tree.
Or else it's
And
horrible foreshadowing.
yeah, it could be.
Like, you're going to get better because you're going to pass away, and then you're going to come home and we're going to have a shrine for you in the house.
Oh
So in a
God,
sense,
yeah.
it's coming home, you know, as
Yeah.
sad as that is.
Yeah, in a sense he did come home in that regard. Yeah, that's dark, but yeah, and she I kind of got the sense that she was also lying to herself in that moment, thinking like maybe he'll improve. And Alzheimer's isn't a progressive condition. It doesn't get better. But she could be in deep denial and lying to herself at the same time. And then it's awful. He says, "I'll get better soon." And that calms him down. And Kenny looks totally gutted by this conversation. And she says, "Of course you will." He just he walks away, and he needs to get some air after that. Him and his chessboard just broke my heart. I understand how he feels. This feeling, I know that all too well. It completely broke me seeing this happening with my grandma, and the choice was taken out of my hands and out of my mom's hands, and it was awful. But Kenny here, he knows his dad is not going to get better and come home, and it's very sad. And yeah, I do think that his mother could have just slept there, and it wasn't necessary. But Kenny also mentioned to his dad while he was in there, what happened last night. It's safer this way. So the night before, his father had tried to open the door. The monsters were outside the house and tried to open the door and pushed his mother down. He reveals that later in the episode. He pushed Tan down and he tried to open the door to the monsters, and it's too risky. They can't keep him safe at home anymore.
Well, and the monsters also sounded like his brothers.
Yeah. And I think they probably were speaking to him, in Cantonese like his brothers. And
Which is kind of spooky because it seems like the entity would know people that were associated with him
right.
outside of this pocket universe thing, which is kind of
Yeah.
creepy. Like, yeah.
It is, yeah. So um yeah, like, and I think that not only that, but I think he hears voices like Sara does. And we saw in one of the first episodes of season 1, it appeared like he was hearing voices and talking to them in Cantonese, looking to the side, talking to no one. And then he went from content to agitated and got very upset, saying, "I want my son." That was the night that the monsters got let in and killed him. So I think he could hear voices, and they were speaking to him in his head in Cantonese. And the sad thing is, they were preying on him as a man with Alzheimer's. Nobody would actually believe it was legit if he told them that. No one would believe it, and they were probably telling him what was going to happen. And he knew things, but he didn't have the mental capacity to express it or to get people to believe him. This place is cruel. It exploits the weakest people. It exploits any weaknesses that it can in people. Sara, who seemed to be traumatized and mentally ill, and this poor man with dementia / Alzheimer's, whichever it is. Boyd comes up and finds Kenny out here, and he says, "I heard you had a scare last night." So this is what Kenny said specifically. He said, "Those things were knocking at the door. He was convinced that his brothers were outside. My mom tried to stop him, but he pushed her." So yeah, probably speaking in Cantonese. Boyd says, this place, there's not a lot holding it together. Everyone is scared and confused. But what I learned in the army, it always helps to have people to look up to, people who seem like they know what the hell they're doing. It's really what I'm trying to do here. I could really use some help. I wouldn't mind having a deputy to watch my 6, which is an expression that they use. Having his back, having his back. I think they use that expression in the Army. So this episode is bookended with this scene where Kenny agrees to be the one to watch his 6, to back him up and be his deputy. And it ends with Kenny, throwing the badge on the floor and saying, you watch your own fucking 6. So great gut punch to start the episode like this and to end it with that bookend. Great job from writers, as usual. But Boyd knew that Kenny needed a father figure. This was the next step in Kenny losing his father figure, his father declining with Alzheimer's or dementia, and Boyd needed a father figure. And I mean, Kenny needed a father figure, and Boyd needed somebody to have his back. He really did. So they supported each other, and ever since they've supported each other. And Kenny's a good deputy. He really is. He's got his issues. He's not as tough as Boyd, but he's good at what he does. Boyd doesn't really have anyone else to back him up in town. He bears a lot on his shoulders alone. Then it cuts to the present, and Kenny runs to find Boyd and says he has something to show him that can't wait. And we know what that something or someone is. More accurately, someone. That would be Sara. Then we have at the Lou house, Julie says she's going to make some tea and asks if Tabitha wants any. Tabitha's looking troubled. Julie asks if it happened again, meaning did she see the creepy kids? And initially, Tabitha says she just needs her to watch Ethan for a minute so she can talk to Jim, as usual, pawning Ethan off on Julie. Julie says, you can tell me, and Tabitha admits that, yes, it happened again. So, yay, communication. At least we have some of that. She admits it happened again, that she saw something, but she's fine. We're all fine. I just need to talk to your dad. And then Ethan asks where Tabitha's going. And my Chromebook is acting up. What is this thing doing? What the heck? Maybe if I plug it in. It's nice to see some good communication between them.
Mm-hmm.
Ethan with his quest stick. His shirt is it just me? Or wasn't this shirt a lighter color before and now it looks dirty? Or am I bugging out here? Like, am I bugging, or come on now? Look at this shirt.
It was really clean, like that yellow suit, and now it's dirty.
Seriously, like I swear to God, I'm not trying to like look for things to back up the Ethan and yellow theory. I'm really not. I'm just looking. I'm observing whatever I see. And I swear to God, this shirt. He was wearing this in an earlier episode. I got to go back and look. I don't have it. I don't have a picture handy
you could
right
find
now.
a picture if you can see it.
I'll see if I can find a picture while we're breaking this down, because this is a shirt that has the 3 main colors of the show on it. We've seen him wear this before. I believe this is the same one. It's red, yellow, and blue. And it's looking really dirty, and I thought that it was much lighter colored before. So yeah, I'm gonna have to dig through my pictures and look for that. It shouldn't be hard to find. I'll do it on my phone in the meantime while we're going through the episodes, so we don't waste any more time here. So Ethan still had his quest stick in season 2, even though he really doesn't need it anymore. And
he needs it for his quest, though.
He needs it for his quest, though. Jade comes in, and he's got one of my favorite Jade lines of all time. Oh Christ, are you people living here too? We finally got rid of those 3 smelly hippies from Colony House, and now we've got you people living here. I love Jade.
Hello
That's
to
one of
you
my
too, Jade.
You love what?
I said, good afternoon to you, Jade.
Yes, yes. Good afternoon to you. Yeah. We finally got rid of those 3 smelly hippies from Colony House, and now we've got you people living here. Classic. They
I
just look
think
at each
Clara
other.
was one of those. Was it Carol? Ugh, can't even speak. My
Clara.
mouth can't get around this name. Clara, one of the smelly hippies.
Yeah, Clara was one of the smelly hippies, indeed. Clara and 2 other people. Kenny brings Boyd to the church basement, and Boyd asks Kenny to wait upstairs, saying, "I got this." So there's that. And Kenny's hesitant to leave, but he does. And the moment Kenny leaves, Boyd immediately uncuffs her. And she says, "I'm glad you're okay." He says, "That's debatable. I've got 1,000 questions for you. What happened to you after you pushed me in that tree? Where'd you go?" She says, "I followed right behind you, and then I was here." He asks, "You've been here since the other night?" And she says, "I didn't know what else to do. Where did you go when you went through?" He won't tell her, of course. He's like, how did you know that tree, uh, how did you know, uh, that tree was safe? Or I forget exactly what he said, but something to that effect. Um, or how did you know what that tree was? And she said, "A little boy told me. He was standing up on the ridge wearing all white. He said that Nathan was right, that we made this place angry and that we'd be safe in the tree." And the thing is, that wasn't it though. He told Sara, "You'll be safe." That doesn't necessarily mean both of
They'll
them.
be safe in the tree, but Boyd will not.
Yeah. See, you can be singular or plural. So he might have just meant Sara would be safe, but Boyd would not be.
I'm
I
really
don't think
hoping
he
there
was.
was a bathroom down there too, a bathroom where she didn't eat anything and she didn't go to the bathroom like for a day and a half.
Yeah, like who's been feeding her, giving her water? Where's he going to the bathroom? Good
I guess Kenny
questions.
did bring her something to eat, right? Didn't he bring her something?
Kenny, I think Kenny did.
Hopefully that in a bucket.
Got it from, but probably a bucket. Yeah, I would imagine. Maybe from before when she was hidden down there by Khatri. That's gotta smell pretty bad by now if that's the case. So Boyd says, so this little boy, that's one of the voices you hear. She says, "No, this is different." So the voice that she heard, now he spoke to her telepathically, and she said, "No, this is different." So that means the voices she's heard before, that's important information. She has not heard the voice of the boy in white in her head before. It's good to know. Um, so he's not one of the voices that told her to kill Ethan, or well, actually that was a message on her arm, but like the voices that told her to open the door of the clinic and kill Toby. That was not the boy in white's voice. She said, "I think he's trapped here like us, that he wants to help, but he's not sure how." And Sara is uniquely connected to this place. That's another point in favor of the boy in white being a helpful entity. I think she has good instincts. She's uniquely connected in a place that nobody else is. And she thinks that he's trapped there too and wants to help, but he's not sure how. Sara and Ethan, they're the 2 that have the best instincts in terms of how the place works. I think initially, of course, Sara made mistakes. I mean, she was listening to voices that were misleading her. telling her to leave the door open to the clinic and all that stuff. That wasn't helpful, of course, at all. But after the wake-up call of trying to kill Ethan and accidentally killing her own brother, she seems to be able to understand the forces of this place and know which ones are misleading and which ones are not. Like, she's tuned in, she's dialed into it, and she has a lot of wisdom after all of that happened to her. So I trust her instincts. Boyd says, I'm glad you're here, but you being here is a shitstorm waiting to happen. We need to figure out how to handle this. Sara says, you know what you have to do, meaning she wants him to put her in the box. She wants to. She doesn't want to live anymore. Nathan was all she had left in the world, and she thinks she deserves it too after what she did. She's having to live. She doesn't want to live with the guilt of killing her brother anymore. And after everything else she did, she thinks she deserves it. Boyd says, we're not talking about this. Sounding a lot like Victor with the avoidance. We're not going to talk about this. And Sara says, Boyd, it was always going to end like this. You knew this when you brought me out there. There was no way I could ever live here again. He says, just sit tight. I got to talk to Kenny. She says, you didn't tell Kenny about what happened that night at the clinic. And he says, no. So she should have kept her mouth shut. It was not right to tell Kenny that and stir up all this shit for Boyd just to relieve her own conscience. I can't stand that she did that. She really ticked me off for these next few episodes, I have to say. Her whole pity party, walk of shame nonsense that she starts, I cannot stand it. And that's getting into next week's episode though, so I won't go there. But I think that she's being very self-centered right now, dealing with the guilt and wanting to unburden her own guilty conscience. And it's just ridiculous. And I won't jump ahead to future episodes, but it gets more ridiculous and soap opera like and just very self-absorbed, which really gets on my nerves. I like her better in season 3. She, becomes more helpful and less self-centered, all about her pity party going on. So then Boyd leaves her there and talks to Kenny, and he tells Kenny that Sara is uniquely connected to this place. Something here has communicated with her. She hears voices. I know how it sounds. Believe me, when Khatri came to me, Father Khatri locked her up in the basement. Apparently Nathan came to him earlier in the day. He was worried she might try to hurt someone. So Father Khatri questioned her, and what he found proof of is that someone here is talking to her, that it was using her like a... Kenny finishes his sentence, like a pawn. I don't remember. See, I didn't remember until rewatching this that he said that. Like a pawn. Back to the chess metaphor. I'm telling you guys, this is how this place works. This is how it works. And Kenny, he played chess with his dad. That was featured in the very first episode, one of the first scenes we saw. And we know how important the first episode of a mystery box series is. The creators of this show said that they planted major clues to how everything works, and the answers, that major clues are planted in the first couple of episodes. What do we see in one of the first few scenes? Chess. I think this place operates like chess. Two opposing forces, bringing in people like pawns to use them for specific purposes. Sara has been used, like Kenny just said, like a pawn by the malevolent side, by the side that wants the violence to continue. The violent cycles need to continue, and it brings in people like Sara, people like Elgin, people who are actually good at heart and want to help, but they have certain traits that can be manipulated and used. In Sara's case, it was her trauma that she experienced before she came to town. In Elgin's case, it was his religious faith. but they were used like pawns. I think that is a key to understanding how the place works. And I do think there is an opposing force bringing in people to use for good purposes, helpful purposes, people like Boyd, Khatri. I mean, what's more useful than Mr. Fish and Loaves? You couldn't possibly pick a more useful person than this guy who got the nickname Mr. Fish and Loaves in the army. 30 years going to the worst hellholes on earth and making do with the most scant of resources. I don't know if I'm using the correct grammar on that, but like the most minimal resources. And Boyd was able to make it work. Then he, of all people, after 30 years of doing this, he's about to retire and he winds up there. Some force brought him there to help. I'm convinced of that. Some positive, like a helpful force. It's not pure good, because in bringing him there, it hurt him and his family. His wife winds up dying. He's suffering there, but he's helping the people there. And other people brought there. Khatri was brought there. He was a beacon of hope and comfort for people. And he convinced Boyd to keep Sara there, who became an asset. So certain people seem to be brought there for helpful purposes. I think it's the boy in white who's bringing people there to help. But at any rate, some force is doing it, either boy in white or something else, but I think it's the boy in white. And I have my theory on this is actually linked in the description of this video, my theory on the boy in white and his role. It's actually part 2 of a series. Part 1 was the man in yellow. Part 2 is the boy in white. And I have that linked in the description of the video if anyone hasn't checked it out. I just love that Kenny said that. Boyd says Khatri figured if something here is using her, if she's really connected to this place, then we can use that to understand what this place actually is. So exactly, she's being used like a pawn. And Khatri was right. Yeah, she's an asset now. They basically took Sara off the board now. She's now, she was used as a pawn, and she did her damage, and now they kind of brought her over to the good side, or at the very least, they took her off the board, and now she's an asset to the people trying to help, like Boyd. So Khatri, so Kenny says, well, she's just been downstairs since Khatri died, and Boyd admits that he took her with him into the forest, and says when push came to shove, she's the reason I made it back. That girl saved my life, and I know she did bad things, horrible things, but this place can make you think you're doing them for good reason. He would know that, and he understands that in a unique way because of what it did to his wife, Abby. That's how he was able to empathize with Sara and forgive her in a way. He's sparing her and he understands her because he saw how his own wife believed she was helping everyone by literally gunning them down. She thought she was going to wake everyone up and save them. He's seen that. He knows that better than anybody. But Kenny's not hearing it and says he can't get past the fact that she killed her own brother. She tried to kill a kid. He's very upset that Boyd lied to everyone and to him. This would be the time when Boyd could have told him the rest of the truth too, and should have. Kenny's already upset about the lies, but the worst lie, the worst thing he doesn't even know yet, that Sara left the door to the clinic open and led to his father's death, and he doesn't even know, and Boyd is still covering it up. He says, I know what she did was unforgivable, but when she killed those people, he slips. He says, people. Kenny says, people. It was just Nathan. And he's like, yeah, yeah, she almost, with Ethan, you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah.
Wah,
He
wah.
he almost let the cat out of the bag right then. Now I wonder if she told him that she killed Toby, with her bare hands. Does anybody know that? Because he says when she killed those people, plural, she only killed 2 people with her own hand, and that's Nathan and Toby. In the other case, well, yes, you could say she indirectly killed Kenny's dad and Gina. Is that her name, Gina, the nurse?
Justice for Gina.
I remembered the name just for you.
Nice. I'm glad.
I remember the name. Justice for Gina. Yeah. So he said, it makes me wonder, does
I guess anytime I hear Sara, she's always like, I left the door open. Like when she tells Nathan, I left the door open. She doesn't really say anything other than that.
Right. So it's possible she did not tell Boyd that she killed.
I made out with this guy, then I stabbed him with a screwdriver.
Then I sliced and diced him in his bed. Yeah.
I left the door open.
Yeah, it makes it sound so innocuous. So that's never been answered. We don't know if anybody knows, if Boyd knows that Sara killed Toby herself. So that could be interesting if Jade ever finds out. Jade, I mean, honestly, I don't know if Jade would even care anymore at this point. No one has mentioned Toby since season 1. So even though that was Jade's childhood best friend, you would think he would still care, but nobody has mentioned Toby, and Jade obviously has much bigger things on his mind now. He remembers his past lives being reincarnated, but I just think it would be interesting if he were to find out that Sara did that. Personally, I don't think that it's ever going to happen, though. We barely even knew Toby, and I think the show is just not going to bother even wasting screen time addressing that again. I wish they would. I wish they would explain why she had to kill Toby with her own hands and not wait for the monsters to do it, but I doubt we're ever going to get an explanation.
Or why the monsters told her to make out with him first and then stab him.
Yeah. That drives me nuts. That is one of the most enigmatic scenes in the history of the show, and I don't know if we'll ever get an answer. I personally still think that maybe Toby knew too much. And I'm not saying I don't believe in the tinfoil theory I came up with about Toby, the government hiring Toby to bring Jade there and opening their own artificial portal into this place. But maybe Toby knew something that could have been of value to help everyone there. Just some kind of information, something. And he was going to be too helpful, so the powers that be had to get rid of him before he could talk. Because otherwise I just don't understand it. It's either that or they were testing her, like, okay, it's going to be really difficult to actually kill a child, so let's test her by seeing if she'll do this first. Start with a grown man. That's plausible to me as a test. Let's have her do this first. So anyway, so Boyd, Boyd does his whole stammering thing, and then Kenny just says, what's going to happen when everyone finds out, when Jim and Tabitha and everyone else find out? Boyd says, we'll handle it, and Kenny says she's dangerous and she belongs in the box. Boyd says she's not going in the box. Kenny asks if he'd still be saying this if it was Ellis she almost killed, and to be honest, I think if it were Ellis or a member of his family, he might have a different opinion. He would do pretty much anything.
He has that now with the stuff that happened to Fatima and pregnancy and all that.
He covered up the fact that Fatima killed Tilly, and that's because she's his family.
I was getting to that.
Yeah.
Also murder.
Yeah. So,
also blood drinking.
So I think he'd maybe put somebody in the box who did something who tried to hurt his family. I think he might, but other than that, he said no one else is going in that effing box. He's not going to go through that again. He didn't want Frank to go in the box.
Frank he tried to get Frank. Yeah, he tried to get Frank to change his mind.
And that devastated
Frank,
Boyd.
justice for Frank.
He didn't want to do that. Yeah. Boyd didn't want to follow through on that, but Frank put himself in the box.
Yeah.
And it destroyed Boyd, and he had to clean up the body parts after. So I don't blame him for not wanting to put Sara in the box. However, I still am of the opinion that Sara should not have been free to just roam around after what she did. I don't think he should have trusted her that easily, that she would never listen to those voices again. I think she should have been locked up. Huh?
Oh, I just think he never thought he was actually... I think he never thought that he was going to use the box in the first place. That was just a precautionary thing. Or a symbol.
It was supposed to be a deterrent. He didn't think he'd ever have to use it. I think he should have locked Sara up. He shouldn't have left her in the church basement to just wander around, and he shouldn't have let her move back into her house.
Put her in that cell in the post office?
Yeah, put her in a cell. Let her live in the sheriff's station in a cell. I think he has more than one cell in there. I'm pretty sure he does. The Colony House people stayed there after the massacre. There was more than one. So she should be living in a cell for everything that she did, the people she killed, and also just to make sure that she never does anything again. Like, how do you know she's not going to listen to those voices again and do something? You don't know. That's the thing that's always bothered me about it. I have empathy for Sara. I completely get it. I don't think she's evil. She was manipulated. Her trauma was manipulated. But I just think that he's being reckless in letting her roam around freely like this. That's all. Just for the safety of everyone, she should be living in a cell. No box, just living in a cell. And yeah, let her out under supervision. Let her go for walks, whatever. But she needs to be guarded, if you ask me. When he leaves the church, he starts to get kind of woozy, and he steps outside because he gets these weird spells where he gets lightheaded and dizzy in this season, ever since he gets the worms. He steps outside, you see those nasty worms under his skin. It's so gross.
Yeah.
This kind of stuff, it's always really grossed me out.
It's such a good effect, though. It looks so good.
I know. They do a great job with it. And then he starts to fall over, and Kenny comes out in time to try to catch him, and then yells for help. So there's that. So yeah, these worms are causing these weird dizzy spells now. And meanwhile, Julie and Ethan go to Colony House, and Ethan's visiting Victor. Finally, they give him the parents give permission for him to go visit Victor, and Julie spots Elgin sitting there staring into space. He spends most of season 2 staring into space like that. Ever since he had his premonition dream and seizure and then forgot his dream, he's just spacey and like unable to remember what happened in that dream, and just this cloud of unease is just hanging over him for the whole season. He feels uneasy, but he doesn't know why. He doesn't remember the dream, why he freaked out on the bus like that. Julie spots I don't know what they're doing here, but she's looking at this stuff. I don't know what that is. The red shirts are doing something with this wooden thing. I have no idea what that is, but at any rate, yeah, I don't know what that was.
Maybe they're fixing something, because they're fixing a bunch of stuff, because they're fixing that window. You see, they're fixing that window. Maybe they're fixing some shelving or something else in it. Right.
They're still like burning up windows. That was the window that had gotten busted in from the Colony House, the radio tower busting through the window. She spots Fatima holding a stack of linens with that familiar mustard yellow that keeps popping up again. Fatima and her yellow. She doesn't have her sweater anymore, but still with the yellow, symbolic of hope, possibly.
What's on Julie's shirt? What's on the pattern of her shirt? Like boats? It looks like boats.
It looks. I can't see. It kind of looks like boats. Yeah, it looks.
Yeah, a boat.
Yeah, it looks like a ship.
Yeah, it looks like a ship. This is a cool shirt. They got some pretty cool shirts and.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that is a boat. I would say that's a boat. That's fitting. Maybe more foreshadowing that Boyd's going to get his boat and there's going to be a flood and the boat is the way out in the end of the whole series. She and Fatima talk. This is the first time that they've talked since that very awkward cringe moment when Julie asked if she could kiss Fatima in season 1.
Yep.
This is their first scene together since then. And there's no awkwardness at all. They don't even discuss it. Fatima asks Julie to be her bridesmaid.
I guess it's because they had a lot.
And
I think they just had a lot going on, Julie. You know?
Yeah, I guess so. But Julie was mortified, and being, a teen girl, you'd think she'd be still embarrassed by it. I thought she'd be.
From
Victor is. That's true. Victor is drawing. I never noticed that he uses peach cans to put his crayons in or markers. Mm-hmm. It's like a pencil holder, one of his peach cans.
This is a scene where he gets the orange marker that he doesn't like later.
Yeah, that's right. He gets a stack of markers that he later complains to Ethan and has. Yeah, it's not a good gift. The orange one's dry.
So what is this he's drawn right here? What is this gruesome looking thing?
I don't know, but it's horrifying. It looks like. It kind of looks like a gorilla.
I thought it looked like a guy with no eyeballs. A man with no eyes. Oh no.
I mean, it's so black. It's so black though, but maybe it's kind of like the boogeyman. I don't know. There's a drawing of a black face with red eyes somewhere in this show that maybe represents symbolically the big bad. Maybe that's what this is supposed to be too. He's just not done with it yet.
And it's Jade's bike. That Jade's bike back there.
Looks like Jade's bike, or AKA Clara's. It's Jake's stolen bike. Mm-hmm. It's blue, so I think it's definitely that. Now this, it kind of looks. I don't remember ever seeing this before, but then I never took screenshots of this one, so I missed things.
I'm trying to figure out like where he was and why he would draw this to remember.
Yeah, because he says that he's drawing new things that he saw when he was with Tabitha. Mm-hmm. When the hell did he see this thing?
A monster? Just, maybe off camera?
Yeah.
Living in the shadow?
He was, let's remember, down in the cave for at least a day and a half. I know it was several episodes, but in the time frame of the show, it was around a day and a half to 2 days max. That he was
with no snacks and no bucket.
Yeah, again, how was he down there for that long? The monsters, he was safe from the monsters for that long, all that time, and no food or water unless the boy in white was feeding him. I don't know, but it's pretty bizarre. He was down there a long time, and so maybe he saw this while he was waiting. I don't know. Maybe some of the things he draws, I think, are visions in his head. I don't think he literally sees everything that he's drawn, because that's just impossible. Some of the stuff he's drawn, it's just crazy shit that I think they're visions of the future, or maybe a possible future, visions from the past, maybe. And that picture of the flood looks like it could be from the future because it has Boyd and Donna on the roof. So this could be a vision he had during that time while he was in the tunnels.
It looks like a head with arms and hands coming out of the top of it.
Yeah.
Very frightening.
Yeah. These, like, there are lines up here. I can't tell what that is. It looks like hands.
Like
Yeah.
fingers.
It looks like fingers on top of the head. It's very disturbing. And he's drawing away at that when Ethan shows up at his door. Let me see. Yeah, Dieter, I did see that. Dieter used AI to make Funko dolls of me and Doc. That's hilarious. I love it, Dieter. Yeah, that was cute. Let's see. Michael says Toby and Jade were friends from school and just celebrating his business for $1 billion, not an item, just childhood friends. Yeah, I think they were just childhood friends. Samuel had said maybe they were an item, and in order to make Jade remember, he had to lose Toby. Well, that could be though. Hey, actually,
with Jim dying, it kind of fits.
It does fit. It totally fits. Because I think...
But you would think that Jade would be a little bit sadder, though, if that was the case.
Yeah, that's true. You would think
sad he would... at all.
Yeah, you would think he would have been sadder and that he'd still bring up Toby up from time to time, but he doesn't.
Yeah.
Because the Matthews bring up Thomas a lot, and I know losing a child is way worse, of course, but you would think if Toby meant a lot to him that he'd still mention him once in a while, like the Matthews mentioned Thomas. We never even got to meet Thomas, and we hear about him, but we never hear about Toby anymore. So,
especially they were in business together, you would think he would bring that up too, like business partners, if not romantic partners as well.
Yeah, and they were childhood friends. He said that, like he mentioned he didn't. I think that he just was. He's just been a man on a mission, dead set on figuring this place out. So he didn't have time to deal with the grief, but he cried when he saw Toby's body. He fell down on his knees and cried, and he later said to Jim, he said like something about how he lost his childhood best friend, and all you guys got were bumps and bruises or whatever, something like that, because Tabitha was blaming him for the car accident even though he wasn't even driving. Anyway, but actually this would fit though. It would fit because I think Jim was taken out to put a roadblock in front of Tabitha. The grief and the trauma it would make it more difficult for her to fulfill her mission, and it would. So I think Toby needed to go. Definitely, whether they were an item or not, I think Toby needed to go for Jade to remember his origins. He needed to be isolated.
His partner needed to go in any sense.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense.
Unfortunately for Toby, just like unfortunately for Jim.
Yes.
Partnered up with the wrong people.
Yeah, they did. Honestly, Toby and Jim got a raw deal. They both had senseless deaths. It makes sense. Think about it. Jim's death seemed senseless too. Like your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim. And they both got their throats attacked too. Like Sara stabbed Toby through the neck up into his mouth, right? So it's similar. It made no sense at the time to just take Jim out like that. and it was something kind of similar with Toby in that regard. It just seemed senseless. So yeah. Anyway, don't pity the like button, just smash it, guys. Pause. Thank you, Panda Kalima. Appreciate it. Mitchy Mitch says, was Julie trying to kill the boy, but Sara almost killed the wrong one? Story walking Julie is trying to change stuff. Interesting. Could be. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it had something to do with the boy in white. Yeah, it's unclear. The show is good at misdirects, like Michael said. Yeah. The voices have been wrong and non-specific before. Seemed like they were talking about Ethan since he was in the diner, but could have meant the boy in white. Weren't specific enough to Sara. That's true. And they were right about the Matthews car showing up. Like they said 2 cars were going to come to town, stand at the edge of town, and you'll see. And Sara saw them show up. And they also said that if she didn't kill the boy, her brother would die.
Yep.
He did.
Yep.
Anyway. So anyway, Doc said childhood friends could still have benefits, but yeah, I think Jade would be more devastated. Unless he just becomes a man possessed by trying to figure the place out. So you never know. Toby, Khatri, Cow, and Jim all got their throat snatched. Yeah, they did.
Justice for Cow.
Dieter said, yeah, I know, the poor cow. Ginger the cow. I even remembered her name.
Very nice.
Yes.
Kind of sounds like Gina.
Yes. Dieter said maybe in the end we see Ghost Toby just to mess with us. At that point, they'll wait so long.
The last episode.
They'll wait so long that we'll be like, who? We won't even recognize him anymore.
We'll be like, who's that guy?
Yeah. At this point.
Don't you remember me? No, we don't.
Yeah. With Alice's pictures drawing. Don't you remember me? Yeah. We're like, no, we don't know who you are anymore. You've been how many years? And then he'll just pop up. With Alice says Victor is drawing Jade's soul because he was still mad at him. Maybe. So, I'm not so good, Dieter. My pain is getting worse. So, I'm going to try to get back to the breakdown here. Ethan shows up, and Victor gives him the stink eye. like little kids who are mad at each other. Very common. Like, Ethan is not mad, but Victor is mad at him, and he's like, what are you doing here? Ethan says, I was worried about you. I'm glad you're okay. And Victor says, I don't know. Like he says, can I come in? And Victor says, I don't know. Are you going to steal anything else? Ethan says, I told him not to. I said you wouldn't like it. He's like, well, you should have said it louder. He's such a little kid. Oh, we've got a friend here popping in to say hi. We got a very special friend here.
Hey, Doug.
Look who it is. Hi, Doug.
Hi.
Nice to see you.
And you.
How are you?
Where are you?
I'm in Warsaw.
Yeah, where are you? In Warsaw? Wow. For how what are you up to today, Doug?
I think I have 2 of you here. Oh shit.
2 of us.
I've got an echo going on. I think I somehow came on here twice. I don't know. I've lost the image now.
Well,
can't see
I
you.
closed can you see us at all?
Sorry, yeah, I had to go through my tabs and re-find you. I'm back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm in Warsaw. I'm leaving for Madrid today, and I'm flying home to Toronto tomorrow. So that's what's going on.
Nice. Wow, yeah. You've had a long trip. You got a lot done.
Yeah, more than I expected, and even yesterday, a bunch of last minute stuff, sending off scripts to people that I hadn't had any success in connecting with before. So it's been really worthwhile. But listen, I've been kind of half listening to this discussion about Toby while having my shower and stuff, getting ready to go down and have breakfast. And I've had my own theory about this. But first, I have to ask a question. I can't remember the details of Jade and Toby's business relationship. Was Toby just the money guy, or was he actually a creative part of what Jade had done?
I don't think they ever told us. I believe they just said that Toby was his best friend from childhood, but they
They
Wait,
never
said
said.
that Jade was the imagination, so maybe Toby was the money guy.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I kind of inferred that myself, but I think the most
Yeah.
significant thing was just the fact that Jade and Toby were a team. And my theory about this comes back to this whole idea of this place trying to maintain a kind of balance. Because let's face it, if all they wanted to do was kill everybody, everybody would be dead. They have the means, messing with people's perceptions and minds and things, that they could easily kill everybody off if they really wanted to. And obviously that's not the point. Otherwise, there would be no story. So it's about maintaining a kind of balance, I think. And if one side or the other gets too strong or too weak, the balance has to be restored. And we've seen lots of examples of that. The man in yellow being one, taking Jim out. And I think that perhaps the reason Toby had to go was because if he was there with Jade, then Jade became too formidable a force and he needed to be weakened. To use the chess metaphor, I see Jade as a knight, and the reason I say that is because the knight is the piece that doesn't move in straight lines, that thinks outside the box, as it were. And having two knights is a very powerful combination. So one of them had to go. So Toby's gone.
I think that makes so much sense, and I love the tie into chess, because I really do think that that's the way things operate. That people are being used like chess pieces for good or for ill in the show. So yeah, I completely agree. I think Jade needed to be isolated, so Toby was just a casualty of that. He was kind of like Jim, just a bystander who needed to be taken out to throw an obstacle in the way.
But again, I think the reason Jim had to go was because he was the key that unlocked the whole musical mystery, and that was like a step too far. That's why I think he had to go. I mean, this is my own personal theory, but he was a piece that was very useful, a strong piece, like a bishop or something like that. But when he took that piece off the board, he had to be sacrificed,
Right.
When he inadvertently solved the music clue.
Right. Yeah, and I think it will be a huge obstacle to put this grief and trauma in Tabitha's way. Now it's going to make it more difficult for her to fulfill her mission. So there's that benefit of taking him out at that point, because now she has the advantage of all her past memories. I think that's an advantage. That helps. So now this is going to be a hindrance, the grief that she'll feel. So yeah. And I know he said, the man in yellow, he said, I did try to warn you, your wife shouldn't have dug that hole. I think there were potential warnings other than just the radio. I think possibly you see weird flickering lights in the Matthews house going on at different points in season 1. I think the man in yellow couldn't speak to him yet because they didn't build the radio yet. I think that possibly those flickering lights were trying to send a message too, in a way, communicating through the lights. Because if you think about it, that radio voice was not much of a help. By the time it warned him, she had already fallen in the hole. There's nothing he could have done to stop it. So I think there were other warnings. I think it was the flickering lights too. There was one scene where Jim and his whole family went down the basement stairs to dig the hole, and the light starts flickering immediately after. These decisions are done for a reason. There's a reason the light was shown flickering right after they go down the stairs. So I think that was some type of warning. And Jim had to pay the price, even though it's not like he did it on his own. He couldn't stop her either.
And the message on the radio was a warning in and of itself, because look what happened immediately afterwards. The house collapsed.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a very graphic demonstration of, if she keeps doing this, well, here's the kind of price you're going to have to pay. Oh, and we're going to take a couple of people away while we're at it too.
Right.
And that new kid from the bus.
Right. Exactly.
And to extend the chess metaphor, if you want to go there, Tabitha's starting to look like the queen. Because the queen is arguably the most powerful piece on the board. And now, with all that she's learned at the end of season 3, she's armed with a whole lot more information than anybody else has had so far.
Right. Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense.
And again, the voice on the radio, let's say it was the man in yellow, warning about her. That's like in a game of chess, you try to threaten the queen to limit her effectiveness. Well, I mean, ultimately to try and capture her, but there are lots of feints and moves that you make to sort of prevent your opponent from using her in the most effective way. So, the flickering lights, the phone calls from Thomas, all that stuff, you could think of in terms of chess as, little shadow moves that are being made to distract the opposition.
Yes, I think so too. Absolutely. We're actually thinking of doing one of our theme weeks for FROMacademy on the flickering lights, the various electronic device occurrences. You've got the police radio with the flickering numbers and static, and you've got the jukeboxes in the diner and the flickering lights. We're going to do a week where we focus on that, theories about those things.
And the fact that they have electricity that appears to have no source, Yeah. But hey, this is Fromville, and all permissions are granted. Anyway, listen, I'm going to have to disappear for a bit. I have to go and get some breakfast, but I will probably have a little time after that to come back on and say hi.
Well, that's great. Well, we appreciate it. And by the way, Martin said hi. And
hey, Martin.
Nightman says, welcome to Poland. Enjoy your stay. Are you from Poland, Nightman? LOL? Because if so, we didn't know that.
Yeah, where in Poland are you, Nightman?
If you're in Poland, let us know. We're curious. Samuel, yes, he's a big deal in Poland. Indeed.
Yeah, I'm a big deal in Jędrzejczyk.
And with Alice says hi, Doug, as well. And Dieter also said, how are you, Doug? Just wanted to highlight that really quick.
I'm well, thanks, Dieter. I will wave at you from the plane as I land in Brussels this afternoon. And yes, it is sunny and cheery here. It's going to be 27 Celsius here today, which is like 81 Fahrenheit.
Holy crap.
I'm wearing this Hawaiian shirt and my shorts for the first time since I got here. I came prepared.
Oh my God. That's amazing. Wow. Summertime there, basically. Summer weather.
Hey, Doc.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well,
yeah, the weather the last couple of days. Yesterday it was 24, which is, like the high 70s. So it's been amazing.
Wow. Oh, I'm jealous. Well, I mean, 80s are a bit too warm for me. 80s in Fahrenheit. For me, like 60s and 70s, that's ideal. But that sounds awesome. It's great weather for you to wrap up your trip there. I hope everything goes well.
Well, so far so good. Knock on wood. Yeah, things have been going well. But you know what? When I come back, we can talk about that a little more. Oh, Nightman saying he visits here a lot, loves Poland. So do I. This is an awesome country. It's really great. Anyway, I have to take off. Hey, Ryan.
Okay.
But I'll come back in a little bit. Okay.
Okay. Cool.
All right.
Enjoy your breakfast.
Yeah.
See ya.
Good breakfast.
It was nice to hear from Doug. Anyway,
We'll have to ask him what he's going to eat for breakfast when he comes back. We'll ask him.
Yeah.
Polish
What do
breakfast.
you have? I'll have to ask. Yeah. I wonder what they have for breakfast over there. If it's anything unusual. Anyway, let's get back into this, or we're never gonna finish.
Yeah, you know, I do think that like there were theories that Jade and Toby were kind of like would mastermind how they were together, because they were like, you know, they both could do that kind of logical thing that like Jade was doing. The two of them were together, they'd be a force to be reckoned with.
Right. So it's possible. That's why one of them. That's why Toby specifically had to go. So yeah, it could be. Yeah, it's cool to hear theories from Doug.
Yeah. Did we get him to start doing that?
I think so. I think
like, I don't like theorizing, and like months later, I like theorizing.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Yeah, we're bringing him over to our side. Come over to the dark side, down the rabbit hole. He likes theorizing, but you know, he's not into like the tinfoily stuff, but he does like theorizing now. He does. And he has theories. He's got theories on a bunch of different things. I do know that once he starts getting scripts for season 4, when he comes on here, we're gonna have to stay away from that. I don't think he'll be able to talk theories anymore, because then he could be seen as, you know, like having inside information, of course. But he can talk about other aspects. Working, you know, once he's on set, like he said, he'll be able to talk to us about behind the scenes stuff. He doesn't see anything wrong with talking about just being on set and working with the other actors, stories regarding that. So,
or bringing Little Man of Yellow to like some scenic pictures,
right?
Perhaps some of the actors, maybe.
Yeah, which any of that would be awesome. And we have a million other things to talk about anyway. I love talking to him about his theater career, his plays, and all of his great stories. So whatever we can get, we'll be grateful for. Whatever he's able to discuss with us, even if he can't talk about From at all. So anyway, Ethan, Victor goes back to drawing, and now I liked these lines right here. Ethan said, "My mom said you helped her out in the forest." Victor said, "She's a nice lady. You're lucky to have a mom like that." Foreshadowing. That's his mom too. He just doesn't know it yet. Not literally, but that's his mother's soul reincarnated. I love how they put that in there. They snuck that line in there. It's so cool. Nobody can tell me that wasn't intentional, because this reincarnation thing, you know, this was planned from the beginning. They can't that can't be something that's introduced just for the hell of it. Like, oh, let's actually say that these two characters have been reincarnated many times over, just for a twist, shake things up. No. This was planned from day one, and they planned it little nuggets like that in there. Just so that now when we go back, we're like, oh, okay. Even a little thing like that, I love the detail in the script like that. Anyway, Ethan asks him what he's drawing, and Victor says, "New stuff, things we saw." And Ethan says, "You and my mom," and Victor says, "Yeah." So did Tabitha see that black thing that he was drawing? He said, "Things we saw." So I don't know. It's kind of weird, but okay. Ethan gives him that bag full of markers, a whole stack of them. But Victor says it's a bad gift later because one of them is dry. He's got a whole stack of markers there. Oh, but the orange is dry, so it's a bad gift.
It was a
God,
bad
what
gift.
What a bratty kid he is. Jeez. Bratty kid. This is what happens when he didn't have a mother to, continue raising him. He's still stuck at that age. Ethan is more mature than him. And Ethan was around his age when his growth got stunted, when his mother and everyone died. Victor was around Ethan's age. Ethan is the inverse of Victor. Ethan is a 50-plus-year-old man in a kid's body, in a 10-year-old's body. And Victor is a 10-year-old in a 50-plus-year-old man's body.
Mm-hmm.
They're mirror images. It's amazing. And Julie and Elgin have their little scene where she tells Fatima earlier that she's going to reach out to him because when Fatima did that for her, it was really helpful when she first got there. And so she wants to make him feel better because he seemed like he was struggling when she saw him sitting there staring into space like he's in a catatonic state. And he just has that look on his face, like that uneasy look all season long. She asks if, she introduces himself. He asks if she's been there a while, and she says, not that long, kind of feels like a lifetime. Which is kind of funny now, knowing that time is not linear here and she's a story walker. It's just funny to think some version of her is probably off story walking right now, and who knows, could be hanging out in the background of this shot here. And it's like she's been there longer than she thinks. But in Julie's case, I don't think she's reincarnated from anyone. So I don't take that line literally. She offers to talk to Elgin if he wants to talk and says it helps, but he's kind of withdrawn and doesn't say much. The actress who plays Julie, in an interview, Hannah Jeremy, did say that she played this scene flirty deliberately, which is kind of weird because later she said she didn't like the way people were shipping her and Elgin, but she said she deliberately played this flirty. So, I mean, she did it. She did it herself.
Well,
obviously he's too old for her because she's supposed to be a 16-year-old.
Well, she's a teenager. There's nobody to flirt with in this town.
Right. So
gotta get your flirt on somewhere.
Yeah. So she's playing a 16-year-old, and if I had to guess, I'd say maybe he's maybe an older teenager or early 20s in terms of the character he's playing. I don't know how old he is in real life, but but he's definitely older than her, or supposed to be in the show. And yeah, so he barely says much back to her, and then Ethan comes out and says he wants to go home because it's just like a little kid who's had a fight with his best friend. He's just, I want to go home. That's exactly what happens. You're at a friend's house, you have a fight, you immediately say, I want to go home. And Julie says it was nice to meet you and leaves. Then Kristi examines Boyd. She's checking the progression of his Parkinson's with much griping and complaining by him, not wanting to do it, saying that he's fine. His hands aren't shaking anymore. Then he has her check out the spider bites. She takes a look and they seem okay. They're not inflamed. She asks about this gaping wound on his arm, and he says it's nothing. I just scratched it on a tree branch. Lot more lies. She says that just keep it clean. It's not infected. It looks pretty bad, though. Honestly, it looks like it needed stitches. She asks if he's got any other symptoms of Parkinson's, like visual impairment, muscle stiffness, or depression. He says no. he does say that he remembers that toward the end it started to mess with his father's mind, because he's questioning his mental stability right now, whether any of this is real, and he's imagining things, hallucinating things. That experience with Martin in the dungeon is having its desired effect. It's screwing with his mind and his sense of reality. That was the whole point, I think, just to get him to question reality, to undermine his ability to lead the town. And as a result, everyone in town was more vulnerable when the cicada entity gets unleashed, and he's not on his game. Everyone was at risk of dying in their sleep later in the season. And he's so off his game because of all this questioning his sanity. And so he's worried about this now. And Kristi says that the cognitive impairment with this doesn't happen until much later, if at all. So doesn't need to worry about it now. She asks why he's worried about it, and he won't say. And, but yeah, that whole, what if Abby was right? What if it was all just a dream from Martin? And seeing that vision of Ellis down in the well with the boat key back in that dungeon area, that was all to mess with his sanity, to undermine his leadership, try to break his mind. And it's working. It's making him question himself. Then she says he needs to avoid putting extra stress on his body right now, and he just cracks up laughing, which I enjoyed. The idea that anybody here could avoid putting extra stress on anything. It's literally impossible. And then he gets up, it has another dizzy spell, and she gets him to sit back down. So the worms are messing with his body too, for sure. Like, the worms are giving him these dizzy spells and hallucinations, as we later will wind up seeing. And Ten Chen gives Kenny some food for Boyd, and asks how he and Kristi are, and he says that he knew she was engaged and he just wants her to be happy. Poor Kenny. Poor sad puppy Kenny. Sad puppy dog eye Kenny. I feel for the kid. It's just a quick little scene. But she knows that he must be hurting. Kenny with his high water pants. The pants. She knows that Kenny was close to Kristi. She could see it. A mother knows. Jade and Bakta have a scene together at the bar. Jade is just looking for a little peace and quiet.
Yeah, he can't find any place that he can be alone.
Yeah. Yeah, another great line. Oh, for fuck's sake, there's literally nowhere in this town where I can be alone. Yeah. And he just wants to get away from all these people. He is sick of it. So this is the episode where he moves into the bar, which disappointed me a lot the first time I watched it, because I was really looking forward to, like, Jade living under the same roof as Teacup and Tabitha, Ethan. Like, I wanted to see that friction, but no such luck. We didn't get that. She's there drinking because she's feeling guilty. She said, that boy, he said to me, turn around. He begged me. I didn't realize, referring to Elgin. Mm-hmm. Jade asks when. When did he ask you to turn the bus around? Was it before or after you saw the tree? She says, after. He says, oh, well, then you were already screwed. Apparently, it's once you see the tree, that's when everything, So I wouldn't spend too much time kicking yourself for that part. So that's it. He's doing his typical, like, rough around the edges jerk routine, but he's helping in his jerk like way. He's actually reassuring her. He's a caring person. He just comes off like a jerk. The way he approaches people, he's blunt, the way he phrases things, it's just his style, but he actually does care about people. He's empathetic, more than it seems on the surface. But she says those people, they got on my bus. It was my job to get them where they were going. And he says, tell me something. Does your pity party serve finger sandwiches? He's like, look, it's not your fault. I mean, you want to feel like shit, fine, but feel like shit because your life is fucked. Don't carry around a bunch of guilt thinking that you ruined anyone else's. Besides, they were riding a bus. Their lives couldn't have been that great to begin with.
So bad.
That's horrible. That's horrible.
Sorry, we can't all afford first class, Jade.
Yeah, that fancy, expensive car he had.
Mm-hmm. Get a chauffeur. We can't all afford that.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, hey, they might as well get stuck in Nightmare Monster Town. Their lives sucked anyway. They were bus riders.
Yeah, might as well. That's why Tilly was so happy. Tilly was so happy because she got off that bus. She was like dancing in the rain. She's like, "Hey, I'm off the bus."
Yeah, right. They couldn't have anything to live for, so they're riding a bus, for fuck's sake.
Uh-huh.
I love it so much. I love Jade. Oh my god, it is elitism. It's just hilarious. Then he's like, sorry, it's a bad joke. He knows at least when he's being a dick. He's aware of it. At least he's aware of it. She says, I wasn't even supposed to be driving that day. I took that job to pay for my degree. Last month, I finally paid off my tuition. I was all set to hand in my notice, and I thought, why not stay a few extra weeks? Put aside something extra so I could treat myself.
Treat yourself.
Celebrate.
Aww.
I deserve a little reward, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is this what I deserve? Interesting. And then Jade compares his story to hers. He says, I sold my company right before I got here. Finally achieved the one thing I worked my whole life for. You're getting what we deserve. And they toast to it. So
But he didn't mention Toby. No mention of Toby.
Good point. He didn't mention Toby. He didn't say, oh, and this would have been a perfect time to do it.
Yeah, you could have said my partner died when we came here too.
Yes.
I came here with my business partner.
My best friend.
Partied it up. My best friend. This is 4th grade.
And he didn't say a word about it.
No.
Weird. Very weird. I feel like this would have been the time and should have been the time to bring it up, but no mention of Toby. But now we see they have something in common, and this is something everyone seems to have in common that we know of. Everyone who gets here seems to be at a crossroads in their life, whether it's a positive achievement, like Boyd retiring from a 30-year career in the military, Jade selling his company, Bakta getting her degree, and she'd been working so hard for this, and she was gonna reward herself with a trip, and they were at positive crossroads. The Matthews were headed for a divorce. You could also view that in a positive light, like they were going to, a divorce is difficult, but at least if it was the right decision for them, it's a fresh start. It's a fresh start. You could look at it as the glass half full, right?
Yeah, and Kenny said his family was having a fresh start too.
Yes. Kenny felt like they had a second chance because his father ran off. He and his mother were so scared, and when they found him, they felt like they had a second chance to take better care of him and keep him safe. So they felt like they had a fresh start. So so many of these stories, like they have this common thread of a fresh start. And yes, sometimes divorce can be a positive thing, and if it's the right thing for these people and they need to get out of this toxic marriage. So the Matthews were on their way to that. Now there were some exceptions, like Sarah was on her way to have a fresh start too. Nathan saved her from a bad situation with her ex. Nathan saved Sara. they were on their way to a new life. She was going to go move in with her brother. They wound up there instead. Father Khatri was at a crossroads. Father Khatri had just beaten a guy to death from the sound of it. That was what he implied for hurting his son. For, the man had broken his son's neck from the sound of the story, and Khatri was about to jump off a bridge. Now, you can't put a positive spin on that, but he was at a crossroads. He was about to jump off a bridge, and he winds up here.
He heard the voice of God.
And he thought he heard the voice of God for the first time in his life, but I'm sure it was a Fromville entity speaking to him. It's too uncanny. 3 hours later, or I think it was 2 hours later or 3 hours later, he winds up there. It told him to get back in his car and drive. He winds up there. So another person at a crossroads. And then we don't know what Fatima's story is, how she ended up there. We know about her past as a child, but we don't know how she wound up in town. We don't know how Kristi wound up in town either. If she was at a crossroads. I mean, you could say Kristi was at a crossroads. Maybe she had just gotten engaged to Marielle. That's a crossroads. We just don't know.
Or wanting to move out of Grand Rapids.
Right. Marielle was at a crossroads. She was on her way to rehab when she got on the bus. Elgin, I think Elgin was just going to visit his grandma. So not necessarily at a crossroads. Randall was on his way to a birthday party for his nephew. So I wouldn't say that, but we don't know a lot about their backstories. Maybe they were at a crossroads in their lives. We just don't know. Tilly was dying. She was on her way to the racetrack. But again, she was at a crossroads in her life, dying of cancer. So yeah, lots of common threads there. And this place seems to specifically select people at a crossroads in their lives. For good or ill, like positive or negative, it's always a crossroads, a fresh start, and they wind up there. All over the country, but they a lot of them have that in common. Tabitha and Marielle, they have a brief scene where she catches Marielle in the medicine cabinet, pinching some sweet painkillers. Don't do drugs, kids. Jesus. And Marielle kind of jumpy, like, don't worry, I'm a nurse. I was just helping Kristi inventory the supplies. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure she was. She doesn't look guilty at all.
There's 8 in this bottle. I mean 12 in this bottle. No, I mean 8.
Yeah. It looks like a kid with her hand caught in a cookie jar. Like, yeah. She looks guilty as sin. She says that Kristi's in the I forget what she says to her. I think Tabitha comes in looking for Jim, yeah. And she's she just tells her he's not there. Jim already left. So Tabitha finds him outside the diner. They finally communicate. It's so nice. The fandom collectively all screamed at the TV. Finally, I'm sure, when the scene happened. He says, "We need to talk." Oh my God, the 4 words we were all desperate for somebody to say. We need to talk. Yes, you do. Yes, you do need to talk. Yes, for God's sake, talk. Please talk. He told her, I lay down there all night thinking I was going to die under the house, meaning under the house. And he says, I just kept thinking to myself, why? Why did that road lead us here? What the fuck is the point of all of this? And well, the point of all this is your wife was reincarnated a million times over, and you just got sucked into a bad situation, Jim.
Well, you'll have a really big part in it, but unfortunately you'll die afterwards. But
yeah, you have an important role to play. Everyone has a role to play, like Ethan said.
Hero.
Yeah. it's a quest. Everyone has their role to play. Your role is, the answer is 12, and then goodbye throat.
Yeah. That's a little bit too
it.
much.
That's it.
Maybe you should have wrote that down.
The answer is 12. That's your role, Jim. I mean, it's an amazing role. It unlocked the secret of the model tree. It unlocked Tabitha's memories as a result. You know, they played the song, the kids showed up, and as a result, they remembered their past lives. He had a pivotal role to play. Who would have thought Jimbo, of all people, would have figured that out? But it was him. Why it was him and not Jade, when Jade is an accomplished violinist and Jim just happens to have a mom who was a piano teacher? Don't ask me, because that doesn't make sense. But maybe it's like Jade just couldn't see the forest for the trees. Jade was just in the thick of it. He was thinking he was overthinking it. He was thinking it was like the Fibonacci sequence, or like every different complex concept he could think of in his head for what the numbers meant. And it was something so simple, it should have been right in front of him. Music notes. And he's a violinist. He should have known, but Jim figured it out anyway. In the background, meanwhile, Randall is, sniping at people for going through stuff from the people on the bus. It is kind of messed up. I mean, did these people even agree to move into Colony House yet? And everyone's already like rifling through their stuff. I know this is how it works there, and they share everything in Colony House, but they descend on it like a pack of vultures, just like Randall says. I will admit. He says, you can't just take this stuff. It doesn't belong to you. And Tian Shen tells him to, you go now. He just kind of stomps off saying fucking vultures. So now we get some real communication, which is amazing. He says, did you know that Kristi's fiance was on that bus? And what you said about the wires not being connected, that's not possible. I believe you. It's just there's no way. When we build a new roller coaster, we design it to do things that seem impossible. Because the more impossible it seems, the stronger the reaction you get from the people riding it. I know how this sounds, but what if all of this was designed just to see how we react? I mean, what if this is all just some kind of fucked up experiment? So there's Jim's theory. Maybe this is some kind of experiment that they're in. And I know that's a popular theory that became a popular theory with the show. And it still is a valid theory. If it is an experiment, though, I would say it would have to be some kind of simulation. It could be like the Truman Show. Who knows? But because in the Truman Show, people were able to actually control the weather and everything in this place where Truman lived. I have no idea why. They never explained it. How? But they did. They were able to control the weather in the Truman Show. Either that or they were all wearing headsets. But I don't believe it's an experiment or a simulation at all. But yeah, that's Jim's theory. And thank God he finally tells somebody. He says the radio worked. We made contact with someone. I don't know why he waited so long. This is episode 4. Why didn't he tell somebody before? Why didn't he talk to Donna before? He talked to Tabitha before he talked to Donna about it.
Mm-hmm.
And Donna heard the voice too.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy to me. I don't understand that. I know he got injured, but I mean, the first thing out of my mouth when I got out of that dangerous situation, laying in the clinic, would have been, I heard a voice. I heard a voice. I would have been telling everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I would have been telling Kristi, anybody who would listen. I heard a fucking voice. And he says nothing. And we see in this episode that he doesn't see a problem with telling people. Donna has to convince him not to. So I just don't get why he didn't do it sooner. Why? Oh, it drives me nuts. He says, Tabitha's like, then why is everybody just standing around? And he says, because they don't know. Because you didn't tell them. Tell them. He says, God. Oh, he says, right as the storm was coming in, just as we were about to wrap things up, I heard a voice, a man. That's why I came running back here. He warned me or threatened me, I don't know which, but he knew my name and he said, you shouldn't be digging. And just like that, our house collapsed. So there you go. He told her that, and I know that's got to be messing with his head. Maybe that's why he didn't say anything like what happened to Boyd was so screwed up and he's keeping it to himself. But Boyd has more to lose. He's the leader of the town and he doesn't want to look insane. Jim should have been telling everybody who would listen about that voice. I don't care what the voice said. I don't care if the voice said it was from Mars. He should have been telling everybody. But he didn't until now. Tabitha says, you think someone's watching us. And then he says, all I know is, and then he's wincing in pain. By the way, he doesn't heal quickly like other people, which I think is intentional. The place heals who it wants to heal quickly, and it doesn't heal Jim because he was destined to die there anyway, especially after how he contributed to the whole getting Doug. That's why I think he limps around the whole season and doesn't heal quickly. Ethan gets his leg impaled and heals lightning fast. So I think the healing powers of the place are selective. It doesn't work for Jim. It works well for Ellis. He heals pretty quickly.
Yeah, so much else.
Ellis got stabbed. He was doing pretty well, like the next day. Anyway, he says, all I know is someone got on the other end of that radio and they talked to me. And the way that he puts that, the other end of that radio, it does make me think like he's thinking too literally. I don't think there is like another radio somewhere with a person literally talking into it, like in the real world. I think some force just made the radio work. Like, I don't think there's some other radio somewhere that someone was talking into. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I
think that some force just was able to manipulate the radio waves and make a voice come out of it. The man in yellow, of course. She says, did anyone else hear it? The voice on the radio. And then it's like, oh, the brilliant idea dawns on him to go talk to Donna. This is why he must go do it. Duh. Hello. That should have been what you did from the first moment that everything was okay again. Like everything had calmed down. You should have told Donna and anybody else who would listen. It's crazy. It's just, and also there were 2 red shirts standing nearby, by the way, but.
Yeah.
2 red shirts were within earshot as well. Now we're coming up on the scene that makes the episode for me. Michael said Dr. Maboose. Maybe Dr. Maboose. With Alice, the wires are only for show. The electricity is free because it travels through the air. All you need is a so-called weather vane. Huh. Interesting. Let's see. Anything else before I move on? Samuel said Jade doesn't really confront Sara either. Yeah, but I don't think he knows. Well, he knows that she left the door open. Yeah, that's a good point. He doesn't confront Sara about leaving the door open when that truth comes out. And he doesn't know that she killed Toby with her own hand, but you'd think he'd be upset, right? Like Kenny was upset, but he doesn't. It's like he's forgotten Toby existed this season. But yeah, Samuel, I agree. I think he's the type of guy who distracts himself with other things instead of confronting trauma head on. I completely agree with that. Yeah. And I am one of those people myself, so I can relate to that, actually. Burying loss and blocking it out. Oh, yeah. Distracting myself. I am that way 100%. Yeah, exactly, Michael. They were on a one last hurrah vacation before the divorce, so it was sort of positive in the moment. And yeah, so that's a good point. And Jim thought maybe that I think Jim probably thought this might be one last chance to save their marriage. So Jim was still holding on to it, I think. He was still reminiscing, and Tabitha was just not having it. She was not interested. What else? Anything else I should say? I agree, Muncher Lyncher Boyd is an absolute beast. I'd listen to his every word if I were in Fromville. 100%. Jade was thinking irrationally. Jim thought artistically. Jade was thinking, I don't know if I said that right. Jade was thinking rationally. Jim thought artistically. Right brain, left brain. Yeah. Yeah, Jade wasn't in his artistic mode. He's a violinist, but he was thinking, yeah, in different terms. Yeah, definitely. Muncher Luncher Jimbo has got to be right about the experiment. Wow, Julie solved from. I don't think so though. I mean, hey, it's valid. It's a valid theory. Like, it could be like the Truman Show where they can even bring a storm in. Like, it's possible. I'm not going to discount that theory. I just personally don't think it's what's happening here. There's just too much supernatural stuff going on. That whole story, it would just be such a waste to give us this incredible lore that they've built about how these monsters were created because they sacrificed their children for immortality, and Jade and Tabitha failed to save the children, so they've been reincarnated over and over again, forced to come back here. Imagine if all of that lore is just, just thrown in the garbage at the end, and they say, oh, yeah, psych, it was just an experiment the whole time. All of that was bullshit. All that whole emotional journey, Jade and Tabitha crying, remembering that they had a child sacrificed. That amazing moment when they realized they'd been there so many times over and they shared a child and they used to sing her lullabies. Imagine if all of that is just bullshit.
That'd suck.
That would suck, right?
All the emotion.
All of that emotion. Jade's eyes welled up with tears, and he said, we used to sing them lullabies. And Tabitha said, we've come back over and over again because we tried to save the children and we failed because one of them was ours. Like, all the emotional weight of that would just be shot to hell. And I have too much faith in the writers of this show. I just believe in them too much. At this point, I love shows that involve simulations and experiments. I think they're really interesting and I enjoy them, but not this one. It's too late for that. They've given us too much lore and emotional gravitas to just throw it all in the garbage for something like that. And undermine it that way. Anyway, Martin, I know he's been in a collapsed house, but he's been in the clinic, lucid. He should have been telling everybody, Kristi and everybody. I heard a voice. Damn it, I heard a voice. Imagine, like, this was the entire town came together to work on this radio. The whole point was to see if they could talk to somebody. He heard somebody. Tell everyone who will listen. Anyway, one thing you'll learn when you're older, any meeting with more than 3 people is useless. My favorite Jade quote. Yes, and it's true. He's right. Also, by the way, I forgot the last line of that little heart-to-heart he had with Bakta. Jade ended it with, yeah, it doesn't get any easier. I like that too. It's like, nice pep talk, Jade. Great job. You should be a motivational speaker. Yeah, it doesn't get any easier. Anyway, Michael, they all had what? Hope. Everyone had hope. Yeah. And it's in a kind of a dark way, even Father Khatri, well, Father Khatri had hope because he thought he heard the voice of God. Boom. There you go. He was about to jump off a bridge, but he heard the voice of God. So he had hope too. They all were drawn in because they were experiencing hope and at a crossroads in their lives. Yes. The place feeds on both hope and fear, I think. I think the children are kind of powering the place, feeding on hope. And the big bad, the man in yellow who's working for the big bad or whatever, however it works, that entity feeds on fear and pain. Yes, Doc, the Last of Us episode was good. Yeah, hopefully, Doc, you can join the conversation next Monday. I'd love it if you could come on and talk with us next Monday. I am covering The Last of Us. For anyone who doesn't know, if you watched The Last of Us on Monday nights, we had a really awesome breakdown, a first live for The Last of Us. Smitty Snippets was a guest, and Tony Teflon unexpectedly wanted to hop on and have a friendly debate. We had a great time. So I told Tony, please come back anytime. We loved it. It was a lot of fun. Friendly debates are great. It made the stream more interesting. And Scarlet, even though Scarlet is not watching the show, she's very much aware of the issues involved in it and has knowledge about the games. So she was there with us too. And we had a great time. We had a great conversation. So I'm looking forward to continuing to cover the show every Monday at 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll be breaking down each new episode of The Last of Us. And if you want to watch with us, we do watch parties in the Discord every Sunday when the episodes drop at 9 p.m. Eastern. You can find the link to the Discord in the description of this video. So next week we'll have Smitty Snippets again as a guest. And if Tony wants to join, he's welcome to join too. But we'll see. But definitely Smitty Snippets. And hopefully Tony will join again when he's able to. And Scarlet, it's totally up to you if you want to join, the discussion. But I know you've got a lot on your plate. You do a lot of live streams. So you're under no obligation. But if you want to, you're
I'm kind of curious. I'm kind of curious to see if things on the show play out like the video game. So I haven't had curiosity.
I think it will, because it has so far. So anyway, back to From. Muncher Lyncher says, why do we still consider Jade and Tabitha protagonists? They legit. No, they didn't though. So they didn't sacrifice their kid, but so they failed. So what she said was we tried to save them, and they failed somehow. So they didn't sacrifice their child. And when you look at the cave drawing, I don't have it handy right now, but on the cave drawing, there's a giant blood symbol, and underneath it you see the 7 stone slabs that the Ankui kids were on, and you've got like a bunch of stick figures underneath it. And then on the top of the symbol, you see 2 stick figures alone. So I believe those 2 represent Jade and Tabitha, who did not participate in the sacrifice, but failed to stop it. And then the ones around the stone slabs are the monsters, the ones who did do the sacrifice. So the way that I envision it going down, I think they probably got tied up, restrained. They were unable to stop it. And so all they could do was tell them stories that gave them hope. I think it was Tabitha who told the kids the story that gave them hope that they would come back one day somehow, like they would, I think this is what gave them hope. It created maybe they told them a story about a magic tree that would be an escape out of this place. And the story gave the children hope, which created the tree. And ever since then, Jade and Tabitha have been winding up back there again and again at a fallen tree. Also kind of like a magic tree. Yeah. So anyway, David says monsters are innies, townies are outies. I'm pretty much convinced that everything supernatural is the unconscious mind presented on screen. But that doesn't mean it's all for nothing. Yeah, I can see that as the esoteric meaning, David. That's an interesting way of looking at it, kind of comparing to Severance. Yeah. Michael, yes, the original parents tried to stop the townsfolk from murdering all the kids, including their child, Tabitha and Jade, correct. David says it makes it more profound when understanding how trauma impacts the mind and how the mind reacts. Absolutely, that there's definitely an esoteric meaning to this show beyond just the story itself, for sure. And the tree feeds on hope. Yes, Michael. Yeah, and all these people are drawn there when they're at a crossroads and feeling hope. Definitely, that's what they all have in common. Let's see. Yeah, Smitty is hilarious. If you haven't subscribed to Smitty's Snippets channel, he's awesome. I happened to catch one of his lives finally, which I rarely have had time to do, but I managed to catch one the other night and it lifted my spirits. He's so funny and he's so kind. He'll be joining us on Mondays, hopefully every Monday, for the Last of Us lives. So check out Smitty Snippets channel. They do lives Tuesday and Thursday nights at 8 p.m. on their channel, and they discuss TV and movies. So, and it's always a good time. They are also stick figures with their hands down while the rest put their hands up. I didn't notice that, Samuel. The rest had their hands up. I'll have to take another look at that. Michael got stopped or were waylaid and got there too late or something, and the pact was already done or sealed. So all they could do was comfort the children as they were sacrificed with the hopeful story, and in my opinion, a promise to come back as many times as possible to save them. Like, we'll find a way somehow. And in my opinion, the kids basically made a pact and sealed with their child wish/hope magic and grew the tree. I agree, Michael. 100%. Okay. Now we're getting to what I think is the most interesting scene in the entire episode. One of the most memorable scenes in the entire show for me. This show isn't all just about the action and the monsters. I like these low-key episodes just as much that are building the lore and the mystery elements. Because here is the first appearance of our favorite ghost, Ghost Khatri. Boyd is, interestingly enough, I will have to point out, as I always do, he is standing in front of a mirror right before he sees Ghost Khatri for the first time. Mirrors are symbolic. I've said it a million times. I'll say it again. Mirrors in storytelling are symbolic, in some cases, of deception. Boyd happens to be standing in front of a mirror right before he encounters Ghost Khatri for the first time. Again, I still think that he's some part of the entity, the big bad, and is deceiving him. And this, if that's the case, then this would be a good way to put a little hint in there. Deception. Mirrors are constantly being used in the show when someone is being manipulated by an evil entity. Either manipulated or suffering as a result of the evil entities there. For example, Fatima stood in front of a mirror in Colony House. Well, if you want to go way back, Jasmine, the monster Jasmine, stood in front of a mirror in Colony House. She's an evil entity. Then Fatima stood in front of the same mirror in season 3, same one, while she was carrying the smiley pod, carrying an evil entity. Later that season, Elgin stood in front of the same mirror while he was being manipulated by the kimono lady. He was about to draw his own blood to give to Fatima. Time after time this has happened. Randall, after he gets scratched by the monsters, he looks in a mirror and stares at the scar, suffering as a result of an evil entity. And under the influence of one, still suffering from the after effects of the cicadas, he looks in a mirror. In season 1, Boyd screams in front of a mirror, and that's just him, suffering from this horrible place. And in season 4, Donna sobs in front of a mirror as well. Again, suffering because this place has taken so much from her, and Nikki had just died. So mirrors again and again, connected to evil entities in the place. Could it be a clue that this is deception? Maybe. Boyd steps out, and this is the first time we ever see it. I'll never forget it. I never thought we would see this guy again, and I'm so glad they brought him back. He's too good of an actor and a character to write him off the show so early. And it's like we never lost him, because he's not one of the leads. So he basically gets as much screen time as he ever did, especially in season 3. It's honestly like we never lost him at all. We still have Sean Majumder pretty much the same amount we always did, and I'm loving it, and I hope they continue it. So Boyd comes out, and he's immediately looking around like he's already been questioning reality, feeling like he's in a dream. This can't be real. And so this is not helping. Again, that makes me again think this is part of the big bad, because what is the big bad trying to do to him this season? Make him question reality, starting with the dungeon dream state and Martin saying, what if Abby was right? What if it's all just a dream? The vision of Ellis in the well. He comes out and he's questioning reality as a result. Then he sees his dead friend. It could be more efforts to break his mind and make him question reality. Maybe. Ghost Khatri says he's sitting in front of the chess game. It's your move, Boyd. And I gotta say, your options don't look great. It's your move, Boyd. More chess metaphor. So Boyd is a chess piece being used. It's not really, I mean, yes, he does have choices as to what he can do, but he is a chess piece in all of this. I do think that he functions like a chess piece, like everybody else who's a major player in the show. And he was brought there by one of the entities, in my opinion, to be used as a chess piece. So we've got more of the chess metaphor coming back again, and it looks like, wow. So I didn't realize this, but even the chessboard itself got bloody. It wasn't just that one chess piece that Kenny had with his father's blood on it. It's the whole thing is bloody. Boyd says, this ain't real. You're not here. And Khatri says, you want to talk about what can and can't be real? That's the part you want to focus on. Now, I gotta say, because I always look at things with an open mind, that question could be seen as a positive thing, whereas he's not trying to manipulate Boyd. He's telling Boyd, stop focusing on what can and can't be real. It's okay, that's a point for him not being the entity. Because Boyd this whole season is being distracted by wondering what's real and what's not. And Khatri is saying, that's what you want to focus on? In other words, knock it off. Boyd says, I don't know, I got a little mystery boy sending people through magic trees in the forest. My hand's not shaking anymore, but I got worms under my skin. Now I've got worms underneath my skin. So yeah, maybe that's the part we should talk about. So yeah, he's very much questioning reality because of all of that stuff that he mentioned. And Khatri is encouraging him not to. He says, or how about we talk about what's really on your mind? How exactly are you going to tell Kenny that Sara killed his dad? Boyd says she didn't kill him. And Khatri says she opened the door, potato, potato. You think Kenny's going to be interested in the minutia of exactly what happened? Let me ask you something. What benefit is there in Kenny knowing that you lied to him, you betrayed him, you found out the truth about how his father died, and you not only spared the life of the person responsible, you gave her your trust, your friendship. So I get what he's saying, but it's not good advice to keep this to himself. It's not good advice. I mean, on the one hand, I understand what he's saying, and it would be kind of just unburdening his conscience. And it would just hurt Kenny, but he's not taking into account that Sara could tell him herself, which she does. And hearing it from Sara is so much worse. It's so much worse because he broke Kenny's trust, and Kenny has no way of believing that Boyd was ever planning on telling him himself. So I just don't think it's good advice. Sara could easily spill the beans, which she does. If it wasn't for that, I would say, yeah, okay, maybe it's better not to tell Kenny. Don't just unburden your own conscience and hurt Kenny. Because it's, because what the stuff that he says makes sense here. Boyd says all of this was your fucking idea, and Khatri says it's poor form to blame the dead. Boyd says he'll understand. I did what I had to do. She was valuable. She may still be valuable. Now Khatri says, oh yes, she may well be of value, which is why you need to keep your fucking mouth shut. What value is the truth to Kenny right now? You think he's better off? You think he's going to be better off once he finds out? Or will you just be relieving the burden of your own guilt? He's got a point. The man's guy, the entity, or whatever the hell he is, he's got a point that sometimes telling people, confessing to things, it's just unburdening our own guilt and hurting that person, and nothing good can come out of it. So I see the point he's making here. I do. But what about Sara? Sara's not good at keeping her mouth shut, as we see. So it's better that he would find out. He would find out from Boyd than from her. Boyd says somehow you being dead made you even more of an asshole. More amazing dynamics between Harold and Sean here. I just love it. They were friends, but it was just that their friendship was it was an interesting one. They challenged each other. Khatri challenged Boyd. He told him what he needed to hear. Not what he wanted to hear, but Khatri always told him what he needed to hear, what no one else had the nerve to say to him. He would bring up. Like when he told Boyd, you don't have the luxury of grief. That really memorable monologue in season 1, that he couldn't imagine what it would have been like, what he had to do to Abby, but he says, you don't have the luxury of grief. You need to be the one to lead these people home. And Boyd was ready to, clock him if he said another word, but he kept going. It's like, you don't want a speech? Okay, you're going to get a sermon instead. And he tells him that, all that stuff. And that's what he needed to hear. That's what Boyd needed to hear. He's like his spiritual advisor, his conscience. And, he doesn't always say priestly things. He was advocating that Frank go in the box as a deterrent to anybody else to do something to cause someone else's death, something reckless. But in this place, it's not our world. So where normally a priest would be advocating for mercy, he thought that it was necessary to put Frank in the box. And in this case, with Sara, he didn't think Sara should go in the box. These are not real world rules we're operating under here. In this world, Sara needed to be protected because she was an asset. She was deeply connected to the place. So he said she should stay protected regardless of what she did. She actually tried to kill a kid, and he said, no, you got to protect Sara. So he always did give unconventional advice. This particular advice, I just don't think is smart. It's not that it's unconventional. It's just, it's not smart. It's unconventional in that priests wouldn't usually say lie, but the problem is I just don't think it makes sense because it doesn't take into account that Sara could spill the beans. And that would be so much worse, which it is. Khatri says leaders sometimes have to make tough decisions. Boyd, you of all people know this. You want to be everyone's friend. Go be the new bartender. But if you want to lead these people home, echoing what he said in season 1 about leading these people home, sometimes you have to make a shitty decision. I tried telling you this before. You didn't listen. Listen to me now. So that's back when season 1, he's referring to how he was telling Boyd he's got to make the shitty decision to put Frank in the box. Boyd didn't listen in that he tried to give Frank an out. He tried to let Frank go off and live in the woods, not go in the box. He didn't listen. And that was a shitty decision to have to make, him telling Boyd, you need to put Frank in the box. But it acts as a deterrent to other people to doing foolish things and reckless things that could cause people to get killed. Like Frank failed to protect his family. Honestly, it really wasn't all on Frank, though. I will always stand up for poor Frank because his wife could have nailed the window shut herself. However, at any rate, Boyd didn't listen to him and tried to get Frank an out. Ghost Khatri is now saying, listen to me now. You didn't listen before. Boyd says, I'm not going to lie to him. So Khatri, this is where Khatri gets more sus for me. He picks up what I think is the bloody rook. I'm not totally sure if it's the rook. It's kind of hard to see. It could have been a bloody pawn. I'm not really sure, but I think the rook represents Boyd, so it's probably the rook. He picks it up and he walks over to him. Since he wasn't getting through to Boyd, it's almost like he's picking up a chess piece and pointing at him like, I'm manipulating you like a chess piece right now. That's the vibe that I got. That's what I got from that, but I don't know. He points the chess piece at him. I can't tell what this is. I wish I could tell if it's I think it's the rook. It doesn't look small enough to be a pawn, but it's too blurry when you zoom in to tell for sure. It'd be really interesting if it's a pawn, though. Anyway, just because it could be the evil entity using him as a pawn as he's pointing it at him. He picks it up and he says, what was that thing Ellis said about that thing everyone holds on to? That's what you are to Kenny now. You're the father Kenny no longer has. What do you think happens when you take that away? Broken people don't survive here, Boyd. That's a really important line. It's one of the most important lines of the series, and it's a theme, a predominant theme of the show. Broken people don't survive here. Everyone has to have something to hold on to, and that's what helps them survive. Something that matters to them, something inside themselves to hold on to. Ellis was talking about that regarding Fatima, that seems to be slipping away. That thing inside herself. And Boyd is that to Kenny. He is for Kenny. And yeah, you take that away, broken people don't survive here. He's right in what he's saying. Again, he's not taking into account that Sara could tell Kenny the truth, and then he's even more screwed. So if it wasn't for that, I would say yeah. If it wasn't for that, I would say yes, I would agree. Don't tell Kenny. It's not going to solve anything. It's not going to bring his father back, and it could break Kenny. He's wrong though about Kenny being broken by the truth, though, because Kenny is he's persevering really well right now. Oh, I see Doug is back.
Hello again.
Hello, Doug. How was breakfast?
Breakfast was okay. These Ibis hotels I've been staying with, and the breakfast leaves a little bit to be desired, but it was fine. It was fine.
Okay. What was it? What did you have? Scarlett was wondering what she wanted to ask before, but she didn't get a chance.
Well, European breakfasts are a little different. It looks a lot more like lunch where we come from. If you like sausage and eggs every day for breakfast, you're in great shape. But I don't eat a whole lot of meat, and I've had way more bacon and eggs and stuff like that on this trip than is good for me. So this morning I just had some granola and orange juice and coffee and toast.
Oh, okay. Just your standard breakfast.
Yeah.
I think Scarlett stepped away, but I'm sure she'll be back.
Well, so, I'll bet it was something I said.
No, she was already gone. She had already stepped away. Oh, hi, Gabrielle. Nice to see you.
Let me know if it gets too loud. I just opened the window because it's getting very warm in this room already.
Wow, I can't even imagine. It's still pretty chilly here. It's quite chilly. Right?
It's like in Toronto right now, I think it's about +2. And the high tomorrow when I fly home is about +12, which is about 54 Fahrenheit. And 80 degrees today. So go figure.
Yeah. So you're going to have a huge shift in both temperature and time zone going back 6 hours.
Well, the weird thing is that it's a lot warmer here than it is in Madrid. When I get to Madrid this afternoon, it's going to be like 14 degrees, which is 57, something like that.
Yeah. Wow. Well, you got to experience a nice little bit of warm weather while it lasted anyway, for a little while.
I will take it, because this morning I'm done with all my, I'm just killing time now until I go to my flight, and the flight's not till 6 p.m. So I'm going to head out to the airport, probably leave around 3-ish to get there for 4, give myself lots of time. And in the meantime, there's a big park right near where I'm staying. So a friend I had drinks with last night said, check it out. So I'm going to go and take a walk through there and take a few pictures, which I'll probably post later.
Nice. Yeah. Enjoy the nice weather while you can. That's cool. Michael says hi.
Hey, Michael. I noticed Samuel mentioning Nanashniki. Yeah, if we had crepes available for breakfast this morning, I would have happily had some, but none. Actually, they had them a few days ago in one of the other places I stayed, and I thought, oh, that's a nice surprise. But nothing like that today. It was just ippy-looking sausages and cold-boiled eggs.
Yeah. No such luck. Crepes are delicious. I love crepes.
Yeah, one of my favorite things. They're one of the first things I learned how to make, actually, if not the first thing. I had a friend in high school who taught me how to make crepes, and I've been doing it ever since.
I had them in one day. We made them in French class in high school, and that was a fun day. Crepes at school. That was fun. With what did we have on it? Nutella, because they really like Nutella in France, I guess. I wasn't a big fan personally, but
yeah, Nutella or any kind of chocolate spread. My favorite is one of the simplest, and that's just a crepe with lemon and sugar on it. And the little crepe stands that you see in Paris, that's usually an option you can get.
Martin wanted to know if you went any of the arcades in airports, Doug. Bit of a dance station or a time crisis.
I may have one today because I've got a 45-minute layover in Brussels. I've got to get from one flight to another in 45 minutes. Now, it's a short flight from here to Brussels. So, barring any issues at the airport, we shouldn't have to worry too much about being late. But hell, you never know with air travel. So we'll see. I mean, it's a connecting flight, so presumably they will wait for me if we're late. But I'm feeling a bit antsy about that because I've never been to Brussels airport, but if it's anything like Schiphol in Amsterdam, which is huge, it can take you forever to get from one gate to the next.
Oh, wow. I wish Dieter, oh wait, Dieter is in the chat right now. I was just going to say, I thought Dieter stepped away. Maybe Dieter knows something about the airport there. I'm sure he must.
Actually, Dieter, we didn't go through Belgium on the way here. We stopped in Frankfurt. So this will be my only visit to Brussels. and a very short one at that. As I say, I've got 45 minutes to. I'm basically going to leave one plane and just step right onto the other one, if all goes well.
Right. Um, yeah, yeah. Dieter would have loved to actually get to see you. He's like,
Yeah, it's like ships in the night.
like ships in the night. Oh, so close. He doesn't fly much, though. Okay, so he wouldn't really be that familiar with the airport. He hates flying.
I love to fly. I had a friend in high school who had his private pilot license, so he used to take me up flying all the time. And he was trying to work towards getting a commercial license, which means you have to rack up hours. You have to have, I think, a minimum of 250 hours flying time before you can qualify for a commercial license. So he was always looking for an excuse to go flying. And I'd get these phone calls. He'd say things like, what are you doing tonight? And I'd say, nothing. I don't have any homework. And he said, you want to go flying? I'd say, sure. Where are we going? He'd say, Pittsburgh. So we'd fly to Pittsburgh. We'd have dinner in the airport and we'd turn around and fly back. And that would be my evening.
Oh, that's awesome. I would love that myself. I loved flying. I haven't done it many times, but when I did, I mean, I was always anxious about it, but I loved it. I wasn't like terrified. I didn't have a terror of doing it. I was just a little nervous, but I just found it thrilling. Martin said I'm having visions of you and Mini Man in Yellow on a racing game in there.
Well, Mini Man in Yellow will be stuffed in my checked luggage, unfortunately, for the trip, so I won't be able to have him with me on the plane. Well, not right with me anyway. But yeah, no, it was kind of cool having my first introduction to flying being light planes, because it's kind of like getting into a car, you know. And when you get used to that, and then you get into like an airliner, you know, a big jet, it's just like luxury, you know. So I've always been comfortable with the idea of flying, and in fact, the most iffy experiences I have ever had have been in light planes, because they're really at the mercy of the weather. And sometimes if you've got a stiff crosswind or something like that, it can, you know, taking off and landing can be kind of tricky.
Oh, do you mean those little ones, the small?
Yeah,
oh,
like a Cessna.
Like a commuter plane? Oh, those.
No, even smaller than that, like Cessna 172s, the little 2 and 4 seaters. You know, a Cessna 150 would seat 2. A Cessna 172, I think, would seat 4.
Oh my God!
The biggest plane I ever flew with, he got his multi-engine license, and he was able to fly twin-engine planes. And then we were flying occasionally in like 6-seaters, but nothing bigger than that. So yeah, it's like getting into a car.
Those terrify me. I've never flown on one before, but I've heard of too many crashes. I've John Denver died in one of those. Like those scare the heck out of me.
John Denver was flying an ultralight plane, one of those open air thingies. You know, that's a whole different kettle of fish. But here's the thing: we get in cars all the time without thinking about how often they crash, and you have a much higher chance of dying every time you get in a car than you ever have getting into a plane. And we do that without giving it a second thought. So, you know,
that's very true. I mean, honestly, especially the drivers around here. My state was once did a study, and my state was ranked as the worst in the nation for drivers. So you take your life in your hands just getting on the road any day of the week. So you're right. Gabrielle said, my first time catching a live with Doug. Yay.
Hi, Gabrielle.
If you have any questions for Doug, feel free to put them in the chat. If you have any questions or comments for Doug, I'll highlight them. Gabrielle has been a regular here. She just hasn't happened to catch one with you.
I was going to say, I didn't recognize the handle. I don't think I've seen her before.
Yeah, she's here. But it's weird with the hours we keep. You know, some people just can't catch us live. You know, like Debbie Bobebi, like she's a regular supporter of the channel, but you know, she's not a night person. So we, you know, she comes on when she can. She's probably been in the chat before when you've been here, but yeah,
I've seen her once or twice. Yeah, and I think she was on when I was on. What's his name? Your friend,
Jeremy.
Yeah, when I was on Jeremy's channel, I think she was there too. But yeah, I see her from time to time.
Yeah. Wow, we have 50. This is the strangest thing that happens. In the middle of the night, we'll have the most people we've had for the entire stream. We have 50 people watching right now. That's crazy to me. When we started, it was in the 20s, I think, and now we have 50 people. Thank you for watching. We appreciate it. Michael said, "Mini Man in yellow won't just be peeping out of your shirt on the flight." Then, nope. Sorry.
No. Like I said before, you know, I thought about taking him on the plane with me, and I thought, yeah, when I get to security, they're going to take one look at him and they're going to think cocaine. So,
yeah, that's too bad. We can't have one of him looking out the window on the plane. That would be cute. And Michelle Miller says, "Hello, Doug." Hi, Michelle. Michelle pops in too. But yeah, not everybody catches us live. A lot of people watch replays. We have a lot of people who just only can catch the replays of these lives.
Well,
so.
You know, you keep really weird hours. What can I tell you?
Yeah, I do, you know, so people say they go to sleep to us sometimes and wake up to us and we're still going. Or
yeah, I've done that a couple of times.
We did one that on Monday that was for The Last of Us, and it went like 7 hours, I think. 7 hours, 15 minutes. I wasn't planning on doing that, but it got out of hand. Tony Teflon joined. In my defense, it turned into a debate. So yeah, Tony Teflon joined, and we had a really fun, spirited debate. So,
well, I've had that happen a number of times where I've said goodnight to you, and then I get up in the morning and you guys are still at it, and I'm just like, whoa. Who's passing out the Benzedrine here?
Yeah. We have that reputation. And then there's an awesome replay gang. I see the views go up sometimes for days later. It's awesome. Samuel had asked if you like the public transportation in Poland. I heard it's nice.
It's awesome. It's great. You know, we used to have great public transport in Toronto, but the problem is over the years with the various budget cuts to the municipal budget because of other concerns, transport has really suffered and the service is not what it used to be. So you always feel a bit spoiled coming to Europe because there's always a bus or a tram or a metro, you know, just a few minutes away when you need one, and it's very convenient.
That's cool. Yeah. Michael, yeah, this probably wouldn't work well. Imagine stepping through the full body scanner with Mini Man in yellow. Sir, we're going to need you to step over here.
I think they would make Mini Me go through on his own, but fortunately, he doesn't wear any metal, so I think he'd be good.
I think so. Michelle says, "I'm a night owl. It's awesome Doug is here. A real treat. Super cool." Yes, indeed. It's always cool.
Well, Michelle, it's awesome you're here too, so we're even.
Michael. Oh yeah, Michael makes AI music. A lot of people make these awesome songs on Suno. It's a popular trend now, and he's made one for the I think it's called The Yellow Man.
I did check this out. I think the first time Michael suggested it, I did check it out, so I have heard it. That was my first experience of hearing an AI generated tune. But it's funny, there was a guy at the program in La Alberca in Spain, one of the Anglos, who he's an older guy who has, even older than me, who has worked for years in the music business. And he created a couple of AI tunes about the program that he played one day in one of our meetings. And it's just astounding. I mean, he wrote the lyrics for his tune, but the AI thing like literally took seconds to throw it all together. It's kind of terrifying, you know. As a writer, I have to say it's pretty threatening.
Right. I know as a writer, it's scary how well these things work now. The Yellow Man, it's super cool song, and he played us one. He made one during the live stream while he was I think he joined that one too, or I don't know, he might have just been in the chat, but Michael made another one. It was about the Crows and Ravens, I forget, but he made it during the live stream. It's amazing how fast you can whip these things up. Amy has made and Amy makes some, and she'll, she'll write lyrics and then she'll put them in, and then it just creates the music around it.
Yeah.
Different styles. Oh yeah. And Dieter had something here. No script yet, I'm sure, Doug. I don't think you've gotten a script for season 4, right?
Oh, I'm getting all these questions about season 4, and it's like, these are fans of the series who visit fan websites and, channels like yours all the time. When are these people going to learn? We don't fucking know anything. Not a goddamn thing. I still know no more about the Man in Yellow than anybody who watched the finale of season 3. All I know about him is the stage directions, which told me where to move, and the 5 lines I spoke. That's it, folks. I don't have a clue about season 4. I don't even know if I'm going to be in season 4, for God's sake. I haven't heard boo out of these people. So please stop asking me. Some guy on one of the fan sites on Facebook sent me a question about season 4, a couple of things, and I just sent a bunch of laugh emojis back, and he got hurt. He got upset. It's like, dude, read the room, this isn't news. We don't know. And even if we did know, we couldn't tell you. We're not allowed to, which doesn't mean I'm lying when I say we don't know. I'm saying that because we don't actually know.
Right. If you knew something and you couldn't tell us, you would just tell us, yeah, I'm sorry, I can't tell you that. I just can't answer that question. That's what you would say. You would just say, I can't answer that question. But if you don't know, you're going to tell us you don't know. Anyway, Sean Majumder, he made me a cameo from Dieter, thanks to Dieter. And at the end of it, he said, season 4 is going to be fucking bananas. That doesn't mean Sean knows anything either. He doesn't know any more than anybody else. He's just, you can pretty much assume that it's from. Of course it's going to be fucking bananas.
Of course, that's just him selling the series. That's you want to keep people interested. And yes, I think he's absolutely right. It probably is going to look how season 3 ended. Of course, it's going to be fucking bananas.
Exactly. Yeah. So nobody knows any of these details, but like Dieter says, if you aren't in season 4, I'm going to send some emails to John Griffin.
Well, don't send them to John, because it's not going to be John's decision.
Yeah.
If the Man in Yellow doesn't show up in season 4, it's because somebody over John's head made that decision and said, okay, write this guy out. We don't like his hair or whatever. That it won't be John doing that. I can guarantee you that.
Wouldn't that be awful though? Oh no! I would be so upset though if you're not in it. I'm sure you're going to be.
How do you think I feel? I'd be out of a freaking job.
I'm sure you're going to be in it. There's just no way that they can introduce something like that and you're just not there. No, you've got to be in it.
No, but it's entirely possible that he may serve as a device that they only need him around for a couple of episodes for. You never know.
That's possible.
I mean, I won't know until they tell me, and at that point, I won't be able to tell you. So that's the way it works.
That's how it works. Yep. Yeah. Like I was telling everyone earlier, once you do get information, you can't tell us anything, and we're not going to try to ask you anything either that you're not supposed to tell us.
No, and whatever limited information I have would not satisfy anybody anyway. It wouldn't be particularly useful, once we start shooting episodes and they're in the can and I know where they're going, yeah, there's lots of information there. But if you think I'm giving out spoilers, you got another thing coming,
Oh yeah, no, we would never try to get some people try to ask sneak questions, and I'm talking about interviewers. Sometimes interviewers try to get use sneak questions and get information out of people, and that's just wrong. That's trying to put people's jobs on the line. You're putting people's jobs on the line when you're doing that. Yeah, and I would never do that. So, but
and that was one of the beauties of playing the Man in Yellow, is that because nobody knew he was going to show up, I didn't have to deal with that problem at all. I only had to deal with the aftermath. Yep.
Yeah. So once you have information, We can talk about other things. Once you have information that you're not able to share, we can talk about all kinds of other things. It doesn't have to be from related.
Well, here's something I can share with you. Dieter's got a comment here where he says it's weird they don't tell people to clear their agenda around a certain time. They actually do that, Dieter. The very first thing that will happen, if and when I'm called back, is that they will call with an availability check for certain dates to make sure that I'm available. That much I can tell you, because that's just how the business works. You know,
Okay.
That's a general thing.
Right.
But, you know, until that happens, I have no idea. I'm in the same boat as everybody else. I'm guessing at when they're going to be starting. Sometime in June is the latest I've heard, but I don't have any more specifics than that. And
now,
I don't even know if that is accurate. So, you know.
Now, when they tell you you have like to do an availability check for certain dates, is that something you're allowed to say, or not, you're not allowed to share that information?
Yeah, in this case, probably not. You know,
I didn't think so.
But it's just, again, it wouldn't be particularly useful because it's just a window of time. You know, they'll say, are you free for the month of June or July or whatever, you know, and you say, yes. That doesn't even necessarily mean you're going to be used then, because their schedule can change. So the information on its own is pretty useless to begin with.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to try to keep a lid on whether you're even appearing or not. They wouldn't want you to share it. Once you know you're going to be in it, they wouldn't want you to share that, because it'll be much more surprising.
That's the thing. Once I know that, I can't talk about that, you know. So,
right. Because it'll be much more surprising to find out, is he going to be in it or not? When is he going to be in it? Like, when is this character showing up again? Like,
and as you say, I mean, I'm sure people are expecting him to return, but yeah, the fun is in not knowing exactly when or how, you know.
Exactly.
And why anybody would want to know that in advance if they're a fan of the series is completely beyond me. You know, I mean, I keep saying to people, you know, the fun for me in watching this series is not knowing what's going to happen. That would completely spoil it. You know, it's being surprised. Otherwise, what's the point?
I don't like spoilers at all. I like to theorize. I don't want to know what's going to happen at all. Let's hope it's not like Dieter says, and let's hope it's more than you just showing up in the season finale to kill someone again.
Well, you know, I don't think they would want to do something as repetitive as that. Yeah, they've got a little more imagination than that. So, you know, I don't think there's too much danger of that happening.
I agree. That would be way too redundant, I think. Yeah. It will be more original. Dieter also said looking forward to seeing Mini Men in Yellow when you take him on set. Yeah, that would be really entertaining to see.
Well, and of course, that's something I'm going to have to clear with the powers that be, but I have a feeling they'll be fine with that. You know, backstage stuff, I don't think will be an issue. But, you know, we'll see.
Yes. Fingers crossed. Yeah. Because that would be so entertaining if they let you do that kind of stuff. Michael says it seems like future Julie didn't know how, when, or why her dad disappeared or died. So who knows when they'll even figure out that the yellow man exists. That's true. You know, we don't know how long it's going to take. I'm predicting a time jump personally. I need to make a video and like, I'll do it closer to when season 4 comes, but I think it's going to be a time jump. We'll be in future Julie's time, and she'll return and report that she failed to save her father, and we'll pick up there. Maybe it's 6 months ahead. Maybe it's a year. Well, that's what I think is going to happen personally. But anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose they could go either way, because the other thing they could choose to do is deal with the immediate aftermath of everything that happened at the end of season 3. You know, all the revelations, because, you know, the news for Jade and Tabitha is extremely fresh. You know,
it is
what they've just learned, and then of course Tabitha presumably is going to learn her husband just got killed off. You know, so I mean, I could just as easily see them picking up right where we left off. But who knows? You know?
Yeah. I mean, at the very least, I think we're gonna have to get some kind of time jump at some point, because of how slowly time progresses in this show. If we're eventually going to get to a point where we see future Julie, whenever that is, I think they're going to go ahead.
And you may be absolutely right. I mean, it's just as viable an option to go to the time where Julie just came from and pick it up from there, you know, so then you don't have to deal with the immediate aftermath. I mean, they may decide to do that. Yeah, because, let's face it, every season begins with us headed in a new direction. Like, look at season 2, starting in Camden, Maine.
Right. And the benefit too, if they do a time jump, let's say it's like a year later or something like that, then it could explain some of Simon Webster's growth too. That they wouldn't have to deal with that.
Yeah. True enough.
So anyway, we were breaking down the scene with Ghost Khatri, his very first appearance on the show. And I just loved it. I think it's a phenomenal scene. We were talking about that, and earlier we had a poll up on what kind of entity we think he is. The poll is actually still there too. Whether Ghost Khatri is part of Boyd's conscience, like his inner voice, and he's imagining it, or is he? One person suggested maybe he's lingering energy, like Jade was describing. People's spirits could linger in places like this, and he could be an actual spirit of some kind, or some type of entity like the Ghost Abbey entity, which seems to be clearly malevolent. So yeah, I have a poll up there. What do you think, Doug?
Well, I think that certainly as a literary device, he's absolutely serving as Boyd's conscience. That's clear. Whether it's literally that or not is kind of a moot point for me. My intuitive sense just from the time he first appeared was, yeah, this is the kind of shit that happens here. People get killed, but like they come back and they talk to you. And, Thomas is doing the same thing, right?
Right.
And that's just the way life works here. And yeah, I just think of it as, yes, they're gone, but no, they aren't. They're still here in spirit, quite literally.
Right. The weird thing, the thing that I have trouble with, if it is a spirit, an actual spirit, I wonder how he's able to appear to Boyd, but ostensibly Abby was not the real Abby, because there was a spirit that spoke, or a voice that spoke in Sarah's head and said to Boyd, "Tell Mr. Fish and Loaves I was wrong. There are things out here worse than the monsters." And that's when they were out in the woods on that trek. I think that may have been the real spirit of Abby speaking through Sara, and she couldn't appear for real. The real
but didn't she has appeared to Boyd though in spirit form, has she not? I mean, I seem to remember them encountering one another face to face. I thought it was when they were out in the woods.
She has, but I don't think that was really her. I don't think she seems malevolent. She doesn't seem like she seems like she was trying to get him to give up. She was trying to get him not to smash the music box, which I think would have led to everyone dying.
Well, again,
things like that.
Here's the thing, like coming back to this whole idea of a certain balance being maintained here. You've got Khatri on the one hand, serving as Boyd's life coach, and on the other hand, you've got Abby serving as his tormentor, so they're kind of like bookends. I suppose that's one way to look at it.
Yeah, like someone earlier compared it to having an angel on one shoulder and a devil on the other.
Absolutely. Yeah. And they play with that dynamic in the series all the time,
Mm-hmm. Yep. Samuel said, who was the problem in Jim and Tabitha's relationship, in your opinion? What is your top criticism of both of them as individuals?
Well, it's funny, when Jim was killed and there was so much fan reaction of like, oh, thank God they finally got rid of that asshole. I leapt to his defense, because from my perspective, Jim was doing everything he could. Like all the choices he made, given the circumstances they found themselves in, all of a sudden coming to this crazy town, made complete sense. Here's this creepy middle-aged man who wants to spend all his time with his kid. I'd be a little threatened by that too, I mean, every choice that that Jim made was a practical attempt to deal with this indescribable trauma that they found themselves in the midst of. And yeah, because, you know, he's a bit brusque, he tended to rub people a little bit the wrong way, but under the circumstances, I think that's an easily forgivable sin, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I mean, you know, like his wife suddenly digging up the basement. I'd be a little concerned if my wife started doing shit like that too. It's like, honey, do we need to go and get some counseling or like what, you know? I mean, one of the things I find really interesting about the series is the various ways that the various characters deal with the trauma. And the thing about Jim was he was a bit slow to realize that everyday practical efforts don't quite work here. You know, the big lesson being the radio, I suppose. But he evolves, he changes. The more that he learns, the more he changes his approach, you know, until he finally gets to the point where he's the ticket to solving the music clue, you know?
Mm-hmm.
He's the one that started that, you know, and it's because, you know, this place has forced him to kind of think a little outside the box, you know? So there's a real progression in that guy from where he is in, you know, the pilot to where he is just prior to getting killed. Those are two very different people.
Right.
Or, you know, the same guy, but he's just gone through this tremendous evolution, having spent the time that he has spent in this ridiculous place.
Right. I think people don't have enough empathy for Jim, and that at one time I think I was among the people. I think I was a bit too harsh on Jim at certain points, and eventually but I always came back to the fact that he's a grieving father. I always had to remind myself, like, wait a minute, no, just 14 months ago he lost a baby, and he's trapped in this place now, and of course he'd be easily triggered. Did I like it when I would be very upset at him for, you know, violently throwing Victor out of the diner and things like that. But then I've got to remember, of course he'd be triggered easily and overprotective of Ethan. He just lost another child before he got there. It makes sense.
And
he's got anger issues.
When he went after Victor, I mean that's the thing. Like I think one of the reasons that Jim pissed a lot of people off is because his first reaction to just about everything was to get confrontational, initially at least, you know. But again, under the circumstances, it's entirely understandable. It's kind of like the Acosta problem. I mean, she comes off as a real pain in the ass because she still hasn't figured it out, you know. She hasn't, and it's going to be really interesting to me to see what they do with her character, you know, as she starts to come to terms with how this place actually works, because you know, she still thinks, for example, that the fact she's wearing a cop uniform actually means something here, which of course it doesn't, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yep. It doesn't mean anything. You don't have jurisdiction in here. You have no authority. It doesn't mean anything anymore, that badge.
Yeah, but again, you know, given where she's come from and the brief time that she's been there, it's totally understandable that she hasn't figured it out yet. You know, I mean, particularly as a cop, because those people, the way they're trained, you know, they're terribly blinkered in their thinking. And I've had some personal experience of this. And one of these days, we will tell the bike story. Well, you'll get to hear all about that. And it has a lot to do with the way policemen are taught to think. And so she's been trained to, like, in a way, her training is doing her a real disservice here, because nothing in her training has prepared her for the reality of this place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, people were very harsh on Acosta, and I mean, yeah, she was spinning out and she did unreasonable things. She accidentally shot that woman. She died of her injuries. You know, she demanded her gun back the very next day, which was ridiculous. But I mean, it was her panicking, trying to feel some sense of control.
Exactly. And yeah, she pissed me off terribly. It's like, when is this woman going to figure it out? You know, but I'm sure that will happen soon enough, you know?
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, David said, I've always liked Jim. He was the logical thinker. In Lost, we had Locke, the man of faith, and Jack, the man of science. That's right. You know, Jim was very much grounded in reality, the roller coaster engineer. He would think very practically.
And as Martin has says here, you know, Jim learned nearly everything himself, and he was doing it practically. Jade had help with hallucinations, etc. And that's absolutely true. You know, Jim was working it out logically in a place where logic doesn't work in quite the same way. And yet he still managed to make a lot of headway. Primarily, I think, because he started to do a little thinking outside the box. Like he figured out, oh, my normal way of approaching this kind of thing doesn't really work here. I have to take another stance, you know. And the poor guy, the minute he did, you know, done. So sorry, Jim. Julie, did I lose you? I can't hear you. Nope. You've gone radio silent on me. Anyway, as it happens, I have to.
Sorry about that.
Did you get booted?
Yeah, this shouldn't happen anymore. Hold on, I can't hear very well. I gotta turn up my volume. Sorry about that. I just installed a brand new router today, and this wasn't supposed to happen anymore. So I'm very dismayed that I thought this was not going to be an issue, and my Wi-Fi just cut out and kicked me off. Damn. Yeah, I'm going to be calling the internet company. What the hell? This shouldn't be continuing to happen. Brand new router. Anyway, and it was $50 too, this router. Anyway, I missed what you were saying, Doug. Sorry about that, leaving you alone.
I was just quoting what the message that you put on there that Martin laid down, you know, the bit about Jim doing it the hard way, doing it all on his own. And the thing about it was, you know, he eventually his natural approach, given his training, kind of like Acosta, was to do it practically. But he eventually learned that practicality doesn't exactly work here. You need another approach. And, you know, no sooner did he get his head around that when I came along and, you know, so my apologies.
Yeah. Had to put a stop to that.
Yeah. Anyway, listen, I'm going to have to bolt because I want to go do this park thing, and the official checkout time here is noon. So I've got 2 hours to kill doing that, which will give me just enough time to go and take some nice pictures and stuff. So I will say goodbye for now. Don't know when I'll see you next because I'm going to be in transit for the next 36 hours or so. But when I can, I will log on to say hi.
Well, I'm so glad you were able to pop in. I'm so glad I was able to get back here when you needed to go. Oh my God.
Yeah, I was going to bolt, and then I saw your icon pop back up. Here she is. We're good.
Oh, perfect timing. Well, enjoy the rest of your last day there. Have a great time, and looking forward to hearing from you again. Thanks for coming on and joining us, Doug. We miss you.
My pleasure. And I miss you guys too. And I will see you soon. Take care, everybody.
Bye, Doug.
Bye for now.
Oh, God. Thank God I was able to get back just in time. Jesus Christ. I'm going to be calling. That was $50, that new router. And the router is actually scuffed up. It's got marks on the front of it. It's supposed to be brand new and it's scuffed up. So for one thing, I want them to replace that. I want one that's not scuffed up. Now, maybe that won't change anything, but this is $50 and it was supposed to be a brand new router. So, but the thing is, my Wi-Fi wasn't always like this. It didn't always kick me off like this. So anyway, it seems like it's something that's been getting worse and worse. I'm going to highlight these because Doug does look at replays later. So I'll highlight these anyway, so he can see them. Samuel said, have fun, Doug. And AA said, enjoy, Doug. Peter said, bye. And Michael. Because Doug does look back at these replays later, and he does see when people, you know, have had stuff to say to him after, you know, as he's leaving. So I like to highlight them anyway. And there's Martin saying bye, Doug. It's the new laptop, Michael. So I don't know what's going on. Something wrong with the Wi-Fi. Very disheartening that it's still happening. Bye, Dieter. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. You take care of yourself too. Keep trying to get better. Anyway, I really need to be able to get back onto my laptop because that's where all my pictures are. We still have to break down the last couple scenes of the episode. I think my Wi-Fi is back, so I'm going to try and get back on. It looks like it's back, which is good timing because I'm ready to get back and break down the last few scenes of this so we can wrap this thing up and get off of here. Okay. All right. And we're back. Get a desktop PC. Yeah, David. David, there's some, I think there's some device that Dieter suggested to me that actually might work. I can't use a desktop PC because I need to be able to stream in my recliner because of my pain condition. So I can't sit at a computer desk. However, people have suggested things to me like getting an Ethernet cable and running it. I could get a really, really long one. The router was in the living room. This apartment is pretty small. Someone suggested I get an Ethernet cable, run it from the router, from the living room, through the kitchen, and then into my bedroom. So I could try that. Dieter also looked up some kind of device I could get so that I could, like, get the Wi-Fi connected in my room too or something. I'm not sure what kind of device it is, but Dieter was looking up some different things like that. So I'll keep on trying to make this situation better so that it stops kicking me off my own lives, because I mean, especially as hopefully, I'm looking forward to hopefully getting more guests on here, and when we have guests, I cannot have this kicking me off. I would be devastated if that continues to happen when we get guests who are just one-time things, like, you know, a guest who I'm gonna get once and it's not going to be a repeat guest. I'm gonna want that to go perfectly and not drop off. Scott McCord said that he would do an interview, and that's not going to be something he's able to do all the time, and so I certainly don't want to get kicked off in the middle of that. So hold on. That clicking on it, and now it's just being slow. You're so nice and thoughtful for sharing and highlighting comments all the time. I'm sure you hear this a lot, but you are the greatest. Aw, thank you, Martin. Thank you, Martin. I appreciate it. Kind words help a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you. I just want to make people feel seen and included in the conversation. I'm happy to do it. I'm here to talk to you guys. I'm here to have conversations, and I love highlighting your comments and including everyone. I felt invisible most of my life, so I never want anyone to feel invisible or not valued here. Anyway, so the router we're in a small apartment. The router is in the living room, which is not that far from me. Then there's between those two rooms, there's the kitchen and it's the living room and then the kitchen and then my room. It's not that far. And so there aren't really a lot of obstructions, but it wasn't always this bad. I've lived here for over a year and it's been getting worse and worse, but nothing changed. So I don't understand why it's getting worse. I used to think it was the cats knocking out the Wi-Fi because we have this loose outlet. It's one of those outlets where you plug something in and it doesn't stay nice and firm in there. So I would always think, okay, the cats must have loosened it, and I'd go in there and I'd tighten up the connection to the wall. But then we switched outlets. We got a brand new power strip and plugged the router into the brand new fancy expensive power strip, plugged that into a different outlet, and it still goes out. And the only way to bring it back usually is for me to go in there, unplug it, and plug it back in again. A few minutes later, it comes back. I have no idea why, because when I go in there, everything is tightly plugged in. So it's not the cats. I was blaming the cats. It was probably never them to begin with. So I don't understand, but I'm going to look into options. Let's see. You can use AR glasses, then you can lay down. What's an AR glasses? I've never heard of that. And wireless keyboard and mouse. Maybe, okay. That might be an option too. I appreciate the suggestion. Thank you, guys. Newer modem or router should generally have better transmitters for better coverage. Yeah, you would think. Well, I'm returning this. This was $50 and it's scuffed up. And so I'm going to return it. It may not do anything, but I'll do it anyway. I expect a brand new router if I'm paying $50 for a new router. A long Ethernet cable will boost your internet incredibly, or a Wi-Fi booster. That's what Dieter looked up. There was something that you plug in your room. That must be it, a Wi-Fi booster. It's only 20 or 25 and no billing and super easy to set up. Thank you, Martin. Dieter suggested that too. I'm going to try that next. Hardwired network cable is generally more reliable. Could also get Wi-Fi repeaters or a separate Wi-Fi 6 mesh network with multiple access points for better coverage in different areas. Thank you guys for the suggestions. I appreciate it. AR equals augmented reality. Okay. Sometimes it's just a glass window that can block it, or thick bricks. I've had rooms that just don't pick up Wi-Fi signal. This room definitely seems to be worse, but it's not the room. You know why? Because when this happens, I go in the living room and it's out in there too. It's out throughout the whole apartment. When it completely gets knocked out, it's knocked out everywhere. So it's not where I'm located. It's the whole place. It's the whole place. I really appreciate all the suggestions. Thank you guys so much. You are the best. So let's get through. I don't know if Scarlet maybe fell asleep from her. She's very, very busy right now between work and covering shows with me and doing stuff with Jamie, and she's probably exhausted. So I am going to get through the last few scenes of this episode so that I can get off and take care of myself and get some rest. Let's get back to it. So anyway, back to this scene. I think we pretty much covered this scene. And I talked about this ad nauseum, so I think we're good here. By the end of the scene, I think he's pretty much convinced Boyd not to tell Kenny. But either way, whatever Boyd decided, it was too late because Sara already spilled the beans. Then we have another really interesting scene here. Really interesting scene. And this scene was, I know, one of the biggest catalysts for the Donna is a mole theory. Let me know in the chat if any of you guys think Donna is a mole. I personally am team no mole. I don't think there are any moles. I think there are people who are manipulated, but not knowingly. So I don't think Donna is a mole. But this next scene, I know, is a big reason why some people think she's a mole. Jim, after Tabitha talks to Jim, he decides to actually go talk to the other person who heard the damn voice on the radio. And it's Donna. Oh man, it's too bad Doug couldn't be here for this particular conversation, but I'm glad he was able to pop on. Because we were about to discuss, we're about to get into a scene that mentions the voice on the radio. So for some reason, it takes Tabitha mentioning, did anyone else hear the voice, to get Jim to finally go up and talk to Donna. He goes up and he's limping really bad, of course. And he says, you know why I'm here. She says, to thank me for looking after your kids while you ran off like an asshole. And he says, we need to talk about how we're going to handle this. She's like, handle what? He says, you heard the voice on the radio. I know you did. she looks around to make sure nobody heard her, and she says, "Get the fuck in here." They go in the kitchen in front of this giant ass dream catcher, the biggest dream catcher I've ever seen in my life. And they go up in front of it. Dream catchers, once again, the theme of dreams. Not that this is all a dream, but dream states happen in the show all the time, whether it's waking dreams, premonition dreams, what have you. And this whole place could be like a dream dimension. Like I am completely on board with that concept. Like, this is a pocket dimension in which things can be manifested from people's dreams, nightmares, fears. And that's why we have dream catchers everywhere and nonstop references to dreams and nightmares. It has to have some kind of significance. You don't put a dream catcher that big in a show and mention dreams about 5,000 times unless it has some significance. Anyway, she talks really quietly so nobody else can hear and says, "I'm going to put this as delicately as possible. How fucking stupid are you? You want to know if I heard something? Yeah, I heard it. I heard some spooky motherfucker warning you about your wife 20 minutes before your house collapsed." And yeah, Doug was that spooky motherfucker. I think. Now, we don't know that for sure, but the man in yellow was that spooky motherfucker who we just had on here talking to us. I think that was him. I think we can pretty much safely infer that from the script that Doug, aka the man in yellow, was the spooky motherfucker on the radio. And yeah, warning him about his wife 20 minutes before his house collapsed. Jim says, "That means there are people out there who can see us." That's a game changer. I remember when I first heard that voice, I was like, "Oh my God, they're being watched. They're being watched." It's huge. He knew Tabitha was digging that hole in the basement. So yeah. And he should be telling everybody about this. Everybody who'll listen. But she says, and what part of you thinks that that's a good sign? Do you realize what happened here after you ran off? The fucking lights exploded. One of my people almost went blind. If there really are people watching us, they sure as shit aren't helping us. What do you think they'll do if they find out we know about them? And that's assuming it actually was a person on the other end of the line. There are things around here that walk and talk just like us until they walk up to you and rip your fucking guts out. How do you know it wasn't one of them? I'm not saying ignore it, but you already got people's hopes up with your goddamn tower. He says, all the more reason she says, to keep our fucking mouth shut until we know more. Now, the thing of it is, though, she says to keep our fucking mouths shut until we know more. Okay, then what are you going to do about it, Donna, after that? They don't even do anything. Like, how are they going to know more? Like, they just never talk about it again. They never discuss this again. Not the two of them, not, anybody. I don't remember anyone ever talking about the radio voice again after this, and it's so frustrating. She says so just for the time being, then keep their mouths shut. Well, okay, until when? I think it's about time to start talking. Except now Jim is dead. It's a little too late to talk about it now. It drives me nuts. This drove me nuts watching it the first time. And then he asks what happened to the radio. She says it's in the back, got a little busted up during the storm. Do me a favor and don't do anything until I tell you. And then she gets cut off mid-sentence by Randall starting a fight. She gets cut off mid-sentence. So, like, I don't know what was she gonna say? She says, "Do me a favor and don't tell anything until I tell you." Okay, well, what? Like, how long were they gonna wait? Like, what needs to happen before they start telling more people? Like, they never pick this up again. They never discuss this again. For the rest of the season, he links up with Randall and works with him. And season 3, they just drop it. Jim doesn't do jack shit. The entirety of season 3, Jim, well, first he's looking for Tabitha, which I understand. His focus is on finding Tabitha. I get it. But once Tabitha is found, he doesn't do anything to help except have stupid fights with Tabitha. Like, it makes no sense. Okay, once Tabitha's found in season 3, okay, now's the time Jim should have gotten back to work. But he became useless in the rest of season 3. He wasn't serving any function anymore. He wasn't actively working with anyone to try and figure things out. He didn't go back to Donna and say, okay, maybe now we should talk about the spooky motherfucker on the radio. Nope. Tabitha was back. He decides to just have some stupid fights with her, and that's it. Now, yes, he does go talk to Tabitha and Jade after Henry has a talk with him. I'll give him that. Henry has a talk with him, and he says, you need to, like, listen to your wife. Start listening to her. So at the very end, Jim finally started listening to Tabitha, working with Tabitha and Jade, but he was dragging his feet right up to the end, saying, how do we know those numbers in the bottles even mean anything? Like, this might not mean a thing. He wasn't even trying to help, but at least he was there listening and just at least being part of the discussion. And then randomly, without even trying, he came up with the answer 12. He said 12 music notes in a scale and figured it out. So in the end, he solved the puzzle of the bottle tree numbers without even really having to try. But he never revisited this voice on the radio topic with anyone. It just drives me nuts because it's just so important. And in his last moments, when he realized that this is the voice on the radio, the source of it speaking to him, maybe he might have reflected, like, gee, maybe I should have talked to somebody more about this. Oh, but too late now. Now he's dead. Anyway, Donna AA says, so Donna just said one of my people almost got her eye taken out. I know she's saying her people, Colony House people, but it's so ironic. She's talking about Clara and they both have mole accusations. Yeah, good point, AA. Good point. I know there's a big mole theory about Clara now. That one's got more traction. It's gaining traction that Clara is a mole. So, Miss J, hey Miss J, yes, they should have spoken more. Yes, indeed. Yes, still going. Trying to wrap things up pretty soon though. Martin says, when Bella in Twilight is having bad dreams for months, did she already have a dream catcher then? I can't remember right now. I'm disappointed in myself. I've never seen Twilight, actually. So if anyone else has seen Twilight, maybe you can answer Martin's question, because I've actually never seen any of those. Let's see. What else? I'm starring all these comments that you had, these suggestions about the router and my internet stuff. Thank you guys about that. Michael, all these comments you left me, Michael, and everyone else about my Wi-Fi problem. I'm starring and saving all of them so I can take a look at them, and try these different things. So I appreciate all the help. Kelly says team no mole too. Yeah. Samuel says team no mole at the moment. Clara is the mole if I had to pick one though. That's a popular one now. AA says they say dream catchers actually cause nightmares. Oh, no kidding, really. Let's see. I have to do some research into that. I'm curious now. Let's let's see, did I save all these? Oh, Michael, wow, thank you for all of these suggestions. I'm putting stars on all of them, so when the stream is over, I can look through all of it and take screenshots, so I have all this info. Thank you so much, Michael, for all those comments about the Wi-Fi problem I have. Martin says, F Donna for that. 100, Julie. Right, Martin? Yeah, she shouldn't have been telling him to keep his fucking mouth shut. So this is why a lot of people suspected and still suspect Donna. This is part of the reason, because she told him to keep his mouth shut about the voice on the radio. I know there are some people who think that she struck some kind of deal. So there's one theory that says she struck some kind of deal with the big bad, where the big bad would kind of make things tolerable enough that they could survive there, you know, like ease up on them a bit, and in return, you know, she would keep people from digging too deep, like doing stuff like this, keep people from talking about the voice on the radio, that kind of thing. So maybe she's not a bad person, but she struck some kind of a deal with the evil entity, and she's keeping people under control at Colony House and trying to keep Jim's mouth shut and things like that. Personally, I don't think so, but that's a theory that's out there, and it's valid. Yeah, then there's the theory that she's just flat out an evil mole. I know that's out there for sure. And that the story about her sister getting her face ripped off is not true, because we've never seen anyone's face get ripped off, but I mean, it's true that they normally don't touch the face, but I would have to say we've seen all kinds of things, though. Like, we've seen Randall's face get scratched in season 3 and permanently scarred. We saw Tian Chen getting partially scalped, and a big chunk of her scalp was ripped off. So that's touching the head, not the face, but the head. I know normally their MO is ripping open the rib cage and gutting people from like the you know, that area, but that's not the only way that they kill people. They also, you know, slit Father Khatri's throat. So I can believe her story that the monsters ripped her sister's face off. I believe her story, but I understand why some people don't. And it's weird that they gave us all of that exposition. It's weird for a show with such high quality writing, for them to tell us that all of that exposition. Usually the rule of thumb is show, don't tell. Give us a flashback to that sort of thing. They could have had her sitting there telling the story and then showed part of it to us in flashbacks, but they didn't. We only have her word to go on, and that makes it a little bit more sus. So again, I understand why people have that theory, and it's perfectly valid. I just don't happen to share it myself, but AA says, yes, supposedly dream catchers catch and hold your dreams instead of letting them through, thus creating nightmares instead. Oh, wow. Okay. I want Donna to be Eloise, but I don't know about her being a mole. Yeah, me too. I would love that twist if Donna were Eloise and she doesn't remember. Maybe she has memory loss like Victor, or she's lying about who she is, but I don't know about that. I don't think she's Eloise, but it would be an awesome twist. If I could write it, I would write it that way, that Donna would be her, but I don't think so. Probably not. Someone in this chat once said that Donna's sister has her face ripped off, which was actually a lie, because they haven't done that yet. They haven't done it yet that we've seen, but we've seen someone get scalped, you know, Tian Chen. We've seen people get their throats slit. And in flashbacks, we've seen people's bodies just totally dismembered. The Colony House Massacre also had people's body parts all over the lawn. So they do different things. They do different things way. I get why people don't trust the story that much. My sister has a dream catcher above her bed. I'm about to launch it out the window then. That's great. the pictures of kids or people with eyes bleeding. Oh, yeah, there are a lot of those, Michael. David says, Donna doesn't strike me as someone who cuts deals with the devil. Yeah, me neither. Me neither. A says she could just be scared to go home because she doesn't know how she will adapt, and she's built this life for herself at Colony House that she probably wouldn't have back home. I agree, and it sounds like she's led a rough life. She says, at least here, she said to someone in season 1, Kenny, at least here the monsters have the decency to show you what they are. That tells me that she's dealt with a lot of terrible people in her life. And at least here, they operate by a certain system. You do the right things, you follow the rules, and you live another day. And so I get it. I get it. She's probably been through a lot in her life. So I get that completely. And she said that they've built something special there. You know, all these people from different backgrounds coming together like that. It's like a family. And there's love in that house. It's, it's something that she doesn't want to lose. So I understand that. I'm on to Clara, if anyone. Martin, yeah, you and a lot of people are on Clara. On the Clara is a mole train. I think Mr. Grant Gregory is suspicious of Clara too, if I remember correctly. The only person who has a similar death is Eloise, ripped off face and unrecognizable face. Samuel, yeah, Victor said that he only found pieces of what he thinks is Eloise. He said, I think, Henry said, is that Eloise? And Victor said, I think so. There were just pieces. She was so small. So we don't know for sure if that even was Eloise. Because he said, I think so, I don't think it was Eloise. I think that left the door open. They wrote it that way for a reason by saying, I think so. It leaves the door open for her to possibly be alive. Now, that may not be the case, but I think she's probably alive. If all they ever need to leave, if they all ever need to leave or get to leave, sorry, they need to get a big house like Colony House and live together in the real world, or a big plot of land and stay there together. Yeah, honestly, because they have, after everything that they've suffered in this place, how can they ever just live normal lives again? It's kind of like, it changes you forever. The things that they've seen. Fatima was talking about that with Ellis when they were thinking they might get to go home in season 1. She was saying, like, like, what if we're not the same people anymore? This changes you forever. They're all going to be forever traumatized. So yeah, and a lot of times when people get out of prison after being in prison for a long time, they really struggle with it and wind up wanting to go back, because they're institutionalized. I'm gonna have to mute myself for maybe 30 seconds or something. So you're just gonna hear a bit of silence, but I'm not going anywhere. The Wi-Fi is fine. Just give me like 30 seconds. Okay. Sorry about that. So, and when it comes to Victor, well, Victor can never be normal again and just, back in society. If he ever got out, well, he would need someone to adopt him. He'd never be able to just live a normal adult life. He'd need help for the rest of his life. I think he would need Tabitha to adopt him. And unfortunately, I doubt he's going to survive the rest of the series, but like I think he's probably going to go before the end. But if he does get out, I could imagine him just being adopted by the Matthews family, or what's left of it, by Tabitha. Anyway, Martin says she does lie, though. She's lying to everyone here in this scene, so she could be Eloise or something like that. It's possible. It's possible. Samuel says, I think the traditional remedy is to cleanse your dream catcher with sage or something. Or just throw it in the garbage. Hey, Real Cinema Therapy. Oh, Scarlet said it was your birthday yesterday, I think. I think she said yesterday was your birthday, Lori. So if that's the case, happy birthday. Hope you had a nice day. And everybody check out her channel. She's been covering Yellow Jackets, and I'm not sure what show she's going to be covering next, but she gives a really awesome psychological analysis of the shows that she covers. She did Severance and Yellow Jackets, so definitely check out Real Cinema Therapy's channel. I'm going to find the link to it. I think I might have given her a wrench so that she can drop her link too, actually. Let me make sure that she has a wrench. Lori, if you're still in the chat, you can feel free to drop the link to your channel anytime. You can drop it now, so that people can find it and subscribe. I'm just going to double check and make sure I've given you one so that you can do it, though, if you want to. Anyway, she says Henry would recognize Donna if she were Eloise. Yes. And Donna would feel uncomfortable around him unless she has amnesia. Right. Exactly. That's right. Henry would recognize her. I would think if she were Eloise, we would know. We would have had signs of it by now. Yeah, she could have amnesia, like Victor has memory issues, but Henry would have remembered her. So yeah, that kind of sinks that one. Oh, you don't have a wrench. See, I'll give you a wrench. Hold on. I should have done that sooner, but hold on. Where is it? I don't know. I never thought to give you a wrench. Here you go. Now you have a wrench. Now you have a wrench, because if you have a wrench, you can drop links. So please feel free to drop your link anytime in my chat, and we want to support you any way we can. Sorry, I didn't think to give you one before. Blame it. I have to always blame it on my executive functioning not being as great as it should be. The brain in constant physical pain does not function as well as the average brain in a lot of ways. I get brain fog. I have memory issues. I just don't think to do things that I would normally do. And it's frustrating. It's extremely frustrating. I hate it. I hate having to constantly explain why I screw up all the time, because my brain function is affected by being in pain all the time. Anyway, yeah, please drop your link, Lori. Dieter is not feeling well and busy with family. Oh, Dieter's, never mind. Dieter, I don't know how you do this. Dieter just materializes out of nowhere, and he's always faster than anybody else with dropping links. Thank you. Thank you, Jeter. He's been busy with family stuff and not feeling well still, but he just appeared like magic and dropped the link. Thank you very much. Anyway, oh, good. It was your birthday. Well, happy belated birthday, Lori. Hope it was a good one. You enjoyed yourself. Let me see. Let me go back up and read the rest of these comments before we move on to the next scene and finish up the episode. I think Donna just doesn't want to give everyone false hope. I agree, David. I agree, but I think it's misguided to keep it quiet, but I do think that's her motivation. I agree with you. Michael says never found a body or presumably closed, nothing identifiable, which basically means no, unless they're more specific, right? Finding pieces of Eloise, he wasn't sure if it was really her. Yeah, it could have been any kid. People just operate under this assumption that there are only ever 2 kids in Fromville at any given time. We don't know that. That there's Victor and right now there's Ethan and Julie, who's a minor. Previously there were Victor and Eloise, but we were never told that there were no other kids in town. That's just an assumption people make. In one of the scenes with the massacre, there's what looks like the body of a child wearing tap shoes. So I think there were other kids. So yes, it could have been another kid. Absolutely. Wasn't there a school bus of kids? I'm not sure. I think there's a bus somewhere. I'm not sure if it's a school bus, but there is some sort of bus. Yes. Plays the sound of silence. Oh, this is when I had to go silent for 30 seconds. Enter screaming goats. Yeah, if only Scarlet were here. She could have done that. He would have to switch between Tabitha and Henry's house. Yes, I think so. Victor would need to have guardians in the real world. Michael says, still only one who makes logical sense as Eloise is Abby, who remembers Fromville and is the right age. Yeah, I like that theory a lot. I like that. The only thing that would suck about it is she's already dead. And the problem is I don't know how they would figure it out. I don't know how they would figure it out now because she's dead. So how would they do a reveal? Like, maybe Boyd would have to have a conversation with Victor and they would realize, Victor might tell him something about Eloise that was really distinctive about her childhood. And Abby would have forgotten almost everything, but maybe there's one little detail about herself that's so unique that she didn't forget. And she told Boyd. That would be a cool reveal. I could see something like that because we would need a reveal if that's the case. We would need some kind of reveal. I would hope. Still think she got out after Miranda sacked herself to Smiley to save Eloise after she followed her out of the root cellar. I think Eloise probably got out. I think Julie story walked. I'm going to make a video eventually. I was going to do it months ago, but I just didn't have time. But I think maybe Julie story walked and pushed Eloise into a tree. I don't think Miranda managed to do it, but I think Julie probably did it. That's my theory. And Eloise got out somehow, thanks to Julie's help. David says, I'm hoping Eloise is someone we haven't seen yet, but I never considered the Abby connection before. I like that one because she remembered this place as a child. And she seems like she remembered it. She said, I was just remembering this dream I had when I was a little girl. She didn't say it had anything to do with what she's seen here, but there's a strong implication of that. That's the subtext. We just didn't get specifics. You could interpret it as she had a dream where you had to die in order to wake up. That's what I thought at the time when I watched it. So she thought if she shot everybody, they'd wake up, and so she goes on the shooting spree. But it could have been a dream of this place. I think that's implied. Maybe that's why Donna was so nice to Henry, got him settled in, talked to him, showed him some emotion, which she barely does. Right, AA. This actually would be kind of creepy though, because some people were saying it seemed like she was flirting with him, like she was into him or something. But if she's actually his daughter, the flirty vibes wouldn't be so good. Yikes. But she did. You're right. She picked out. She showed him where the clothes are. Here are all these clothes we share, and then they had drinks together too at one point. So who knows? Michael says since Abby isn't a reincarnation like Tabi, her memories would have to be real memories, not visions of past lives like Tabi. Yeah, maybe she was actually there. That would be a really cool twist. Yeah, I like that. Samuel said Abby was Eloise, Donna's sister was Eloise, reincarnated, or Eloise is dead. Oh, I never heard that one. That maybe Donna's sister was Eloise reincarnated. Yeah, I think Abby being Eloise is cool. That's a cool one. I like that a lot. Gabrielle says definitely share the chronic pain experience. We have patience when things get foggy. Thank you. Thank you. If you're I appreciate it, and everyone else and anyone else out there struggling with chronic pain, you know what it's like, and if that's the case for you, I'm sorry to hear that. It's amazing how many people suffer from chronic pain when I talk to so many, like, it's amazing. There's so many people suffering from all different types of chronic pain, and mine is just a freakish thing that no one understands, and it's much more severe than the average person. So anyway, the parents would have to die in order to reincarnate, says Michael. Also, I really do appreciate the understanding, because I can't tell you how many times I have to explain myself to people in my life, and I shouldn't have to constantly like beg for understanding and empathy for something that I'm constantly suffering from. But people get desensitized, and I don't get the empathy or understanding that I need at all, and it sucks. So yeah, one's reincarnation wouldn't be alive at the same time as the one being reincarnated, presumably. Right, exactly. Unless it's some kind of weird wonky time travel thing, but that would be really complicated. So it would kind of skip a generation, so to speak. Flashback of Miranda telling Eloise to hide and go through the tree after whatever happens. That's how I'd write it. Right, because there's a missing piece. We don't know what happened after Eloise ran after Miranda. That was like 10 seconds after Miranda left the root cellar. There is no way Eloise didn't catch up to her. She must have. So there's a missing piece somewhere. Maybe Miranda told Eloise to hide, and I think Julie shows up, story walks, and saves her, maybe pushes her through a tree. I have no evidence to back it up yet, but Victor's comfort with Julie, to me, the fact that Victor is comfortable talking to Julie from the first scene he has with her, and he opens up to her when he doesn't normally talk to anybody. That's part of my theory as to why Victor's comfortable with Julie. He doesn't remember her, but maybe he met her when she story walked and saved Eloise, and probably met Victor as a story walker in the future. That's what I'm thinking. And maybe we'll see that next season. That would be so cool. Deciding as a mom to save Eloise rather than complete the mission. Victor said Eloise was good at hiding. Yeah. She might have been hiding, and then Julie could show up and whisk her away somewhere, push her through a tree. Well, thanks, Gabrielle. Yeah, I think it would be really cool if we find out Julie does something like that. I think we need to see previous cycles, and it would be a cool way to show us and explain what happened to Eloise, because there is a missing piece of that flashback. Eloise runs after Miranda, and it's still daytime. Eloise must have caught up to Miranda somehow. There's just no way she didn't. It was right after Miranda left, and it was still daylight, and then the next time we see Miranda, it's nighttime. Smiley kills her, and Eloise is nowhere in sight. Where's the missing link? There's a missing link somewhere. Maybe Julie was part of that missing piece of that story. We just haven't, and that's why they haven't shown it to us yet. So I'm going to make a video for it one of these days. But yeah, the fact that they left open the fact that Eloise, whether or not Eloise is alive or dead, they've left it open too long for her to be dead. She's got to be alive. they would have settled this by now if it wasn't like, if she were going to be just dead, they should have told us in season 2. Victor would be like, oh my God, I forgot I had a sister and she died and I found her body, and use that for emotional impact. But they said nothing about what happened to Eloise in season 2. In season 3, he says his mother and sister died, but then at the end, he shows the grave and says, I think. Those 2 words, I think, that's it for me. That's leaving the door open for her being alive. And if you're writing a show, you're gonna want to give more emotional impact and make it final, make it clear that yes, she died. Putting in something like that, I think that's a device they're using to keep the storyline going. And I think Eloise is a Chekhov's gun that's going to, I mean, the whole idea of introducing a forgotten sister doesn't really make any sense unless you're going to use it for emotional impact. And they should have done that in season 2 if they were going to do that, but they didn't. They said nothing about what happened to her. Nothing in season 2. He remembered he had a sister and then said nothing about what happened to her. So I've always thought she's a Chekhov's gun and she's alive. She will turn up in the plot later. I thought it would happen in season 3, but we'll see. Maybe season 4, she actually turns up in the story. Maybe imagine if she's one of the new arrivals. What if she's the new arrival? That would be crazy. If she shows up in town in season 4. Unless she's Abby, I like that theory too. But the thing that sucks about that, I wish Abby was alive. Anyway, David says with From, they always show a false memory first, then fill in the details later. So we still need to see Eloise in that flashback Tabitha had of Smiley jumping Miranda. That's true, but that's Victor and his unreliable narration. Victor is the one who, every time Victor has a memory, you got to wait for the second version to get the correct one. It's happened twice now. I think Tabitha's memory was probably accurate. Michael says to me it looked like she saw something specific in Fromville and it triggered a resurfacing memory from her childhood. Probably, yeah, I think so, Michael. Real Cinema Therapy says, I don't believe Donna is a mole, but I don't entirely believe her story. It is strange that Donna's sister looks like one of the monsters. Indeed, there's an uncanny resemblance. And the monsters said she said the monsters ripped her face off, so that's kind of funny. I don't think they're literally wearing her face, but it's just very odd that the swing coat lady monster looks like Donna's sister did. Anyway, Martin also said that too. Yeah. I think Martin also said that he thinks Abby was Eloise, I believe. That's what he's talking about. AA says if Abby was revealed to be Eloise, it could be that she told Boyd she went missing when she was a little girl, and that could correlate to her at the time. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we would need to have some kind of a reveal so it could go like that. Yeah. Or Eloise is living out in the woods somewhere, lost after going through a faraway tree. That's another one someone forwarded. Don't know if I buy it or if it would be all that satisfying. It's hard to imagine, like, why is she out there all alone, in this time in the woods? She couldn't find her way back in 30 years. It is hard to fathom that one, but it's possible. She could have been knocking at the cabins. But it's weird. Why would she be so close and never cross paths with anyone all this time? Yeah, I don't know. But she could be like that. She could be feral in the woods, like AA says. I just wonder where has she been all this time and how has she been surviving alone if that's the case? AA says if there's more than one cannibal village, maybe she's out there. I want them to run across people that have already been in Fromville, maybe in a different town they can only access through the woods. So that would be really cool. Another area. This place is vast. We've seen an aerial view. It's huge. So who knows what else is out there? She could be in the woods. Samuel, I think the monsters like to replicate the way people died on their reincarnations. Kelly has a scar in the same place as the Ankui girl. Eloise and Donna's sister were unrecognizable, allegedly. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Gabrielle, I always thought Eloise was the footsteps walking around the cabin last season. Me too. That's what I was thinking. So if she got out, I have to update that theory. But maybe that was Doug walking around. It could have been Doug walking around. We could just, yeah. Man in Yellow doesn't have a name, but we might as well just call him Doug now. If she was dead, they should have been definitive that the second rock was for sure her. Exactly. Like he found the body, the dress. That would have been, once again, that would have been the time to deliver that emotional impact. They didn't do it in season 2. This was their chance again, and they didn't do it. So saying it was just pieces, nope. Yeah, she's alive. She's at 100%. She's alive. If Victor finds out later that Abby was Eloise, that would be impactful. He'd realize he met his sister but didn't remember her. He'd also realize, oh, yeah, that's right. He'd also realize Boyd shot his sister. Damn, and he has the emotional, state of a child. So it would be really hard for him to deal with that. As childlike as he is, he would probably hate Boyd, not be able to deal with that. He'd also realize that Ellis is his nephew. Oh, shit. That's a good point, Michael. There are 2 caged areas for the Ankui kids. I wonder if they were separated by sex, age, bloodlines, etc. That's true, Samuel. There were 2 cages. So there that could be. David says, I was thinking Boyd and Abby were reincarnations of one pair of parents who sacrificed to their children. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I think I think Boyd was just brought there because he's so helpful, and some helpful entity like the boy in white, perhaps, in my opinion, brought him there. But maybe reincarnation. Hey, Debbie, Babby. So, getting to the rest of this episode, I'm going to try to wrap this up at the 6-hour mark, which I'm closing in on. Looked like there were several cages in the caves underground, given there were probably 7 or 8 kids. Makes sense. Yeah. Uncle Victor. That would be nuts. I hadn't thought of like the implications of that. If Abby were Eloise, then yeah, Victor would be Ellis's uncle. That would be crazy, and he'd have to deal with the fact that Boyd shot his sister. So there would need to be some way for him to figure it out that was his sister. Something that Boyd remembers, that Boyd tells Victor about Abby, like some really specific identifying detail. Yeah, like, I mean, Abby didn't really, Abby didn't seem to remember being there. I mean, if she did, she would have told Boyd, like, I've been here before. Were they literally kept down there their entire lives? Yeah, you gotta wonder, Michael, because the story was that they were born in the dark and they were murdered in the dark. They have ghostly pale skin and their hair's falling out. That's like severe vitamin D deficiency, maybe. They looked like they were kept underground their whole lives. So it sounds like they might have been kept down in those cages. Or something that Tabitha tells Victor about remembering her past life as Miranda. Yeah, maybe. Maybe, yeah, there could be something to that. They'd have to find a way to reveal it if it's Abby. It's all Abby's fault. Hey, Mr. Grant Gregory AI. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. If Abby is Eloise, she's also Smiley's grandmother. I can't keep up. Yeah, this family tree is getting really complicated, Gabrielle. This is getting really complicated. It's like, it's not on the level of Dark, if anybody has ever seen the German series Dark. There's no show that can compete with that family tree, let me tell you that. But anyway, so back to the scenes here, getting to the last few scenes. All of a sudden, Randall picks a fight, and Donna has to stop mid-sentence talking to Jim, and Randall is kicking the shit out of this guy for going through his stuff, which was a complete overreaction, in my opinion. I know Grant here is a big Randall fan, but I don't think this is justified. I mean, he could have broken the guy's ribs. Look at him. He knocks the guy on the ground, and you can't see it in the pictures, but he kicks the guy in the ribs. That could seriously hurt somebody just for touching his stuff. That's not cool. That's too much. He says, you know, he's like telling him off for, you know, for touching his stuff. He's like, you know, I forget what he says, but and Donna shows up and says, enough now, this only works. Well, she says, are you fucking kidding me? And she says, he says, this only works if he stays out of my shit, period. Donna says, we've got a way of doing things here. And he says, I've got a way of doing things too. You touch my stuff, I will smack the fucking shit out of you. We clear? So it sounds like he's even threatening her with smacking the shit out of her if she touches his stuff. Unnecessary. He can use his words like a grown-up, and yes, they have different rules there. They're putting a roof over his head, taking him in, and this is how it works in Colony House. People share everything. Yes, he can argue about that, and he can debate it all he wants, but I mean, at least use your words. Don't kick the shit out of the guy. And they don't have to put a roof over his head either. He's going to get a roof over his head, a safe place to live and sleep, free food, water, but they have certain rules that they go by. This is just how it is. So I'm on Donna's side with that one. Then we have this scene with Kenny and Sara. And Kenny really wants to understand why Boyd is sparing Sara from the box, because he's so loyal to Boyd. And he says, Boyd says you saved his life. She says, it wasn't me. It was, it's hard to explain. She doesn't say anything to him about the boy in white. Kenny says, he said you hear voices. That's why you tried to kill Ethan and how you ended up killing Nathan. How does a voice inside your head convince you to do something like that? I mean, wouldn't your first thought be like you're losing your mind, or that it maybe was a bad idea? And yes, for the average person, it would. But I think the voices manipulated her trauma. The average person would not listen to a voice in their head telling them to kill someone. But she's not the average person, and I think that's why she was selected to come to this place. Like a chess piece, used as a pawn by the man in yellow or whatever entity is above him to come there and cause harm. She was used. She was uniquely suited for this task, gullible enough to listen to those voices and do what they said, probably because she was abused by her ex, which was heavily implied, and she was traumatized and possibly mentally ill too. So she was a perfect target. She tells him, you don't understand. And he says, help me understand, because I really want to believe that Boyd is right about you. I really want to back him up. People are going to freak out when they find out about you, and that doesn't just hurt you, that hurts Boyd. And I cannot let that happen, so help me, please. Sara, I always thought of you as a friend. And my mom adores you. Now, keep in mind, she's thinking right now about how she caused his father's death. And the guilt is killing her. So he's saying, I always thought of you as a friend, and my mom adores you. My mom always thought of you as like the daughter she never had. Convince me that you don't deserve to go in the box. She says, I can't. Do you think I want this? Boyd gave me a chance that I didn't deserve. I'm grateful to him for that. I'm glad I got to help, but now I'm back. And I can't, I have done things I can't undo. So she wants to go in the box at this point. She wants to go in the box, and she thinks she deserves to go in the box. And she's remorseful about her actions. And then he tells her, we can help make people understand. We can do that. Sara, this town is so hard on everyone, and I know you thought you found a way to... He said, I know that it was horrible. I know that it was unforgivable, but if we can make people understand why you did the things that you did, then maybe we can... And she stops him and says, Kenny, stop. There's something I need to tell you. And then she tells him, and we don't see it. The scene cuts. He was trying so hard to understand why she did what she did. And so he could back up Boyd. That's the heartbreaking thing about it, because he was so loyal to Boyd, and he wanted to help Boyd deal with the aftermath and help people make the town understand, help him make the town understand, so that they wouldn't be hard on him. But then she just shoots it all to hell and selfishly tells him the truth, that she left the door open. We don't get to see it happen. The scene cuts. But I think it's a selfish decision, and she's just unburdening her conscience. And that's not helping Boyd. That's hurting Boyd. That's hurting his relationship with Kenny. It's hurting Kenny. It's not fixing anything. Confessing was a selfish decision on her part. I think Ghost Khatri was right that they should keep the truth from Kenny. However, they couldn't control... Boyd couldn't control what Sara was going to do. The right decision to spare Kenny would have been to keep him from knowing about this. Boyd and Sara should have kept their mouths shut, so that Kenny wouldn't have to know this devastating truth about his father figure that he relies on so much. It didn't help the situation at all for him to know the truth. It just made things worse. Kenny and Boyd lean on each other, and now their relationship is broken for a long time because of this. It was stupid. It was stupid. Sometimes confessing is just a selfish thing about clearing your own conscience. That's the way I look at that. Wow, there are more scenes left in this than I thought. I thought I was almost to the end. Jeez, hold on. I have to take a drink of my water. I've been talking for too many hours. Okay. So Fatima says, I heard about the fight. He'll come around, they always do, regarding Randall. Donna says, not this time. I know his type. Everything's a personal attack, a goddamn battle. And that's the vibe I get with Randall. I think he has a chip on his shoulder. We don't know his backstory, but I think people must have screwed him over a lot in his life. So he has anger issues. He has a chip on his shoulder, and he's like, he doesn't trust anybody or anything at all. And I think he asks a lot of smart questions this season, but he takes it too far. He takes it to a level of paranoia, and And I think it just speaks to a lack of trust that must go back to something that happened in his life. We just don't know his backstory. We don't know anything about him, but he takes everything as a personal attack, and he doesn't trust anybody. And he has serious anger issues. He treats people like shit, even when they're nice to him, like Marielle in season 3. He's miserable to her, even though she's taking care of him. He's a total jerk, for no reason whatsoever, even when people are kind. So I think that tells me he's probably been screwed over a lot in his life. And he expects people, even when they're nice to him, he doesn't expect it to last. He only starts to change his behavior when Marielle invites him to live in the clinic, and he realizes, wow, okay, this is a decent person who's not going to screw me over. But for this season, he's just a dick. For season 2, he is just being, full dick mode Randall, lounging on the couch after he kicked the shit out of the guy. Donna comes marching in and says, I heard about the fight. No, wait, not that. Sorry, I'm reading the wrong thing. Donna comes marching in and says, get up. She just says, get up. And, because she's had enough, like Fatima said, maybe we change the rules a little and ease up on the communal sharing. She says, no, maybe we just give him his own wing of the goddamn house. Fuck this. I'm going to have a chat with our little friend. No, like, they can't change the rules just for him. This is how this house works. You don't like it, you can leave. Go see how you do out in the woods, like Boyd said in a previous episode. You don't want to give up your gun? Okay, go out, live in the woods, and you see how long you last. Like, you can't come in here like you own the place. There are rules here. And if you want to stay here and receive protection, food, shelter, then you need to follow their rules, period. She tells him to get up. He refuses. And then she slams her axe into the fucking wall like a badass. I love Donna in badass mode. She says, get the fuck up. And he just goes flying off the couch. You can see Fatima in the background too, looking shocked. I never noticed that before. She looks kind of like she did when the crow crashed through the window in season 3. She's good at the shocked face. Kind of like when Taylor Swift used to look early in Taylor Swift's career. Every time she won, she won like every award there was, and yet every single time she won, she'd have the same shocked face with her mouth gaping open. Like, how are you still surprised you're winning every award? Anyway, he goes flying off the couch. Oh wow, I got a good screenshot of this. She's holding the axe pointed at him, and he's mid-air right now. He's airborne. I don't know how I managed to get this. I guess I did it at just the right moment, but he's airborne, flying off the couch while she's pointing the axe at him, and it's not even that blurry. Wow. Fatima looking shocked again, and she orders him to get out of the house, and they march down the hill. Donna in beast mode. He follows her down to the bus and tells him to get on, and says, okay, now here he gets a good look at the bloodstains all over the floor. This is where you get to live now. This is your new house. There's blood all over the seats. The whole aisle is stained with blood. Like this is as real as it gets, Randall. Enjoy your new digs. This is what you get. She says, now here is the talisman from the Matthews window. And she explains, you need to keep it hanging up in the window, because if it lands on the floor, these things are just rocks. So make damn sure it stays hanging in the window. He's like, you done swinging your dick around? I gotta say, I think he's hilarious. I couldn't stand him on the first watch, But on rewatches, I find Randall so funny. I can't help it. He's hilarious. He's such an asshole, but he's so funny. She's like, you really don't get what's happening here. Even after everything you've seen, you still can't process the fact that this is actually real. Now, seeing as you don't strike me as the brightest of fucking bulbs, I'm gonna bet that it takes you longer than most. So now you get to live here. No shades on the window. You get to see everything that's happening. Every night, those things come. There is no way out. Best of luck. And she leaves him there and slams the door shut behind her in his new house. And eventually, this does kind of wake him up. This and getting the cicada issue. By season 3, this is a real wake-up call for him. Every night, he sees the monsters doing their nightly routine, toying with him, screwing with him, tapping on the glass. They always do the same thing every night, and he gets a front row seat. And it wakes him up. That and being in the cicada coma. He changes his attitude quite a bit by season 3. But then there's a brief scene with Boyd and Tilly, and this is more fodder for the Tilly was a mole theory that a lot of people had back then. Fanny Pack Granny is sus. I will miss those fun memes. It was basically a meme at this point. It turned into a meme. Fanny Pack Granny. R.I.P. Fanny Pack Granny. She introduces herself to Boyd and says, "This wasn't exactly my preferred destination." Also, she says, "I understand you yourself had a bit of an adventure." So people were wondering, how did she know that? How is she just wandering around knowing all this stuff all of a sudden? People found that sus. And I did too. I'm not going to lie. I thought that was kind of sus. And she's so comfortable there immediately, dancing in the rain. And then once she found out what the place was actually about, she just becomes the town gossip, wanders around spilling the tea all over the place. Most people wouldn't adjust that easily. And we've seen how poorly people adjust when they get there. But she was dying of cancer, and she just, she'd accepted her fate. So I think it just boils down to that. And I also think that she was brought there to be used as a pawn as well. Not as overtly as Sara and Elgin, but I think she was brought there because she's a very helpful person who was already dying and not afraid to die. And she was there to be in Fatima's orbit. Fatima, I think all of this was basically premeditated and like a chess game, how you plan several moves ahead. I think it was already in the cards that basically Boyd was going to have the worms. Remember, the bus came to town right around the time Boyd was in the dungeon dream state getting the worms. So all of this happened in perfect tandem, and everything needed to happen sequentially. So basically Boyd got the worms, and the plan of the big bad was to get Boyd infected with the worms, have him bring them back to town, manipulate him to give them to a monster as a host for the worms so that it could become the cicada entity. Then Smiley supposedly dies, but the cicada entity targets people. Smiley basically lives on through the cicada entity. And from there, Fatima gets pregnant with the new Smiley. How exactly, we're not sure, but it happens. And Fatima she's the one targeted to do it. Tilly, I think, was brought there to be in Fatima's orbit when all this was going down. And it all started with the worms. The worms are what killed Smiley. And Boyd was manipulated to kill him with those ballerina visions, giving him hints on how to kill a monster, which we're going to see in the next few episodes as we do this rewatch. How to give the worms to a monster. It was orchestrated because this entity needed a monster host in order to be unleashed as the cicada entity and start targeting everyone in town in their dreams. People couldn't sleep or they could risk death. It targeted 3 people for the cicada coma. All of this was orchestrated, and Fatima got pregnant with the smiley pod. And I think there were several people on that bus. You know, Marielle was there. She just happens to be a pediatric nurse. That's an interesting coincidence. Fatima winds up pregnant with this smiley pod. A pediatric nurse comes in handy. Tilly is there to be a helpful person who's not afraid of dying, to basically follow Fatima around, not because she's a mole, but just because she's helpful and she's a useful tool, a good victim for Fatima, because eventually the thing inside her was going to drive her to murder because it wanted blood, thereby isolating her, enabling her to fall into Elgin's clutches. He kidnaps her. She never would have been isolated enough to go with Elgin to the root cellar and deliver the thing if she hadn't killed Tilly. She was isolated as a result of that. So Tilly, in my opinion, she was not a mole. She was there as a pawn, though. Again, it's like a game of chess. You have to plan several moves ahead. And as soon as Boyd was in that dungeon dream state about to get the worms, everything was already in motion because it all started with the worms. And the bus came to town bringing Elgin, who was basically like the assistant to the midwife. That happened for a reason. Elgin was picked for the same purpose, to be part of this whole thing. He was the one who was going to make sure Fatima was isolated and brought to the root cellar to bring that smiley pod on. He didn't know he was being manipulated, but that's what he was there for. And I think this is what Tilly was there for, to be Fatima's victim so that she would be isolated enough to go with Elgin. So it's sad, actually. She was just a nice, helpful old lady at the end of the day. That's all she was. But anyway, I digress. Boyd says, you'll have to excuse me. I need to go speak with my deputy. And Tilly says, you won't find him in there. I just saw him headed towards that medical building. Again, the town gossip. She's always spilling the tea on what people are doing. And somehow she knew Boyd went on an adventure. But I think she's anything more than a harmless old lady who was used like a pawn. Anyway, let me check in with you guys one more time before I go to the last scene. Let me go back. Martin says, I meant Abby definitely had a memory instead of a dream. I'm not saying Abby was Eloise. Okay, gotcha. I gotcha. I remember that now. Martin. Mr. Grant Gregory, yes, in dark, you can be your own mother. Indeed. You can be your own mother. And I just watched a crazy movie that had a crazy twist too, about bizarre family trees. Predestination. Actually, I believe David, I think David and Jill is the one who recommended, if I'm not mistaken, I think he's the one who threw that in the chat recently, and I watched it and I absolutely loved it. It was amazing. Mr. Greg Gregory says, I'm not saying he isn't flawed. I'm saying he is in the right in terms of Randall. Gotcha. No one explained any rules to him. He has just been thrown into it all. Yeah, but they explained, I think they explained the colony house rules. They told him, I mean, Boyd told him when he said he can't keep his gun, like, this is how it works here. I'm sure they told him about their stuff, how they have to share everything. Martin says Eloise could be at Star Magic, but that was the Man in Yellow's hideout in my prediction. Yeah, the motel. Yeah, maybe that's another place you could go with a special artifact somehow. You could, or go through a tree and wind up there, like the dungeon. Could be. I like that. I like that, Martin. I could fix her. What? Sara? Oh God. Samuel, if Tabi and Jade's kid was born in the dark, maybe they initially were okay with the sacrifice. They must have had a change of heart. Great point. Great point. That's crazy if that's the case. Yeah, if they lived in the dark their whole lives, then they must have been okay with it. Those kids, that would have been a long time. Those kids were big. It's nuts to think about. Wow. Wow, my numbers just went up to 60. It's crazy. I wonder how many of these people are actually sleeping. But I appreciate it. Thank you for watching. Please hit the like button if you haven't hit it already. I would appreciate that. I'm gonna wrap it up here in a few minutes. One more scene to go. Martin says he's been a favorite of mine since he first arrived. I'm going to be messed up if the monsters get Boyd, Randall, Jade, Victor, Henry, Tabitha, Kenny, Julie. The list goes on. I got so many favorites. Yeah, I have a lot of favorites too, Martin. I would have to say Jade, Boyd, Victor, Henry, Kenny. Those are my top 5 for sure. Donna, actually, I love Donna too. So that's 6. I wouldn't want anything to happen to Tabitha. She's too important to the story, but she's not really one of my favorite characters. I think Jade's past is very dark. Tartini's dream. Samuel, interesting. Martin, whoever made that game on X where you had to eliminate favorite characters till one was left standing should go in the box too. I didn't want any part of that, sick fuckers. Yeah, that's hard. That's hard. I would have trouble with this show doing that. She knows his type. She is prejudging him. Yeah, Grant, I will give you that. I will give you that. David says Randall is egocentric and now he is also like the wounded beast from Revelations. Ooh, yes. With the scar on his face now. Mr. Grant says hashtag Randall for from mayor. Oh God, help us. Real cinema. Sara may have told Kenny not to unburden herself, but to have Kenny punish her for doing it. She is angry at herself and feels she deserves it, even the box. Yeah, that's a good point. You know, maybe because she knows Boyd doesn't want her to go in the box. Martin says that's all he needs, Julie. He needed a hug or to be sat down properly, but Boyd doesn't greet him well because he had a strange fucking week. Yeah. Maybe. Hashtag Randall for from mayor. You're in favor of that too, Martin, huh? Wow. Courtesy poo. Does the bus have a toilet? Yeah, I don't know. I wonder that myself. I seen him taking a breakfast to go back to the bus in the rewatch too. Oh, Martin. Kind of sad, actually. It's kind of nice that Marielle takes him in and shows him kindness at the clinic. And look how quickly he changes his attitude then. He actually apologizes to Elgin after Marielle takes him in. I think he's not used to being shown kindness and he has a chip on his shoulder. He probably poos at the diner. Yeah, Miss J. He's one of those bright bulbs, in my opinion. I just think Donna judges him poorly. Yeah, Martin, I don't think he's stupid at all. I don't think he's stupid. I think he is a bright bulb. So she's wrong about that part. Martin says, I like the way Tilly almost makes Jim break character when she says you ask a lot of questions and tips her head. Jim had to look down and he grinned a little. Yeah. I have to look at that again. That's interesting. I didn't notice that. I'll get some rest soon, Dieter. Michael, if it sounded like the parents were their caretakers saying to them, etc. So maybe they were initially okay with it, but after years of being their caretakers, they had a change of heart and opposed. Yeah, that could be. that's crazy to think of, though. Told them stories, etc. Maybe read them some mythology, etc. Yeah. Don't forget to like Peeps. Not sure if I like Peeps. Too much sugar. Peeps, marshmallow Peeps are disgusting. They're so gross. I used to like them when I was a kid. It's just, oh my god, it's just a marshmallow caked in sugar. Yuck. Real cinema. I wonder if the Ankui kids were born with the purpose of sacrificing them since they lived in the cage their whole lives. Yeah, it sounds like it. I think based on the story, born in the dark and murdered in the dark. Yeah, I think so. Sounded like it. Promise me your firstborn type deal to save the town from starvation or something. Maybe, Michael, but I mean, we were told that, Fatima said it promised them immortality. They sacrificed their children because it promised them immortality. So it sounds like that was the reason for it, if we're to believe that. Now, what is this it is what I want to know. It? Is this the entity above the man in yellow that the man in yellow is working for? Who knows? That's that sentence is just so vague. Hashtag Kenny for mayor. Yes, Samuel. I would get on board with that. I love Kenny. Like Roanoke style survival situation where they promised their firstborn, which are raised to be sacrificed or something. Maybe, Michael. Yeah, Peeps are disgusting. Yeah, they are. They're disgusting. It's just a marshmallow absolutely covered in sugar. 60 people watching. Wow. Holy shit. And I'm about to break down the last scene, and that's the most people I've had. But I know probably a big chunk of you guys are asleep. So I'm going to cover the last scene here, and I have my work cut out for me too, because I have a lot of stuff going on now, covering a lot of shows at once. But I had to come back to the From Rewatch because we haven't done this in 2 weeks, and I want to continue doing it. I love doing the From Rewatch, but I do have a lot of stuff I'm juggling right now. I'm covering The Last of Us every Monday night at 10 p.m. Eastern. Smitty Snippets is joining. He'll be with us again Monday. And who knows, maybe Tony Teflon might call in again, hopefully soon if he's able to. Every Monday night we're doing that. I'm going to be doing an episode breakdown for season 2, episode 1 of The Last of Us that came out this week. So that'll be out within the next few days. I really have a lot of work to do on it, though. I only just started, so it's probably going to take me a bit. But keep an eye out for that if you watch The Last of Us. And Friday night, we're going to be discussing the next 2 episodes that we're going to be covering of The Residents, episodes 5 and 6, which is the Netflix murder mystery we've been covering every Friday night, just for fun, even though it's a bingeable show. And we'll do a watch party for that in the Discord at 8 p.m. Eastern on Friday night for episodes 5 and 6 of The Residents. Then we'll do a breakdown of it on here, and probably FROMacademy with Doc. I have to check in with Doc. I'm not sure what Doc wants to do, if he wants to do that this week or if he needs a week off from an official FROMacademy topic. Anyway, so that's Friday night, and also I'm going to be doing a breakdown for The Handmaid's Tale latest episode. So that came out. That episode already came out, but I'm going to be doing a breakdown for it within the next several days as well. That's season 6, episode 4 of The Handmaid's Tale. Anyway, some powerful entity that promised immortality at a time of survival need, but only in exchange for their children. Okay. Yeah, maybe it was something to do with that, because it seems hard to believe that so many people would choose to sacrifice their kids and raise them, possibly raise them in a cave for their whole lives too. That's insane. So maybe there was more to it, and they also were desperate for survival. Yeah, I wanted Peeps year round too when I was a kid, Samuel, and now I think they're disgusting. Anyway, so the last scene is Boyd and Kenny at the clinic, and this is a gut-wrenching scene where Kenny has found out the truth now about how his dad died, and he went back to the spot where his dad's body was found, laying up against a wall, and there's the blood stain still there. It's all that's left of his father. Kenny's staring at it, and Boyd shows up, says, "I went to look for you at the church." Kenny says, you know before we came here, I don't think I ever once remember seeing my mom cry." He said, "And now every single night I hear her sobbing in her room. And she's convinced it was her fault. That if she had been here with my dad, that he wouldn't have gone out of the basement and he wouldn't have opened the door to let those things in. But he didn't open the door, did he?" Boyd says, "No." And Kenny says, "You knew." Boyd says, "I found out the night before I left." He tries to approach Kenny. Kenny says, "Don't fucking touch me." Boyd says, "I was going to tell you." And this is why it would be better for Boyd to have told him himself. And Khatri's advice was bad. Because how can Kenny really believe him that Boyd was going to tell him? Boyd says, "I was going to tell you." And Kenny says, "When exactly were you planning on telling me?" This is the classic quandary. The cover-up is often worse than the crime. And you can say, "Oh, I was going to tell you," after someone's heard the information from somewhere else. How can they ever believe you? He's already been lied to by Boyd and betrayed. How is he going to believe that Boyd was going to tell him himself? This was very bad advice for Ghost Khatri to say, "Keep your mouth shut." I'm saying it's not good advice. So, because you couldn't count on Sara to keep her mouth shut. It would have been better that Boyd just own up to it and tell him right away. To hear it from him instead, at least maybe there would be a little bit more. It wouldn't have taken as long to rebuild trust. But this added to the distrust, the cover-up, not telling him himself, continuing to lie. Earlier in the episode, when he said that those people she killed, he said plural, people, and then he corrected himself. That was an opportunity where he could have told him. Kenny said, "She's going in the box. She's going in the fucking box. She killed my dad. They tore him to pieces, and you fucking knew." And finally, the final gut punch, "You watch your own fucking six," and throws his badge on the floor and leaves. I hated that moment. Great episode. It's not hating on the episode. I just hated having to watch it, and it was sad, and it was sad for both characters. He picks the badge up off the floor and is left there by himself. It was a good bookend to the beginning of the episode where you had the flashback to Boyd first giving Kenny the role of deputy, and Kenny saying, and Boyd saying, "I could use someone to watch my six." And that was, I mean, this episode was beautifully done, because that happened right as Kenny was, see, this is the brilliance of this show. This is how brilliant the writing is. At the beginning, we saw in the flashback that Boyd offered this deputy role to Kenny right as Kenny was really losing his father figure. There was see, Alzheimer's and dementia. It's like it's gradually taking your family member from you while they're still there. He's already starting to lose his father figure because of dementia / Alzheimer's, whatever it is that he has. And so as he's losing that, Boyd steps up to be a father figure to him. Boyd, yes, Boyd did need someone to have his back and watch his six and all that, but he also saw that Kenny needed a father figure. He found Kenny crying outside the clinic after his father was brought to live there. And Boyd stepped up to be a father figure to him. It wasn't just about him needing a deputy. The timing of it was very clear. And he's been a father figure to Kenny ever since. And we have the bookends. That's the beginning of the episode with the flashback, and then we end the episode with Kenny finding out Boyd covered up how his father actually died and protected the woman who caused his death. and Kenny gives up the deputy role. Watch your own fucking six. Brilliant writing. Perfect. It was the perfect gut punch to start with that flashback and then end with this scene here. It's not one of my favorite episodes to watch because of the sadness of it all, but it's brilliantly done. It's brilliantly written. So I have nothing but positive things to say about it. Just not one of the more fun ones to watch. But hey, it's a heavy show. It deals with heavy themes, so I expect that, and I would expect nothing less than an emotionally challenging show like that. Anyway, so Khatri gave bad advice when he was alive too, so that's got to be him, Samuel. I don't know. He told Boyd what he needed to hear. You got to be the one to lead these people home. You don't have the luxury of grief. And he told him to keep Sara alive. Sara would be an asset. That was good advice. It was unconventional advice for a priest. That's why Boyd would say worst fucking priest. But in this place, a priest is gonna have unconventional advice. This place operates under different rules. He was pushing to put Frank in the box to make an example out of him so that other people would stay alive and keep Sara alive, even though she's a killer, because she's an asset in this place. So I'd say unconventional advice. Anyway, I'm going to wrap this up now. Fucking bananas. Dieter's just dropping random stuff in the chat. Thank you for popping in with the support, Dieter, even though you can't hear this. Please like, comment, share, and subscribe. Thank you so much. Please like the stream. And once the live ends, if you drop a comment in the regular comment section, it helps with the algorithm. It helps people find the channel. So that's always appreciated. Even if you just drop an emoji into the comment section, that's immensely helpful. Anyway, thank you, Dieter. You are a sweetheart. Truly appreciate your support. Thank you. So now, as far as what's coming up next, let's see, Friday night we'll have our watch party for episodes 5 and 6 of The Residents in the Discord. If you want to join us for that, the link to the Discord is in the description of this video.
Oh wait, I fell asleep.
You're awake.
Mackie,
I figured.
Mackie, where are you, Mackie? I'm late, Mackie.
You're late. Wake up call this time for Mackie.
Mackie.
5:30.
No, I fell asleep.
I figured you fell asleep. You've been pulling a lot of hours on lives lately. It's understandable. Samuel, I'm gonna eat 2 bucket bananas.
And then
tomorrow.
on Monday I was trying to reboot my router like about 50 times to try to get back on, and it just wasn't happening. So I was late too.
It's okay. I was just in time because I was just wrapping up what's happening the next few nights and what's coming up. So
Towards
Friday
Zero watch party tomorrow. Sci-Fi Vision. Be there. Watch the first episode. Find out who did it. Wasn't a goat. Live at 11 p.m. tonight, EST. Yeah, Sci-Fi Vision. If you want to talk about the episode after.
And then Friday night in the Discord, at 8 p.m. Eastern, we'll watch the the episodes. I can't think straight. I'm in so much pain. Episodes. Geez. Yeah, I've been on here too long. Episodes. We'll be watching episodes 5 and 6 of The Residents in the Discord at 8 p.m. Eastern Friday night. If you want to join. It's a really fun murder mystery. If you haven't binged it or you just want to watch again, but don't spoil it for us, because we're not binging it. And then and then we'll go live probably around 10:30 p.m. after we finish watching those 2 episodes. And we'll discuss episodes 5 and 6 of The Residents. Then I'm not sure what we're doing with Doc. Have you talked to Doc, Scarlet, about this? Is he planning any? Does he have any idea for FROMacademy? Because I have to touch base with him.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he. I thought maybe we were going to do those social games again, like we did last week, unless there's something else on the menu.
That would work. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh,
that
that's
would work.
fine. He said he really enjoyed it last time, so like we might do it again.
That would work great for me because I'm really overwhelmed this week. So if he wants to do that, that would be great. Just okay. And there were a bunch of game ideas he had that we didn't get a chance to do and forgot to do. So, so I'd be cool with that. So Friday night, we're gonna. After we do our breakdown of The Residents, episodes 5 and 6, around 12:30 a.m., Doc will join us. Doc Kaiju, our friend, he will be joining us. And sounds like we're gonna do a Fromily hangout and play some games. So come hang out with us then. Please, if you watch The Last of Us, please be on the lookout for my breakdown of the first episode in the next several days. I'm going to get it out as soon as I can. So that's coming up. And also my breakdown of The Handmaid's Tale episode 4. I'll have that out probably. I probably won't be able to get that out till at least Sunday. The Last of Us has to come first. I'm going to get that out first. And then The Handmaid's Tale. If anybody watches either of those shows, even if you don't watch them, I'm gonna ask you a favor. I'm gonna ask you a favor, shameless plug, because if you don't watch The Last of Us or The Handmaid's Tale, it's always really difficult for somebody to cover a show they've never covered before and get into the algorithm. Even someone who has a lot of subs like Tony, it's always a challenge. And I don't have that many subs. I'm only at 1.76K. He's got like 103K. So if you don't watch those shows and you just want to support, you can open up those videos, play them for 30 seconds, and it counts as a view. I would really appreciate it. Like, not just and that's not like cheating, like, oh, I got fake views. It's what it does is it helps the video get into the algorithm so that the fans who actually watch those shows can find my videos. So if you want to support, that's a great way to do it. Even if you don't watch The Handmaid, especially The Handmaid's Tale, I'm having a really hard time getting into the algorithm for that. If you don't watch The Handmaid's Tale, and I know most of you guys don't, and you want to support, if you see I have a video up for it, I promise you I don't put any triggering images up there. If you play it for 30 seconds, I'm not going to show you any upsetting images, so you don't have to worry about getting triggered. I know it's a triggering show for some people, and I understand. There are no triggering images. I won't say any triggering, like, graphic things. You can even mute it and play 30 seconds of it. So if you do that, that counts as a view. It's all it takes is 30 seconds, counts as a view, and it can help my video show up in search results for people who actually do watch The Handmaid's Tale. And it's all about the algorithm. So that is my humble request. If you want to support and you hear this, that's all it takes is a 30-second view for any video, and it counts as a view, helps it get into the algorithm. And if you throw a comment in, even if it's just an emoji, a happy face or something, that also boosts the algorithm. So the 30-second view and a comment of anything, it doesn't matter what it is. It could be just one emoji. That also triggers the algorithm, helps get my videos in front of the people who actually do watch these shows, because it is not easy to break into it. YouTube is tricky that way. YouTube knows me for From and Severance pretty well now, but it's tricky to get recognized by the algorithm for new shows. So anyway, so those 2 videos will be coming out in the next few days. The Last of Us breakdown for season 2, episode 1, Handmaid's Tale season 6, episode 4. Those will be coming out. If you have your notifications on, then you'll see they pop up, and you want to show support. That's a great way to do it. I would really appreciate it. Doesn't cost you anything. Anyway, that is my humble ask. And anyway, I did notice that when I started covering Severance, my first few videos struggled a little bit, but then it did get more into the algorithm. But I think more of this community, the From sort of community, watches Severance and not necessarily, definitely not Handmaid's Tale, and not as many watch The Last of Us. But anyway, those are 2 easy ways you can support if you want to, if you are so inclined, and doesn't cost you a cent, or take up much time either. I was amazed when I found out it only takes 30 seconds to count as a view. That's wild. Anyway, so any movies coming up? Actually, Saturday night I was thinking we should do a watch party for I want to do a watch party for the Nightmare on Elm Street in the Discord. I've only seen it once. I know there are many movies I've never seen. This one I've seen once, and when I watched it, I don't remember what was wrong with me, but I was half asleep, so I missed big chunks of it. I've never actually really paid close attention to all of it with all of my faculties paying attention and aware. So I want to watch that. I want to eventually do watch parties for the first 3 Nightmare on Elm Street movies, and I've heard the third one has strong parallels to From in terms of waking dreams and stuff like that. So,
And Patricia Arquette.
Huh?
And Patricia Arquette.
Oh, really? Patricia Arquette's in it?
Yeah, Patricia Arquette's in Dream Warriors. You
Oh,
get a
cool.
twofer. You get a From and Severance twofer.
Oh, cool. So, yeah, so eventually I'll get to that one, but first we've got to start with the first movie. First movie. So I want to do that Saturday night in the Discord. And we do our movie watch parties at 9 p.m. Eastern. So I'm thinking 9 p.m. Eastern we'll do that. So if you want to watch, the link to the Discord is in the description of this video. Also, remember the Residence watch party Friday night at 8 p.m. Eastern in the Discord for episodes 5 and 6. Then we'll break down those 2 episodes. That's only like about 2 hours to break those down, and we'll segue into a Fromily hangout after that with Doc. Monday night will be, oh, sorry, I'm skipping ahead. Sunday will be the watch party for the new episode of The Last of Us at 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll stream it in the Discord. So again, you know where you could find the link to that, to the Discord. And again, in the description of the video. So if you want to watch it with us when it drops, we had a good time this week watching the premiere. We're going to do it again. I'll stream it for everybody at 9. And then we'll have a voice chat. We might watch it twice. We watched the premiere twice, and then we chatted about it. So we might end up doing that again. We'll see. If it's not too brutal. If it's too brutal, I don't know if I can take 2 times in a row. We'll play it by ear, but definitely once. Yeah.
To express the inexpressible.
Yeah, that might be my sentiment. I have a bad feeling that it's gonna be. So I'll need some emotional support. You want to be my support system while we watch episode 2. It's gonna be heavy. So, well, it's a dark show and it's an amazing show. So that's Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. It'll drop, and I'll stream it for everybody in the Discord. I'll do the live stream Monday night, 10 p.m. Eastern, for that episode of The Last of Us with Smitty Snippets as a guest. We'll let people call in and share their thoughts. Scarlet can join if she feels like it. She feels up to it. And of course, as always.
And my scrutiny about it.
What? Yeah. Let's see. And also, who knows? You never know who might call in. Maybe Tony Teflon will want to call in again. So we had a really fun debate last Monday on The Last of Us with him. So we'll see. But that's the schedule. That's the schedule for the next few days, and we'll continue the From rewatch next week, unless I don't know, unless if I get too swamped, I don't know. I'm hoping we'll be able to fit it in. I think we can. We'll do the From rewatch next week, which will be season 2, episode 5 on Wednesday night, and I'll stream it on Tuesday night in the Discord at 10 p.m. Eastern. So all of that stuff, you don't have to remember all that stuff. That whole schedule is in the description of this video too, if you don't remember, because that's a lot of stuff. Next week, Doug is actually, wait a minute. Next week's already the week Doug is going to be back from his trip. I forgot about that. So if Doug is available to come on with us next week, then we'll skip the From rewatch next week. So we'll play that by ear, because something's got to give somewhere. And we'll be tied up with the residents Friday night. Monday night is the Last of Us Live. So if Doug is available, then we may just skip the From rewatch and do a story time with Doug, because we haven't done one of those in 3 weeks. And those are always fun. So we will keep you posted on that. Yeah, we'll keep you posted. So, Martin, there's been a lot of new YouTube reactors to the show recently, so the fandom is growing for sure. A lot of people putting spoilery stuff in there, though. I've been holding back some words. Oh no. With The Last of Us? Well, I got spoiled on something big by somebody who's played the games, because I looked at a YouTube comment section. So
Not me.
And it wasn't you, no. But somebody...
I will not spoil.
I read a comment in a YouTube section that spoiled a huge thing for me.
Yeah,
so
it's gotta be pretty hard, because so many people have played the games. And it's following the games so closely, you know? It's not taking liberties.
I should have stayed away from the comment sections of videos. And
Martin said from, though. He meant from.
Oh, okay.
You remember From, when they, like, somebody spilled that Fatima killed Tilly, and we're like, yeah, right, in our chat?
Yeah, that made me so mad. I banned that person because they had a really racist sounding name anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were some idiots. But the fandom is growing. That's great. That's great. I just hope next season they can keep a lid on the spoilers. Not let so much stuff leak. But anyway, yeah, somebody spoiled a big thing for me, so I decided, you know what, I'm gonna spoil the rest of it for myself to prepare myself emotionally for what happens in season 2 of Last of Us. So I read about the games, but I won't say anything. I would never spoil anything for the non-gamers. Sometimes like, oh, wait till you get to season 3, that line means a lot soon, so that triggers me, because you're not only spoiling that a character is alive, but even more stuff in a way. Just let them react and judge. Wait, so there are people just reacting to the show now in the off season that are new? Really? Is that what you're saying? Huh. That's weird. Yeah, just let people enjoy their shows. Jesus. Why do people have to spoil everything? Let people enjoy it. That's weird. Anyway. Well, going out on a peak, that's so crazy to me. It was just at 61 people, 6 hours and 47 minutes in here. Jeez. Thank you guys for watching. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. A lot of new reactors. Wow. That's so strange in the off season. Jumping on it even now. Season 4 is going to be wild. I'm glad we jumped on in season 3 and we already have a presence, because there's going to be a lot of people out there covering it, a lot of competition, but we already are established here. I think we got in at a good time, and for the right reasons, not just because the show was hot and blowing up. It was because we genuinely wanted to talk about it ad nauseum. So some people jump on something just because it's popular. I would have jumped on it way sooner, but I didn't know the show existed until a year ago. And well, I didn't watch it for the first time till a year ago, and I didn't start my channel right away. So I'm in it for the passion of it, not because it's blowing up. You can watch game movies of the cutscenes if you don't want to play the games. Yeah, I've seen some clips on YouTube actually. You follow the game very closely.
Yeah,
Anyway,
well, one of the guys I know that's doing Yellow Jackets videos, but also Last of Us, said that he watched the play through the games because he can't afford a PlayStation or the games, and I felt bad.
Well, that sucks.
But if you
Yeah.
don't have enough money to do those things, I mean, now the internet's your friend, and you can actually watch a walkthrough, so you know what's going on if you want to know.
Yeah, interesting. See, this right here is what I wanted to be able to do with the residents, and I was so disappointed that we couldn't, like, yes, we can still guess who the murderer is with the residents, but it's just not the same knowing that people can binge it, and we can still do that, but we can't get as many people interested and involved because most people watched the whole thing. There is one person in my Discord though who did say that, and it might be more than one, but there's just one who happened to say this, that she's holding back from watching the rest of the episodes so she can enjoy it with us, which is really cool. Not many people would do that. When you have the episodes available to binge, it's hard. I know it's hard not to keep watching, and you're curious. So anyway, it's cool that they're doing this with this series. They're not putting them all out at once for Towards Zero. So yeah, check that out on the Sci-Fi Vision channel with Jamie and Scarlet tonight at 11 Eastern. And I love Agatha Christie stuff.
We might get people in our chat that have seen it because it was already aired in the UK and Europe, I think.
Yeah, that could happen. It could happen. Yeah. And yeah,
spoil it. But I mean, it's also a book, so if somebody's read the book, they could probably spoil it as well. I mean, it's not new.
Right.
It's new, but it's not new,
Right. I mean, and people could still probably go on any of those, those unauthorized websites and get all the episodes, even in the US, I would imagine. What is it called? Towards Zero?
It's about tennis. I know all you From fans will love to watch something about tennis. I'm sure.
Yeah.
1930s tennis.
This is weird. This is the first time I have ever looked for a show or a movie on this particular website I have, and it's not there. I mean, it's there, but when I click on it, I'm getting an error message. That's so weird. That's never happened before. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's not as easily accessible in the US. But anyway, I love Agatha Christie stuff. It's so cool. So, and yes, if it's not your thing, like you can give stuff like this a view, like I was saying with my videos. If people don't watch the shows, you can give it a view just to say hi. 30 seconds this is the same thing for a live stream. 30 seconds counts as a view, so it helps with the algorithm. Saying hi in the chat helps with the algorithm. All of that stuff helps. So yeah, that's a great way to support my videos even if you don't watch the shows, Handmaid's Tale or The Last of Us, and this live with Jamie and Scarlet. Even if it's not your thing for that particular show, but it sounds like an awesome show.
The first episode's been really good.
Yeah. So
that's where I got my name from. That's where I got my name, The Adventurous.
Oh. Okay.
The name on my chess icon is Scarlet the Adventurous Echoes.
Oh, okay. I was wondering
because they called the one girl an adventurous.
Oh, okay.
Which was a really, really early term for, I guess it would translate as gold digger.
Gold digger.
But they called him adventurous.
I've never heard of that. Interesting.
Because they're in a court scene and they're like, "We've heard you've been called an adventuress." Shock. Shock sweeps the courtroom.
Yeah. All right. So
All right.
this is nuts. Where are all the Europeans joining or something? It just went up. It just went up to 64 people.
Oh yeah.
What in the world? Are there a lot of? Maybe there are a lot of lurkers just listening. So shout out to the lurkers. Appreciate you. Shout out to all the lurkers who just want to listen and don't chat.
Lurkers gotta lurk.
Yeah. Thank you. We appreciate it. Even if you just want to hang out and listen and you're not into chatting.
I mean, quite honestly, I used to lurk when I didn't have a YouTube account. That's one of the things.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing wrong with
that.
You
would say it was in the chat, but I couldn't chat because I didn't have an account.
You can
but
still
it's counted as a number.
It's still showing support. It's still helping with the algorithm, giving people views, and liking, subscribing, all of that stuff helps immensely. So I appreciate everybody, including people who just want to listen, or people who are only able to listen or catch the replay. All of those things help so much, and I really appreciate it. Oh, that's right. Yeah, thanks for the reminder, Dieter. Yeah, he made me a clip. I wanted him to make a little clip from my Scott McCord cameo, the one where he says Julie B's deeper dives. Yeah, thank you, Dieter. Okay, that's enough rambling. Doug came on again.
Yeah. I heard him after I was slumbering. I kind of woke up a little bit and I was trying to get to the thing and then I fell asleep again. The struggle's real.
Wow. Yeah, you're gonna burn yourself out.
It made me have unusual dreams.
I bet.
Yeah.
Dreams of the man in yellow in Poland.
I dreamed I was in Warsaw eating like crepes or whatever, those little sweet crepes.
Oh, nice. Well, yeah, it's, all this live streaming, it's got to be catching up to you. You're gonna burn yourself out because you're doing that and then going to work with no sleep. So I thought
there would be a break after Yellow Jackets, and it doesn't seem like there is a break. It just keeps going.
You thought there'd be a break after From season 3. And
I thought there would be a break, a nice little resounding break where everybody go, let's take a breather for like a month and regroup, and then that didn't happen, and then Severance happened, and then Yellow Jackets happened, and then I guess now The Last of Us is happening.
Yes, and
there's a lot of stuff happening.
And I totally understand if you need to take a break and not be there for those, but it is totally your call. You do whatever it is you want to do. That's a lot of live streams.
Yeah,
but it's totally.
We'll see how it goes.
Anyway, it's probably the U.S. waking up too. Yeah, Martin. We're getting close to time when some people wake up and start their day this early.
Have some coffee. Listen to some deeper dives.
Yes.
Like Dieter's Bananas, I guess. I don't know. Sure.
Yeah, why not? Anyway, all right. So we're gonna get off now and get some rest.
Gonna get off now.
Yeah. So
we met on Grindr.
Yeah, pause. Pause.
Slumber party Miko. I wish you watched Yellow Dragon so you understood what that meant.
Well, I can kind of imagine. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
yeah, you can imagine it.
Yeah. Anyway. Okay, so
hi Martin.
Yeah, good night. Good night, Martin.
Good night, kids.
All right, Martin, appreciate you. Good night, goats.
Right, putting the goats to bed.
Good night, Scarlet and chat,
Right.
everybody. Check out JB and Scarlet's live on Sci-Fi Vision channel tonight.
Tonight, sooner than you would think.
Sooner than you would think, yes.
It's supposed to be 11 p.m. in our Discord. I guess we're having the watch party around 9:30 in the Sci-Fi Vision Discord. If you want to look it up, it's a Sci-Fi Vision. It's Sci-Fi Vision, one word, SCI-FI Vision.
Yeah.
Put it in the Discord. Join the Discord. We'll have a party at 9:30 or so. Watch it. Come on the live. Express your thoughts. If you know who did it, I'll be surprised. You can share. I feel like it was more like a setup episode. You know how the Residence has setup episodes? I feel like this one's a setup episode, not really, a whodunit episode.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. The Residence starts.
You got to have the thing that gets all the suspects at the place that they need to be for the thing to happen.
Gotcha. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, Martin, we vampires have to pretend to sleep at some point. Anyway. Yes. Anyway, keep an eye out for my Last of Us breakdown and the Handmaid's Tale breakdown.
You doing another 3 episodes?
No, it's just 1, thank God. From now on.
That's strange. That's even more strange than releasing 3 at a time. 3 at once, then 1.
I know. I don't understand why Hulu did this, but yeah, I'm just glad that every week now it's just going to be 1 episode of The Handmaid's Tale at a time. How much trauma can we take anyway at one time?
Yeah.
Why
even though you said this was the happy season, the lighter season.
It is in terms of disturbing material is it's never been at its lower. It's never been it's at its lowest point that it's ever been in terms of disturbing level. So but still it's dark and it's not a kind of show that you should really binge. So 3 episodes at once didn't make any sense. Anyway, 1 episode per week. I'll be doing a breakdown for episode 4, and if you want to support, you can just play it for 30 seconds and throw an emoji in the chat. I would greatly appreciate it. Help me get my video in the algorithm for people who do watch this show. Anyway,
I think Dieter's having some kind of crisis, so I'm not real sure. Are you okay? Or do you just really want a banana?
That's a lot of bananas. Sean Majumder said season 4 is going to be fucking bananas.
Oh, so, is that what it was?
That's a reference to that.
I thought it was just them going descending into madness. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I can understand. I can imagine without context that would look insane. Yeah,
and the innuendo just pours.
That's a lot. That's a lot of bananas. Yes, okay. That is how bananas season 4 of Film is going to be. Yes. Yes. Well, the goats are going to be screaming. Alma the goat's going to be screaming.
Alma, we got to get on the boat. Get on the boat. Get your kids. We got to sail. We got to set sail on Lloyd's boat. We got to find a pony. Where's a pony?
Time for the pony on the boat.
Yeah, I figured that's how it's going to end, right? They want a pony on a boat.
Pony on the boat. Yep. It's got to end that way. We need the pony on the boat. Hell yes. Oh my God. Hey, the noob gamer. What if the monsters decompose if they don't eat humans? Well, we don't know if they eat the humans. We've never seen if they eat the organs or not, but the organs are always gone. So
they're in Granny's purse. They're in Granny Monster's purse.
Yeah. Maybe they're in Granny's purse. So I don't know. I think they're just cursed to be forced to rip people apart just for the hell of it. And maybe they have to Maybe they have to eat the organs too, but we've just never seen it. That's the weird thing. Where are the dead?
Is it over? Is it over?
My mom is yelling in the background.
Well, we should probably go then.
Yeah.
Arrivederci.
Anyway, I don't even have any privacy in here. She can hear everything I say. Anyway, haven't seen it, but strongly implied. Yeah. Indeed. It's strongly implied that they're eating the organs. Because they've never. The thing of it is, though, why didn't they show us? They had the perfect opportunity to show us when Boyd watched Tan Shen get ripped apart all night. I thought we were finally going to get that reveal, but no such luck. Anyway, I think they probably do. But banana facts with Banana Dave. Oh my god, how am I supposed to get off with new people popping?
No, the authority is here. I love bananas. They're so good, and I have a bunch of them, and I'm going to eat them, and they're delicious. And potassium. They have so much potassium.
There is no banana hate here.
No banana hate. It's banana love.
Yeah. There's no banana hate here. The explanation.
Metaphors. Love bananas. Mm.
I love how banana facts with Banana Dave just happened to pop in the chat right after Tito's crazy bananas. Spamming the chat. Spamming the chat with bananas. The explanation for that is Sean Majumder, who plays Khatri, he gave me a cameo from Dieter, got me a cameo from him, and he said at the end of it, season 4 is going to be fucking bananas. Meaning of from. Season 4 is going to be fucking bananas. So that's why Dieter posted that. No hate. We love bananas here. We are banana lovers. I eat a banana every day. Banana Dave. So you are always welcome here.
Love potassium.
Not Banana Dave. Yeah, Banana Dave, what's up with that anyway? Like, you actually have a channel about your love for bananas? I'm genuinely curious.
Bananas all the time.
I gotta know this, or is this because there are a lot of really interesting facts about bananas. Have you ever seen the lists of all the things bananas can do for your health? It's incredible. Like the amount of things that they do for the body. It's just nuts. It's nuts.
Plus, I have a drawing I'm going to make of a bat eating bananas. Bats love bananas.
Oh, really? Oh my god.
Yeah. It's really cool. It's like a bat. It's like a bat in the South Seas, like eating a bunch of bananas, like landing on a bunch of bananas.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, bats freak me out in person, but they're cool. They're really cool. I had no idea they eat bananas. There's the cliche of monkeys loving bananas. That's all I've heard, but
yeah, we just get fruit bats around here, not the blood-sucking kind, the blood bats.
I just looked up there's this video on the benefits of bananas. It's got like 55,000.
Is it from Banana Facts from Banana Dave?
No, it's not.
Well, then you got to get to that channel. You were looking at the competitor, Julie.
I looked, but I don't see a channel.
That's Banana Tips by Banana Tony. You got to get back to the other one.
Oh man. No, it looks like
information from Banana Ike is not the right one either.
Gotta get the right one. Gotta get the right banana.
The original, the OG. The Banana Dave is the original.
Oh, I found a channel called Mr. Banana. Oh, that's not it. Not.
You
Well,
probably
looks like
find some interesting things looking at banana on YouTube.
yeah, no, there's nothing here. So I guess oh, there's also wow, there's a channel called Smart Banana that has 1.63 million subs.
Ooh, that is one smart banana.
That is one goddamn smart banana. Wow. 1.6 million subs. Jesus. Okay. You do your thing, Smart Banana.
It does more than
Right.
stupid banana.
It is, yes.
Stupid banana only has about 1,000 subs.
Yes. So I don't think Banana Dave. If he has a channel, I can't find it. I looked,
It's on
but I
secret.
don't
It's
see
on secret YouTube.
it. Maybe. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to end the poll. I
Oh,
can't. You know, I made that mistake the last time. I ended the live before we announced like officially ended the poll on the UUR. I didn't stop the
yeah.
poll. I just ended it.
Mm.
So I was so mad that I forgot. Okay, so I got to stop the poll before I can get off of here. Let me see. I'm just reloading the page where the poll is. Where are you, poll? Come on. The damn Wi-Fi. It's too slow. Here we go. Okay. I'm ending the poll. 50 votes. Wow, nice. 50 votes. Okay. Nice. Great participation on that. So what is the nature of Ghost Khatri? And the answers are it is really close between it's dead even between two of them. 30% said Boyd's conscience / inner voice. 30% said lingering energy / trapped ghost. So even, dead even, 30% and 30% for Boyd's conscience or just a trapped spirit or lingering energy. 21% said part of the big bad or the entity, which is the direction I'm leaning in, but I didn't vote. I can't vote in my own poll. And 18% said other. Explain it in the chat. We did get some explanations. So, like somebody said, maybe it's a good entity or a projection of the boy in white or something. So that's another option. So nice. I'm glad I actually remembered to do that. I almost signed off without doing it. I like to hear what everybody thinks. Polls are fun, and I like to hear everybody's ideas. Even if you don't agree with me, you don't have to agree. It would be no fun. It would be boring if we all agreed. The Noob Gamer says, I just watched a movie called Don't Kill Me. What? That's the name of a movie? And they had some kind of idea where if they don't eat humans, they decompose, and it's painful. Oh, Called. I got you. Called Don't Kill Me. It's called Don't Kill Me. It's an odd title. And they had some kind of idea where if they don't eat humans, they just... Okay, so maybe it's like the From Monsters or like that.
Is it like Bones and All? You ever seen the movie Bones and All?
No. No, I've never seen that.
You should watch the movie Bones and All.
That sounds...
Everybody should watch the movie Bones and All. It's a love story, really.
I've never even heard of that one. Bones and All. I'll add that.
Pretty popular. It was a pretty popular movie for a bit. A little blip. It was a book. It was made a movie.
Okay, cool. I'll add that to the list. So yeah, maybe it's something like that, or if they don't eat the organs, it's painful for them or something. I could see that. Like they're cursed to be these creatures that have no choice but to feast on human organs to stay, like the way they are.
That's what Bones and All is kind of about. That's why I mentioned it.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's dark.
Yeah, it's dark, yeah.
Michael says from creator writer interviews, we generally don't see the thing, we see the human emotional aftermath of the thing. Yes, that's how we experience the extreme horror. So we don't see them gut munching. We just see the hollowed out bodies and characters' reactions to it. Exactly, yeah. Makes sense. The noob gamer, it says, and Boyd would have mentioned something if he saw them not eating and taking them away because it would conflict with what they know. Yeah, he'd be more likely to say something, I guess, if they just took the organs away. So I just found it weird. Like, okay, it would have been nice if he had, if remember we saw a flashback of them ripping into her flesh. They could have gone really crazy with it and showed them like biting into an organ, although I really wouldn't want to see that, and I'm glad they didn't do it. They could have. They showed us them tearing her up, which was a first. They never showed us the monsters actually tearing into a person before. And personally, I wish they hadn't. I didn't think it was necessary. I would rather them continue just showing us the characters' reactions, like Michael was saying. That's what they normally do. I liked that they just showed Boyd's reaction watching this happen, and it focused on his face. I didn't want the flashback with the gore, but that's what we got. Anyway, he could have also told somebody, "Oh, I saw them eating organs." He could have said something. It would have cleared that up. But Umbra, hey, marathon from discussions are back on the table. I see. Yeah, it has been a marathon from discussion, way longer than usual now. It's not that much longer. It's often maybe like 6 hours. 7 is more than average, much more than average by an hour.
But then the Monday one was almost 8.
That's true. The live stream on Monday for The Last of Us was almost 7.5 hours long. So yeah, I'm starting to push it later. I was gonna try and make them shorter, not longer. I'm backsliding. I want to start trying to stream more on the treadmill, and that will help a lot. So I can stay on longer and not pay for it physically as much. They made the choice not to be a zombie movie. Yeah, I'd like it better that way, Michael. I don't need to see all the ripping people's bodies up and all that stuff. I don't need that. I prefer psychological horror and mystery. So, yeah, Umbra, I don't know if you watched The Last of Us, but you're welcome to join if you watch The Last of Us. Monday, we're going to be streaming again for The Last of Us at 10 p.m. Eastern. Episode 2, we'll be discussing that. Smitty Snippets will be a guest. If you watch the show and you want to join, you are more than welcome to join. Just let me know. I'll send you a link. And we're back to doing these rewatch lives on Wednesdays, but next week I think we're probably going to take a break from the rewatch. If Doug is available, we'll take a break and we'll do a story time with Doug because it's been 3 weeks without one of those. And then we'll resume the From rewatch. Let's see, the following week. So the week after next, we'll come back to the From rewatch on Wednesdays. Umbra says I watched the first episode. It's very much in line with the game. It's what I've heard. I've never played the games, but yep. Season 1 was also very much in line with the game. So I've never played them. I know what happens in them though, because I had it spoiled for me. Monday at 10 p.m. Eastern, we'll be doing The Last of Us. Scarlet may or may not show up, whatever she feels like doing, because she doesn't watch the show, but she just came to support this week. But she's got a lot on her plate. So I told her, please don't feel the need to the obligation to come. She's doing a lot of streams with me and with Sci-Fi Vision. So yeah. So cool. If you want to join, I'll send you a link. And obviously I haven't made the stream yet, but when I do, I'll send you a link. And Smitty Snippets will be a guest on there with us. We had a really fun discussion last Monday. Smitty Snippets was there, and Tony Teflon was in the chat, and strongly disagreed with us on some points, so he wanted to call in and have a friendly debate, which we did, and it was a lot of fun. So you never know what could happen. I don't know if he'll pop up again and want to join, but if he does, he's welcome to do it. I told him he's welcome anytime to join us. Of course, Tony's always welcome, and Smitty will be there for sure, though. So cool, Umbra. Yeah, no worries. You know it's going to be way more than an hour long. So whenever you're able to, you're welcome to join. It'll be last time. I'm going to try not to go 7 hours though this time. Right? 7 hours and 20 minutes was too much. So yeah, it won't be like that crazy, but it'll certainly be way longer than an hour. So, all right. Anyway, we're going to wrap this thing up now. Friday night, again, our next live stream on this channel will be for The Residents at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to discuss episodes 5 and 6. And then at 12:30, we'll have a Fromily hangout with Doc Kaiju. We'll just hang out with the Fromily, just kind of a chill, fun live, and play some games. It was a good time last Friday, so we're going to do it again. And we need something more chill this week again, I think. And keep an eye out for my Last of Us breakdown for episode 1 in the next few days. And my breakdown of episode 4 of The Handmaid's Tale season 6 will be coming by early next week, too. And if you want to support, again, giving it a 30-second view and throwing an emoji in the comments, even if you don't watch those shows, helps immensely and would be greatly appreciated. Help me get into the algorithm. Thanks, Michael. Appreciate you. And I guess that's it. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks everybody for coming and talking and listening and lurking.
And lurking. Everybody, yes. Including Doug. It was fun having him pop on and say
Doug,
hi.
my goats.
Yes. And
Goat.
yes. And we appreciate our friend Doug who popped in and joined us for a while, and hopefully next week we'll have a live with him again. That'll be fun. Looking forward to it. So have a good day or a good night, everybody.
And happy birthday, Lori, even though you didn't really want us to say it. It's cool.
Oh, she came in earlier while you were asleep.
Yeah, I know. I saw her, and I was like, "Why is she in here?"
Yeah.
For you. It's for you.
So we said thank you. We said happy birthday
to
her.
Sweet. Cool.
Yeah. Yep. So anyway, have a good day or a good night, everybody, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah, keep diving deeper.
And until next time, keep on deep diving. And let's see what we can.
Wait, it's too deep. It's too deep. I'm getting the beds.
Oh, it's too deep. Yeah.
Surface.
Yes, it's too deep. Like Mark Geller says.
Hello, this is Mark Geller, Keir Egan on Severance, and you're listening to Julie B. Deep Dives.
I just love that. Okay. His eyes when he says deep dives are so scary. I'll see you guys next time. Good night, Scarlet.
Good night. Sleep well. Sleep. Eat.
Yes.
Treadmill. Do it.
Yes, I will right now.
All
see
right.
you later, everybody.
Take it easy. Bye, everybody.
Julie. Hi. It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey, Julie. It is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi, JulieBDeepDives. It is Avery who plays Sara on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlet of Many Names.
Hey, Julie.
Hi, Julie B. Julie B. Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with Julie B. Deep Dives.
Julie B. My child. It is I, Father Khatri. Julie B, I understand you are rocking it on the old YouTubes, and I appreciate you. We, as a Fromily, appreciate you like you wouldn't believe. And we are so thankful for everything you do and all the love and energy that you put out there into the universe.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. With big muscle car hugs, there's a bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4. Don't stream and drive.
Father Khatri thanks you for watching. Sean Majumder, the actor, who couldn't be here right now. But he wanted to let you know he's very thankful. And I hope you feel better. I know you will. Keep your chin up. And I wish you all the best. Take care. Season 4 is going to be fucking bananas. Be well.